the farm's funds and valuables and coerced her into signing away her shares at her parents' funeral. This includes the past of the two uncles who treated Grandpa thinly after draining him of his retirement money and feeling he had no value. It was because he understood the nature of his two uncles that Grandpa never mentioned to them that he had a liking for collecting antiques, and it was only when he passed away that he gave all the antiques to my father. If they knew Grandpa had such an inheritance, I'd be eaten to the bone by them. Although she had no choice but to borrow her grandfather to give the antique a legitimate come on. The reasoning was so insidious that she had to realize as much as she could ahead of time, just in case it would go sideways later on. At that, Uncle Han gas Fong Jinju two uncles a good scolding. The end of the road. Fong girl, you can rest assured. This auction exhibition in the name of your Uncle Ling to do. You do not have to worry about anything, just wait on the sidelines and collect money on the line. Your too snobbish uncle will never know the source of the antiques. Thank you Uncle Han, thank you so much. You guys are good to me. I have nothing to repay. From now on, the Fong family farm will be the backyard of your uncles. What do you want to eat? Just order me. I'll personally grow it for you to raise it for you. Ha ha ha, then I won't be polite to you. After hanging up the phone, Fong Jinju's heart instantly settled and immediately sent a message to Chu Yi. This time, she was going to do it once and for all. North Mountain Villa. Early in the morning, more than 20 top foreign luxury cars had already driven in. The asphalt road in front of the building King's Villa. Flush parked open a sliver. A Wuling pickup truck parked in the middle of these top-of-the-line luxury cars is a conspicuous package of out-of-place. Uncle, who lives in that house at the top? Such a big party? Oh, little Fong today thanks to the blessing of Mr. Lu, you are also considered to have seen the world. The top of the family is Anqing richest Ling family. The Ling family? It's the Ling family that you always mentioned before. The one that generates 70% of the tax revenue for an city? Exactly. Is Mr. Ling's family hosting a banquet? Why are there so many luxury cars here? Why is there even a pickup truck parked? Ji Qiang, did you feel the license plate of that pickup truck? It's a bit familiar? The Ling family's big battle caused the nearby families to come out to see the rarity, in which a villa nearest to the Ling family's door stood 3 men and a woman. One of them, a pair of young men and women, was staring suspiciously at the pickup truck in the middle of the limousine out of mind. Ling family. The large parlor on the top 3 floors has long since been packed away. Inside the neatly arranged 5 columns of 30 leather soft chairs, at the moment has been sat full. All are dressed in extraordinary temperament of men and women. At the top of the parlor stood a large bookcase that served as an exhibition table and auction seat. Ling Jinghua and a few old men sat at the head. Fong Jinju was seated in one of the far corners and could take in the entire showroom. Welcome to the Tangwu Kingdom Antiques Specialized Auction. While the crowd was whispering in secret, Elder Han walked up to the auction table with a beaming smile. And many thanks to Elder Ling for providing the venue and support. Everyone is your circle of people. All know Ling old collection of antiques vision has always been sharp. This time fortunately he just found these Tangwu treasures. It can be said that every one of them are available and cannot be sought. To be honest, these treasures are actually not enough for a few of our old guys to share. But Elder Ling has a gully and a pattern, and said that the good things are to be seen by everyone. So he held back a part of it to come out. And that's why today we have the opportunity for our group of heroes to gather together to fight for the treasure. Ha ha ha, Ling old man in the business world pattern is indeed admirable, but on the collection, his old man that can be considered a brave one. If not, we softly, where to come to this auction? Ha ha ha, that's it. Han's words were half formal and half witty, causing the male and female guests at the bottom to laugh and joke. Han Lao laughed and glared at the man who spoke. So after this auction today, perhaps it will be difficult to find antiques from Tangwu Kingdom again in the future. The old braves spit out treasures that are hard to come by in 10,000 years. Let's see if you guys have the strength to catch it. Without further ado, let's start the bidding now with old Liang presiding. As Mr. Han stepped down and Mr. Liang took the stage. The men and women in the seats were so excited that they sat up straight and stretched their necks in anticipation. Fong Jinju's hand on the surface of her leg was also nervously clenched into a fist. Looking at Han Lao's eyes, she was nothing but touched. After Han Lao's elders baked this way, I'm afraid that the bidding price of these antiques will far exceed her expectations. The first Tangwu antique. Is this carved flower pot? This pot is the Tangwu noble family use things. A set of 3, not a single auction. The starting price of 10 million. As old Liang opened his mouth, Fong Jinju's heart snapped. $10 million. Uncle Han only asked her to send over all the antiques to be bid on, saying that she didn't need to worry about the pricing, and would definitely not let her suffer. So she naturally believed them, and gave them carte blanche to do the bidding. But I didn't realize they were priced so high. You know, previously, this kind of flower pot was only sold to Han Lao and the others for $1.5 million apiece. Uncle Liang, this opening is 3 pieces of the starting auction. The starting price also quadrupled. Really, someone is willing to buy? Chapter 58. She is an ordinary person who has never seen the world. $12 million. Almost as soon as Uncle Liang's words fell, someone immediately raised his hand to increase the price. $15 million. Fong Jinju's heart beat violently and her breathing became a little short. $20 million. $25 million. Fong Jinju's brain buzzed, and the pants on the surface of her legs were scratched and wrinkled. $30 million. Anyone else bid higher than $30 million? $30 million once. $30 million twice. $30 million 3 times. Sold for $30 million. The second antique is this short knife. The blade of this knife drinks countless amounts of blood. After 1,000 years it is still as good as new. It can still sharpen iron like mud, highlighting the extraordinary craftsmanship of the artisans of 1,000 years ago. It is of extraordinary value. The starting price is $30 million. I'll offer $50 million. $60 million. Fong Jinju took a big breath but still felt dizzy, so she had to get up and gently pulled open the back door and walked out of the showroom. She admitted that she was unseasoned and ordinary. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I'll alert the 120. After going downstairs, seeing that Rue and Shushu were lingering in the pile of toys prepared by the housekeeper, Fong Jinju didn't disturb them, but went straight outside the house to take a breather. This auction today should be enough to last until Baleo harvests its first season of grain. If nothing else, the farm should have begun to make a profit by then as well. Although it's not as fast and furious as antiques, but it's also the bottom line for her to continue to help Baleo. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju's heart was as loose as the clouds in the air, and her eyebrows flew with joy. Walking over to the pickup truck and opening the door, she bent over and tried to remove a couple of delicate brocades that were sitting in the passenger box. This is a thank you gift she prepared for Mr. Ling and a few uncles. In fact, it is not a valuable thing, but it is all handmade by her with Ruarushu, full of sincerity. It's really evil. It's really Fong Jinju's car. A voice that revolted her to the core came from her, and even if Fong Jinju's tutelage was good, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a narrow road. How come we meet these two scums everywhere? The brocade box that had just been taken out was shoved back in, and Fong Jinju slammed the door of the car shut with a bang, looking over in dismay. Fong Jiqiang and Wu Chanqian were staring and laughing at her with a gloating face that revealed the truth. Yo, didn't you buy a luxury car? Why are you still driving such a trashy car to this luxury neighborhood? What? Failing to make a big buck and coming to the Ling family to babysit again? I think her being a nanny is a lie. Trying to get close to the water to seduce the master's family is the real thing. The two scumbags were singing in unison, making a point of venting the pent-up frustration they had suffered at the forest the last time they were there. The two middle-aged men behind them sniffed and both looked at Fong Jinju with a face of complex contempt. Shame to argue right and wrong with scum. Fong Jinju was speechless to the extreme, coldly dropping a sentence and turning around to enter the courtyard. I didn't expect Wu Qianqian to be quick on her feet and pull her arm. Who are you calling scum? As she spoke, she raised her hand and incited towards Fong Jinju's face. Do you know what kind of place this is? So you dare to act wildly. This Shung usually need his father line of duty, so every now and then we'll feast dad to the North Mountain Villa guests to pull together the relationship. He black and white. As long as her father a word, those who his father cannot do the dirty work of the Ying ditch, he can do or to make things right. With Mr. Zheng as a backer, today she can pack Fong Jinju a good deal to avenge the last disgrace. But she didn't want Fong Jinju to pull her arm in response, and with an over-the-shoulder slam, she fell hard to the ground. Ah! Wu Chanqian almost fell apart and screamed shrilly. Wu Changguan was shocked and rushed forward to assist. Are you alright, Qianqian? Seeing this, Fong Jiqiang's desire for expression exploded, rolling up his sleeves to hit Fong Jinju. I never hit women, but you hit my woman today. Even if I give up my principles and don't want to, I have to take out my anger for Qianqian. Fong Jinju pulled her legs out and ran towards the courtyard. That was the one move she knew, forced to teach her by a previous elder sister who knew sparring, and she didn't expect it to come in handy today. However, this three-legged kung fu was no problem to deal with a woman like Wu Chanqian, but it is of no use against a man with a huge difference in strength. Shushu, who was playing happily in the house, seemed to have heard something. Her little body shook, dropped the doll in her hand and ran out of the house with a clatter. Rue followed closely behind. Badass! Badass! No! Hitting your sister! Grandpa Ling! Grandpa Han! There are bad guys! Seeing that Fong Jinju had just stepped into the courtyard and was yanked by Fong Jiqiang by the back of her collar, Rue Shu shrieked in fear. While screaming, Rue grabbed the dirt bumps in the flower bed and threw them at Fong Jiqiang. Fong Jinju how to defeat Fong Jiqiang. 2 times by his hands clipped back, unable to move. Shu ran forward, and with a single leap of her small body, she embraced Feng Jiqian's fist that was swinging down towards Feng Jinzhu, and opened her small milk teeth to bite down hard. Ah! Feng Jiqian ate the pain, and with a wave of his hand, he dropped Shu Shu to the ground. What for? With a stern shout breaking through the air, Ling Jinghua ran out full of anger, and as soon as he dropped the confused little person into his arms, Shu Shu, is everything alright? The face that was always cold all but broke into worry. Shu Shu's big eyes instantly rose with tears, pointing at Feng Jinzhu with a deflated little mouth. Grandpa, protect, sister, protect, sister. Side said they struggled out of Ling Jinghua's arms, covering the small buttocks limped forward. Towards a face of surprise Feng Jiqian Milk Fierce said, "Put sister, let my sister go." Rui also stepped forward and fought to shove Feng's leg. Ling Jinghua got up, a pair of pale eyes stern and abnormal. Let go. Feng Jiqian stiffened and snapped, retracting his hand. It's her who hit my girlfriend first. I'm just angry. The old man's aura in front of him was so strong that his voice couldn't stop trembling as he explained. What happened? Immediately following, Han Lao and his party rushed out one after another, and for a while, extravagant men and women stood in a courtyard, each of them staring at Feng Jiqian's several people with unfavorable gazes. Where had Feng Jiqian seen this kind of battle? He was scared and took several steps back. Dong Ling, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Noticing that things were not right, Mr. Zhang was scared half to death and hurriedly stepped forward to drag Feng Jiqian behind him, glaring fiercely at him. You dare to make a move on Ling Dong's guest? You don't want to live, do you? Get out of here yet. Feng Jiqian had long been scared out of his wits by the turn of events in front of him, and turned around to slip away. If he leaves, I guarantee you'll all go broke and lose your jobs. Elder Han, who had always been amiable, also coldly lowered his face at this moment and threatened without any hesitation. Mr. Zhang's legs and stomach went weak and he drank Feng down again. A courtyard of powerful and influential people were standing there. How could he dare to doubt the truth in Han Lao's words? Uncle Han looked at Feng Jinzhu. Feng girl, who are they? Why are they bullying you? Speak up and we'll do it for you. Several of Uncle Liang's also spoke in unison and agreed. Yes, if you dare to bully our girl Feng, we won't be able to spare him. Even Ling Jinghua, who had always maintained a detached attitude towards Feng Jinzhu, opened his mouth. Feng girl, although your parents are gone, you still have us. Don't be afraid. You can do whatever you want. You have Uncle Ling to back you up. Feng Jinzhu was in tears. Feng Jiqian Wu Chanshan knelt. Chapter 59. Nearly $1 billion lying in the bank card. When did Feng Jinzhu pop up with so many hoity-toity uncles? Uncle Ling. Feng Jinzhu subconsciously shouted out, her voice trembling with emotion. They are the scummy men and women who betrayed me and watched me laugh at my parents' funeral. At those words, Ling Jinghua was enraged. Uncle Han and a few others were also shaken. Even the men and women behind them who didn't know Feng Jinzhu were furious in unison. Nothing else to mention. The mere fact that the children of the deceased were insulted and disturbed at the funeral is outrageous. The air in the Ling family garden instantly dropped to freezing point. Wu Qianqian shivered her mouth and looked at Feng Jinzhu. Jinzhu. Facing the eye pressure of a courtyard of superiors from all walks of life, she unexpectedly couldn't even hold back a word of pleading for mercy. Something came crashing down in Wu Changwang's heart. He knew very well that everything he had worked so hard for in the first half of his life would be completely played out at this moment because of this rebellious daughter. The most tragic is the spilled over Zhang. Wishing to turn back the clock, he would rather not have a single project, but also not to have any interactions with the person Wu Changwang. Coming back from North Mountain Villa, Feng Jinzhu felt dreamy and unreal. There are nearly $1 billion lying in the bank card, also blessed by the misfortune of being completely classified by Mr. Ling as one of his own. It seems that from the moment Ruoruishu came into her life, she has risen up from the swamp of life's trough, sprouted wings, and soared to the top with the momentum of skyrocketing. In contrast, Feng Jinzhu felt that what she had done for the two little ones in Balia was still too little. Too little. Looking at Ruoruishu's sleeping faces, she reached out to take them under her arm and couldn't help but drop her head and kiss their foreheads. These were the two people who were fearless enough to even lay down their lives to protect her. It's not enough to put it on the tip of your heart to hurt. Ding dash. Feng Jinzhu was moving and flooding when came the WeChat voice. It's Chu Yez. Jinju. Those soldiers under the storm are not good. Also, the medic who tended to them started vomiting and having diarrhea, and a few of the caterers who delivered the meals, and hundreds of other soldiers showed signs of diarrhea as well. Chu Ye's voice was one of suppressed urgency. Feng Jinzhu sat up straight with a swish. Chu Yi, don't be in a hurry. First tell me about their symptoms. As he spoke, he flew out of bed and went to the outer hall office computer. Turn on the computer and open the search engine. The 16 soldiers in isolation have been violently incontinent with deep eye sockets. The worst 2 are unconscious, and the others have exactly the same symptoms as they initially had. Xu Yi frowned tightly, word by word worried. The military doctor diagnosed fear of epidemic. In front of the bookcase, Xiong vigorously focusing on Xu Yi while instantaneously pacing back and forth anxiously. That heavy mood, hate to penetrate the soles of the feet, stomping the ground out of a pit. Yi Tingxian and Han Kanwu are also among those suffering from the disease. Fang Jinju's heart hangs slightly, quickly knocking out keywords in the search bar. Swish popped up the information. The frequent appearance of the word cholera, piercing her eyes raw pain. How come? What's going on? Chu family army starved for several months do not see something. Just ate the food she sent not a few days. On the outbreak of cholera epidemic? Is there something wrong with the food and vegetables she's picking up? But she also sampled. Should all be passed off. The heart felt like it had been trampled by the hooves of a million horses, thumping and beating thinly. Xu Yi, I just checked the information, and the military doctor is right. The soldier's symptoms should be cholera. Fang Jinju's voice was as shaky and disorganized as her heartbeat. Xu Ye's eyes crumbled in an instant. Xiong vigorously paced his figure violently stopped and froze on the spot. Cholera. It was actually cholera. Fortunately, it's good that Rue Shu Shu is at your place. After the landslide silence, Xu Yi's mind gradually stabilized. The corner of the lips hooked up a touch of bitterness. Jinju, don't panic. You first look at the state of China does not have the treatment of cholera medicinal herbs. If there is no 10,000, don't worry about self-blame. Perhaps the northern Liao, the spirit of the North Liao has really run out. At the end of the words was a faintly audible sigh, but it stung Fang Jinshu's ears. Blah blah blah. She poo-pooed a few times. No such demoralizing words. Taking a few deep breaths, Fang Jinju opened her mouth again and her voice had stabilized a lot. 2 years ago, not only the country of China, but also the whole world where I am, nearly more than 100 countries, just experienced an epidemic. But we had a Grandma Chen who developed an antidote for the epidemic, and a Grandpa Zhong who developed a series of anti-epidemic strategies. And under the blessed leadership of the country's leaders, we, the country of China, were the first to pull through, and we helped a lot of other countries get through their crises. Cholera may be an incurable disease for you, but for the current medical level in China, it's just a serious illness. Cured. Believe me, Belial will definitely be fine. Xu Ye's heart was shaken. The whole world, over 100 countries. It was surprising that the time and space in which Miss Jinju lived had experienced such a catastrophe. He straightened his spine, the despair that had just filled the bottom of his eyes fading in an instant. Jinju, I believe you. At the moment of crisis, he is not a weak woman's heart, firm and stable, simply worthy of this body armor. He was the backbone of Belial, and as long as there was a single soldier or citizen alive under his command, he had no qualifications to be disoriented. Xiong Dali, cheer up. Belial still needs us to hold on. An order was given, as if a set of firm bones had been stuffed into Xiong Dali's body, and he bared his head and rose from the ground with solemnity. Yes, General. Xu Yi, you first order all those with symptoms to be isolated according to the severity of their illnesses, and then scrutinize them one by one to find out what these sick soldiers have been eating and touching lately. In addition, cholera is mainly fecal-oral-handed transmission. Exhaled into the nose and mouth of the gas will also have a toxic source. Be sure to let all contact with the sick people to wear good gloves, masks. Cannot be negligent. A moment, I will buy a batch of protective supplies for you to transmit over. Okay, I'll order it right away. Also, you are the main general. You should not go to the barracks during this period. Leave everything to the people below. Otherwise, if you fall down with an infected disease, the sky of northern Liao will collapse. Good. All at Jinju's disposal. Fang Jinju's hand holding the mouse trembled slightly, but a heart settled down little by little. She first opened a certain group and bought all the masks from the nearest pharmacy empty. Disinfectant water, disinfectant powder, disinfectant alcohol, and also as much as she could get. Then, through the WeChat applet, I hung up the online specialist number of the gastroenterology department of the authoritative tertiary hospital in Anzhou. After a consultation and questioning, it was determined that the symptoms of the northern Liao soldiers were undoubtedly cholera. After getting medication advice and prevention and control methods from the experts, Fang Jinju continued to place orders for medicines, oral rehydration solution, anti-inflammatory, anti-diarrhea, repair of intestinal mucosa. As much as the pharmacy has in stock she orders. In the time it took to collect the goods one after another, Fang Jinju made a careful list of how to use each medicine, and then wrote a few lines of cautionary exclamation heavily at the end. Isolation. Exterminate. Wash and sanitize your hands anytime you are exposed. Definitely must be strictly enforced. Barracks. In half a day's time, The number of people suffering from vomiting and diarrhea had increased by several hundred, and the cholera epidemic was spreading rapidly, leaving the entire barracks shrouded in fear and despair. Instead of dying at the hands of the enemy's iron horse, shall they end up at the hands of an epidemic? Chapter 60. The goddess has said that cholera can be cured. Vice Admiral Yi. It's all my fault. It's me who dragged you down. Dragged everyone down. Isolating the tent. The soldier who first appeared under the storm weakly said to Yi Tingxian, "Please, kill me." His whole eye and face were sunken. His lips were white and gray with death, and the shirt and pants and old mattress under him were already filthy to the touch. It's our duty to capture the enemy spy. You don't know that the enemy spy has contracted an epidemic, and you don't want to drag everyone down with you. Don't say such demoralizing things. With the general and the goddess here, we'll all be fine. Outside the military tent, Yi Tingxian, who was wearing a mask, had only spoken a few words before dense beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He was also infected, still only the early stage of the disease, a day on the stomach more than a dozen times. At the moment, although still can barely stand, but the body is also a little wobbly and weak. After examination, since the goddess sent rations, no one has eaten insects, ants, grass roots and the like, and the only trace of this is that the dozen or so soldiers who were sick were replaced by replacement duty from the city patrol just 2 days ago. Before they returned to the barracks, they had captured a few Chengwu enemy spies, and made much contact during the torture. The general has sent pallbearers and military doctors to examine the bodies of several enemy scouts abandoned in the mass graves, and it is true that they also have cholera. The source of the cholera was, in all probability, these enemy spies. Now think about it. The process of capturing these few enemy spies was too smooth, and during the torture they seem to have saved the will of certain death. So this is all a conspiracy of Changwu against Northern Lia. This time, it's hopeless. The soldier's eyes looked at the roof of the tent in disbelief. It's cholera. It's the plague. No city, in all of history, has survived the plague. This is a holocaust that the gods and goddesses have no way of stopping. How else is it that not a single history book records a precedent of a plague being cured? Speaking here, he turned his head to look at Yi Tingxian. Vice General, it's not too late. You kill and burn us all. The ashes should also be buried deeply, so as not to let the plague continue to spread. Yes, Vice General, kill us. As long as you kill us, Northern Liao will still be saved. Let's do it now before it spreads completely. For a while, the other soldiers also turned their heads and agreed, looking at Yi Tingxian with eyes that were all determined. Please. Their bodies will not last 2 more days, so they might as well be killed and buried immediately. And perhaps the epidemic can be controlled to continue to deteriorate. They're not afraid to die. The only regret was that they couldn't die on the battlefield, in vain of this life given to them by their parents. Yi Tingxuan's eyes turned red. Shut up. If General and Goddess don't agree, even if Hades comes, he won't be able to take our lives easily. A sharp cry made his belly convulse, and he ran out with a pale face before he could speak. Seeing this, the soldier's eyes were clouded with the exact same deathly aura. After a few moments of silence, one of the soldiers sat up with all his strength and reached down to pull a short knife from the side of his boot. It was a small gesture that seemed to drain his strength. It also tugs at the tacit agreement of others. Then one after another the soldiers all fought to sit up and feel for the weapons that were never far from them. At the end of the day, they held on to their breath and looked at each other 2 by 2. Their eyes were all dead, but the corners of their mouths were grinning in relief. You are not alone on the road to the Yellow Springs when you have a brother to keep you company. The goddess has given a miracle cure for cholera. A military doctor ran to the entrance of the military tent in ecstasy, and saw the soldiers trying their best to hold a knife up to their necks, instantly turning pale with fear. What are you guys doing? Not caring about being infected. He darted forward and reached out to snatch the soldiers' swords. Although the military doctor was wearing a mask, he couldn't hide his reddened eyes. If you guys are like this, how can you stand up to Dr. Huang, who took good care of you? The soldiers had red eyes, but could not shed a single tear because of dehydration. We apologize to Dr. Huang. We also apologize to our brothers. It's us who have harmed everyone. As long as we die, we can reduce the spread of the epidemic. The goddess has said that cholera can be cured. The military doctor said heavily. Vice General Xiong has already sent the divine medicine given by the goddess to the barracks. The big guys are saved. General and goddess haven't given up on us. How can you give up on yourselves first? Dr. Wang is right. The king of Yen has not yet come to the door, so he is scared to give his life with both hands. Xiong Dali, who was wearing a mask and a protective suit, assisted the deflated Yi Tingxian to the door of the military tent, and fiercely glared at the soldiers inside. You really don't deserve to be the sons and daughters of my Chu family army. The sons and daughters of my Chu family army will either die in battle or live to the last moment with eyes wide open. Never kill themselves. The soldiers hung their already unsupportable heads in shame. Okay, bring out the sacred medicine to save your life. Yi Tingxian, whose entire body was dying to hang on to Xiongdali, spoke. If you keep on talking nonsense, I'll really be hopeless. I'm still so young. I haven't even married my daughter-in-law yet. I don't want to die. He then looked harmoniously at the soldiers in the army tent. Hold on to me. If you survive, I'll take the lead, and we'll go to the general to ask for a daughter-in-law. Otherwise we'd be in for a lifetime of losses. Although the voice is breathless, but the words in the head of the desire to live directly pull full, immovable ignited the soldiers in the heart of the vitality. Yeah, the general and the goddess didn't abandon them, so what are they pretending about? Vice Admiral Xiong scolded. Right, even if it is inevitable to die, then before swallowing the breath, we must try our best to hold on to life. Soon, a team of tightly guarded Chu family troops came into the tent in a row, and according to the explanation of the goddess, all kinds of pills and potions were fed to the soldiers in order. Following the general's orders, Xiong vigorously divided all the military tents in the camp into 5. The division between healthy, first symptoms, mild and severe is clear. The Chu family troops who took care of the sick were also segregated in a separate military tent, and if any of them were unfortunate enough to catch it, they would immediately be segregated out, and then a new one would come in to replace them. Even the caterers who burned the fire were divided into 5 waves, cooking and delivering meals one-on-one to the military tents in the 5 districts. The goddess also sent hundreds of spray cans, filled with water mixed with disinfectant powder, which sprayed a wide and fine mist of water. Xiongdali transferred another team to specialize in extermination. Inside the army tents, burning cooking utensils, swords, guns, clothing, and even the campground were eliminated every hour. Disinfectant powder is even more money to pour into the incineration pool, the bottom of the pit surface. Each of the disinfectant powder is half a finger deep. After arranging everything and handing over the military camp to Lu Qi to supervise, Xiongdali brought 500 Chu family troops and directly entered the city. The people of the city have not yet changed, but the goddess has said that they must also be eliminated and protected. But anyone with symptoms must be isolated immediately. Better to be wrong than wrong. Granary. After the bookcase, Chu Yi was staring silently at the woman in the video for an instant. Chapter 61. Even with the help of the gods, Bei Liao is in trouble this time. Surprisingly, it's Chang Wu who's behind this. It took Fang Jinju a while to come to her senses, and then anger spread across her face. Are all the Chang Wu people not beasts who kill to death? They have no fear of life at all. Even beasts will only kill the weak to survive. Not wantonly, but the Chang Wu people may just because last time, by the northern Liao without war feel shame. So to destroy a city, annihilation of tens of thousands of innocent lives. It's the same thing as the Japanese who invaded China back in the day. Chu Yi's eyes crossed a touch of bitterness. Tang Wu main country. In front of the Chang Wu who still only groveling part. Not to mention the small northern Liao. This world, always is the strong man's anvil. Oneself is not strong. Can only become the bystander's wantonly slaughter of the chopping block of meat. Fang Jinju was silent again. Chu Yi was right. It doesn't matter if it's the northern Liao of 2000 years ago, or the current state of China. If you are not strong enough, you will only be beaten and humiliated. The people of China can now enjoy peace and comfort, but also because the motherland is getting stronger and stronger. So strong that even if the neighboring countries have coveted jealousy, but also do not dare to come at will to violate. The road to peace and tranquility in Bei Liao is thorny and bumpy. It is a heavy task and a long way to go. Jinju, do you know that in the past, Xiangwu simply did not bother to use their brains to deal with northern Liao by any conspiratorial means, preferring the brutality and roughness of the Iron Horsemen pressing against the border, as they enjoyed the terror and powerlessness of northern Liao when they faced them. In the video, Chu Yi's lips rippled with a smile. But now, they have even started to use conspiracy to target Bei Liao, which is not a kind of honor for Bei Liao, because it's enough to show that the northern Liao at the moment has already made Chang Wu jealous, and it's all because you showed up. It smiled but did not reach the bottom of his eyes, and those dark, deep eyes were full of powerlessness thwarted by cruel reality. Fang Jinju's eyes condensed with dense pain. Chu Yi, have you ever thought that one day, northern Liao could be as strong as China? At those words, Chu Yi was silent for a moment, and at the end, he said softly, if one day, northern Liao can be as strong as the state of China, I shall live without regret. But this wish is hard to come by. Fang Jinju moved closer, attempting to let Chu Yi see the seriousness and determination in her eyes. There will definitely be that day. Late, but definitely arriving. Qiangwu border. Grand Prince Tuoba Jun sat in the seat of the upper marshal that had once belonged to Yuhausi, listening to the news reported by the scouts with a warm face. The face is gentle, a pair of peach blossom eyes but hidden imperceptible ferocious cruelty. like at any time will break through the boundaries of the beast. Do not know when will take a person's life. Your Highness, the city of Northern Liao has been infected with epidemics one after another. In less than 10 days, the city of Northern Liao will surely die. Tuoba Jun's face was colorless, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. Very well. Your Highness, the scout hesitated and said nervously, Bei Liao is blessed by the gods. Will we make this move? Tuoba Jun picked up his wine glass and took a small sip. His warm face was all intoxicated. Gods? Oh, it's true that there are no wise soldiers under a stupid general. You Hausi that Lin's developed simple-minded. Will only brute force method. Let my Chang will 100,000 army by that North Liao Chuyi is a monkey like a joke. Obviously do not move a soldier upon a pay can be done. He is a big fuss Let Chang will become a joke of the three countries. But this stupid bastard's move is a stepping stone for this emperor's feet. And it's a good way to die. The disease of cholera has no cure in ancient or modern times, not to mention that it's much more than that. Even with the help of the gods, Northern Liao is still in trouble this time. When Northern Liao died in the city, it was the time for him to build up his success and honor, and he was one step away from the position of the crown prince. It worked. The next day, in the Northern Liao military camp, a military doctor excitedly rushed out of the gravely ill tent, the divine medicine given by the goddess. It's working. Lu Qi and the others who were patrolling the barracks rushed forward to check the situation, but after taking 2 doses of the medicine, 16 seriously ill soldiers, from yesterday to this morning, still leaked 3 or 4 times, but compared to the previous incontinence, it was already a great improvement. Although their bodies were still weak, some essence had been born under everyone's eyes, mildly ill, such as Yi Tingxian, yesterday's frail son, and changed back to that lively major general. Do you now regret what you did yesterday? Yi Tingshuan's mouth under his mask grinned with great pride, teasing without mercy the few people who had tried to kill themselves yesterday. Regret so much. It was stupid of us. When I get well, I'm going to kneel for a day and a night to redeem myself for slighting the general and the goddess. Yeah, count me in. I'll kneel too. And me. In addition to the goddess, we also need to kneel to thank Dr. Wang. Yes. Without Dr. Wang, the divine maiden's divine medicine won't be able to save us this time. A dozen soldiers recovered their lives, ashamed and afraid. They were incredibly fortunate that Dr. Wang came in time, otherwise they would have been strands of souls repenting right now. Who wants to beg for death if they have a chance to live? Lu Qi pressed the intercom and excitedly reported the happy news to Chu Yi. Great! Saved! Granary! Chu old lady just happened to deliver the meal over, happened to hear the good news, happy to the point of tears of joy. Goddess again and again to help the Northern Liao out of danger. My wife but cannot do anything for her. Alas. The tightness under Chu Ye's eyes also loosened a bit, and he smiled towards old lady Chu. Mother, my son is going to give the divine maiden a good news report, so you can say thank you in person. Old lady Chu was shaken and violently tightened the handkerchief in her hand. Mother can really speak with the goddess? These days, Bei Liao as a wave has not yet subsided wave after wave. She knows her son's heart is burdened with tired. Do not dare to add a trace of annoyance to him, every time to send a meal on the hasty departure. For the goddess, she has only heard, and never had to see its appearance. Now that she had her son's approval, how could she not be excited? Chu Yi nodded and dialed the video right after. Chu Yi, is there news coming from the military camp? How is it? Just after the video was connected, Fong Jinju couldn't wait to follow up, her mouth still gulping something. Elder Lady Chu and Sister Wei glanced at each other nervously and expectantly, and couldn't help but tug at the dress on their bodies. The party just reported from the military camp, saying that the medicine has taken effect. The number of times those with severe cases have leaked has significantly decreased, and those with mild cases are basically unharmed. Chu Ye's eyebrows and lips rippled with a touch of tenderness. In the video, the woman's white-faced cheeks bulged and swelled, her vermilion lips opened and closed because of her sharp chewing, and she stared at herself with a pair of big eyes in nervous anticipation. So it's really a different kind of dainty and cute. Really? Fong Jinju swallowed her food and pounded her choking chest. Great! Oh great! She got up and paced back and forth in front of the dining room table, smiling like a kindergartner who had completed a paper given by a college professor and gotten a perfect score. It's unparalleled happiness and fulfillment. Rue Shu Shu, who was burying her head to eat, looked up and smiled a simple and sweet smile, and the rice in her mouth smelled even better. Old Lady Chu and Sister Wei clasped each other's hands. The goddess was so happy that she turned off her voice. She really had her heart set on Beilio. The woman's extreme joy rendered Chu Ye's mood a color as well, the corners of her lips blooming even wider. Jin Zhu, my mother would like to speak with you. Is that feasible? Fong Jinju's feet snapped. Ha! Chapter 62, You have given me love and mercy, I shall repay you with filial piety. Yeah. Reacting. Fong Jinju hurriedly sat down and stood the cell phone in front of the water cup. Her waist and back straightened. It just gives me the opportunity to thank old lady face to face. The purse pendant on the cell phone. The snacks that have been changed over the past few days. The handkerchief embroidered with the word Jean and the comfortable embroidered shoes. As well as an antique hairpin. Although she had never even met her face. Old Lady Chu's loving kindness had traveled through the gates of time and space, nourishing her time and time again. It was a whole different feeling than when the two youngest Chu Yi had been nice to her. It's eating, wearing, using, and not being able to stop thinking about your mom's motions. With a slight shaking of the video, a middle-aged woman with kind brows and clean clothes jumped onto the screen. Fong Jinju's already smiling brows were haloed with respect and politeness. Hello old madam, I'm Fong Jinju. Thank you old madam for taking care of me during this period of time. The dim sum you made is especially delicious, and I also like and love the pawpaw and shoes. It's just that hairpin. It's just a bit too expensive. Jinju feels ashamed to receive it. Goddess. I am Ye's mother. Seeing the video towards their own sweet smile like a flower of the pretty woman. Chu old lady hate even the hair strands are detained on the smile. You like it? Like it. I was afraid of not being able to enter your eyes nah. Even if I were to give you my wife's life. You'd deserve it. Let alone a hairpin. My wife only hates that what she can do for the goddess right now is too little and too little. Chu old lady's gratitude almost overflowed the screen and out. Fong Jinju eyes flickered with emotion. Old lady, whoever encounters this kind of situation, will not sit idly by, to help the northern Liao. For me is also a blessing. You don't have to be overly mindful. Also, I'm just an ordinary girl. The title of goddess is really terrifying to me. You and Chu Yi are the same. Call me Jean Ju. Old lady Chu looked to Chu Yi. When she saw her son nod, she was relieved. Fine, all listen to the goddess. Fong Jinju smiled and revised. It's Jean Ju. Old lady Chu lightly clapped her mouth and laughed along. Jean Ju. The name feels, when conjured from the mouths of elders. Fong Jinju curved her eyes. That's nice. Elderly lady Chu and sister Wei looked at each other before all pleased favorite. What a nice girl. Every word that came out was like honeyed water poured over the heart, making it sweet all around. Jean Ju ah. The sweetness of the heart in the corners of Chu old lady's mouth and eyes rippled open. The bottom is still wrapped in love and heartache. Good child. This period of time, really suffering you. North Liao's difficult one level after another. You and my son the same. Must be bad to eat and sleep, but my wife can't help anything. This hard day after day in oil frying is difficult. Speaking here, as if she thought of something, the bottom of her eyes filled with bright anticipation. Jinju ah, how about this? You write a favorite recipe and send it over. In the future you don't need to bother cooking. 3 meals a day will be made for you by my wife and sister Wei. And definitely you and Ruaruashu Shushu will be raised to a white and fat size. And also, the dirty clothes that you and the 2 children change out of, send them over here every day as well. And my wife will wash them. In short, laundry and cooking will be left to me in the future. And you and IE will devote yourselves to the management of Beiliao and to your own bodies. Okay? The old lady can't wait to be concerned. Listening to Fong Jinju's eyes and nose sour, she waved her hand repeatedly. No. Before the words of polite refusal could be uttered, old lady Chu's smiling face collapsed into resignation. Jinju ah, do you dislike me for not cooking well and worry that I can't wash the laundry? Why don't you let me try for a few days first? If you don't think I'm good enough, I promise I won't mention it again. And I won't make you feel bad, okay? Sister Wei also hurriedly came forward to concur. Right. Miss Jean Ju, just give New and the old woman a chance. Let us do something for you. The caution on the faces of the elders blocked Fong Jinju's words of refusal in her throat, and for a while she was at a loss. Cooking doesn't really take much effort, and there are washing machines for laundry. How could she feel good about letting her elders suffer for her? Jean Ju, promise mother. Shu Yi turned the video to himself and said earnestly, let us do something for you. If we can make it easier for you, it will be peace of mind for us. Grandmother, sister, clothes, Shu wash. Suddenly Shu also came up, revealing a cute little head. Shu, will wash. Rue also came over. Then Rue, wash your sister's shoes. Shuya's few people were stunned for a moment, and then they revealed a pleased amusement. Okay, grandmother won't steal credit from Rue Shu. We grandchildren will divide up the work and work together to take good care of sister Jinju. Okay, grandmother, how do you divide the labor? Well, grandmother can't go to her sister's side, so she can only do some washing and cooking, but Rue Shushu is with her sister at all times, so she can pour water for her sister, serve her rice, clip her food and so on. As long as you guys can do something, you can help your sister to do it okay? Okay then shoo shoo. Don't steal from grandmother. Rue listens to grandma. An old man and two young people you a sentence and I a sentence. Words hate to Fong Jinju clothes to stretch hands and food to open mouth is good. Fong Jinju a heart was swollen by the warmth and the expansion, and finally could not hold. Turned into a moving wetness from the bottom of the eyes up. Old madam, just as I spit out a few words, my throat choked with acid and bloating and I couldn't speak. Kids, old lady Chu said softly, I deplore the fact that you are alone. If you don't mind, you can treat my wife as half a mother who does anything for her child. That's as good as anything. Fong Jinju's tears, after all, were not held back and fell unexpectedly. Instead, the corners of her mouth grinned in happiness. It's so nice, I'm a child with a mother's heart again. In modern times, there are a group of uncles to protect. In ancient times, there is Mrs. Chu cherish. The loss of both parents of the vacancy was filled to the full with overflow. Dad, Mom, did you see that? I have someone to care for me and look after me for you, so you can go and be happy little children in peace. Old lady Chu followed and wiped her tears. Child, don't cry. Wifey, I look heartbroken. Hurry up and pack up your dirty clothes and send them over. I'll leave you and ye to your business. Fong Jinju quickly agreed. Not only sent over a number of dirty clothes and dirty shoes, but also sent over laundry detergent stain remover, shoe brushes and other convenient supplies. Of course, also comes with the method of use. Thou hast given me love and mercy, and I shall repay thee with filial piety. When the cholera crisis in Balia was completely lifted, she would have to study things and objects that could amuse the old madam. Chu old lady just joyfully took a pile of dirty clothes to go. Chu Yi waste intercom rang. General, it's not good. The city is still peaceful, but there are already 7 or 8 villages on the outskirts of the city, with more than 1,000 people suffering from epidemics. There is more than cholera. Many of them have rashes and fever, as if they have contracted smallpox. There are also people who have no symptoms of any disease, but die violently of asphyxiation overnight. Chapter 63 If there is no God in this world, then I will act as that God. Xiong Dali's voice came out eagerly from the intercom. General, the situation is far more serious than the barracks. Chuya's body trembled with rage, and he slammed his fist on the bookcase. Simply bereft of conscience, the already stale bookcase was dented right out of the way. The peak of his fist was instantly drenched in blood. I thought that by taking the life of that thug Yu Haoxi, Bei Liao would be able to take a breather, but I didn't want to realize that the new general was 100 times more despicable and cruel than Yu Haoxi. Xiong Dali, immediately isolate the people with different diseases. Even with his rage, Shu Yi didn't forget to order at the first opportunity. For the subsequent arrangements, wait for this general's order. Yes, General. Jinju said that differentiated quarantine and checking at all times is the most effective way to block the continued spread of the epidemic. Bar none. Only by stopping the spread of the infection can subsequent treatments be truly effective. Otherwise, even if the people are cured on the front foot, they will be infected twice, week after week. And when the epidemic becomes resistant to the medicine, then it will really be hopeless. After conveying the order to Xiong Dali, he also ordered Lu Qi to immediately mobilize 2,000 Chu Jia troops with 2 military doctors and protective supplies and run to the village where the epidemic occurred. After deploying everything according to the chapter and verse he learned from Jin Zhu, Chu Yi then dialed Jin Zhu's video. Fong Jinju picked up the first time. Chu Yi, what's wrong? Before the Bailio cholera was completely cleared, she didn't dare to take half a step away from the dormitory, in order to allow Chu Yi to find her whenever and wherever she wanted. In order to avoid Feng Zhou and the two of them to see the clues, Fong Jinju gave them a full schedule of work: feeding livestock, contacting livestock hatchling vendors, preparing post-production video promotion copy, started moving ahead with her new farm plans. Moreover, the two little ones were simply the little roundworms in Fong Jinju's belly. In the past 2 days, one of them stuck behind Feng Zhou as a little tail, coaxing the two girls to play with them willingly in the fragments of time after work, without Fong Jinju having to worry about it at all. Jin Zhu, the cholera in the barracks is under control for the time being, but the situation in the villages in the city is even more dire than in the barracks. Shu Ye's tone was grave, but his face was slightly lighter than when he first heard about the Hua chaos, and he said the news that Xiong Dali had reported to him word for word. Fong Jinju's temples jutted as she listened, anger surging wildly through her body. Xianggu had actually spread several epidemics in the territory of northern Liao. It is simply heartbreaking. Damn it. Chu Yi. Even if Fong Jinju's temper was good, she couldn't endure a bit more. She stared angrily at the man in the video. Her pink fists on the table were clenched with a handful of anger. Xianggu tyrannical. It is the weakness of the countries indulged in, It must be beaten into submission with violence. Otherwise there will never be an end to the scourge like today. If there is no God in this world, then I will act as that God. We must make the Chang Wuhu thugs realize that there is a God 3 feet above their heads, and that this world will not allow them to act recklessly. Slender posture, as if burning with the power to burn down the injustice of the world, but also a silver armor set holding the immortal gun, can punish violence and eliminate evil unstoppable. At this moment, Shu Yi actually drifted into a trance and felt the wrath of the god of war from Fang Jinju. Amazement and awe exploded one after another in the bottom of his eyes, and his soul began to tremble madly as if it had sensed a compatible couple. He got up and took half a step back, and as he clasped his fists, he knelt devoutly on one knee. Then Shu Yi would like to be the sword of the gods, to cut down the tyranny of the world, and to guard the righteousness and tranquility of the world. When the hard, loud voice exits, the words are burned into the chest, an unwavering faith to follow. The anger in the bottom of Fang Jinju's eyes calmed down a little, but her chest still trembled unevenly. Shu Yi, don't be like this, get up, quickly. Thank you for not mocking my arrogance and still believing in me so much to support me. Shu Yi, I'm not speaking out of turn in the heat of the moment, but the pain of Bei Liao, I feel it. What's the difference between Xiang Wu's move and the Japanese massacre of China's El King? At that time, when the Chinese people faced the cruelty and tyranny of the Japanese invaders, how did they cry out for help? But she can't change anything. She can only silently mourn and feel sorry for the hundreds of thousands of innocent souls. But this time, Bei Liao has her. She must not stand by and watch such a bloody history play out again. Thinking about it, Fang Jinju pressed her anger to the bottom of her heart and looked at Shu Yi and said seriously, Xiangwu is sure to cure it ruthlessly, but the first order of business is to control the epidemic first. Shu Yi nodded solemnly and rejoined the bookcase to sit on the end. I have already distinguished and isolated the patients according to the method you taught Jin Zhu, and those who got cholera should have already taken the medication at this moment, and won't be in any serious trouble. But smallpox and another epidemic will require Jinju's help. Fang Jinju face a little clear. Do not worry, smallpox is also curable in our place. I will buy medicines and send them over in a while. The method of isolation and elimination is the same as cholera. Speaking here, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled uncontrollably again. It's the asphyxiation and violent death that you just said came ferociously. It's a bit fishy. Don't hang up the video. Hurry up and contact the military doctor. Let him tell us the diagnosis. The day after she bought the cell phone, she bought 10 more rechargeable treasure, 5x5 to rotate the charge to Chu Yi to send over. Do not have to worry about his cell phone is out of power. Once the epidemic in Bei Liao is under control, it looks like the purchase of solar power panels will be on the agenda as well. Epidemic villages, typhoid isolation area. Seeing Xiong Dali come with a military doctor, all of them cried out and knelt and kowtowed toward him, begging him to save their lives. General Xiong, please save my father, please. General Xiong, overnight both my parents died violently, and now my child is also experiencing this symptom. Look at him, he's so uncomfortable, he can't catch his breath. Please let the military doctors save my child first. OKO. What kind of disease is this? A dozen people died in the village in one night. What the hell happened? Did someone do something sinful and angered the goddess? That's why the goddess sent down this epidemic to punish us? Who in the world is ill-intentioned to kill everyone? Some people have lost both parents one after another, holding the bodies of their deceased parents and crying to the sky. There were also young women holding children whose lives hung in the balance, their faces filled with rivers of tearful despair. Xiong Dali's eyes were full of grief and indignation. His hand holding the hilt of the knife was so hard that it turned white and lost blood, and he hurriedly asked the military doctor to come forward to check on the situation of the asphyxiated child. The child's mouth issued a barking like wheezing. Small hands unconsciously grabbed the throat, face extremely painful. See people more than heartbreaking. After a round of pulse cutting and face diagnosis, the doctor's brow was worried and doubtful. Can only be diagnosed out of the situation, said in the bear vigorously. Fearing that he had related incorrectly, Xiong Dali pressed the intercom directly to the medic's mouth. General, the disease of smallpox can be determined without doubt, but another epidemic burst. The old man has never seen. The old military doctor's florid eyebrows were furrowed in shame. I'm not a good doctor. I really can't determine what the disease is. His voice was the same over the intercom and video, falling directly into Fang Jinju's ears. Fang Jinju busily said, Boss, don't be in a hurry. Please tell me the symptoms of this disease first. The woman's clear brittle voice from the intercom and the hands of Xiong vigorously out of the people in deep water, like the voice of God. It's the goddess. Chapter 64. We might as well take advantage of the epidemic. The mournful cries stopped almost instantly. The people, straining for a near collapse, looked over in unison, uncertain anticipation in their eyes. Only the goddess can save them now. The old military doctor's beard trembled with excitement.
God. Goddess, wait a moment. Allow the old man to confirm it again. He actually spoke to the goddess. When the goddess asked, he had to be careful and not make any mistakes. Reporting back to goddess, this child has a fever of 38 degrees and 7. Breathing is difficult, and there is a sound of whining and barking in his throat. Other than that, there are no other symptoms. As the military doctor spoke, Fong Jinju crackled and tapped out keywords in the search bar. It was a good thing that at the time of the cholera, she had sent for easy access to a recognizable temperature gun, and it was good to know the exact temperature right now so that she could be generous with the antipyretics. Fever, difficult breathing, barking and panting. Looking at the swish out of the piece of information, Fong Jinju's eyes dawned at the same time. Doubt and uncertainty surged up one after another. Acute laryngitis? Fong Jinju's finger on the mouse hangs frozen. In her perception, laryngitis is a very common condition, caused by colds, fevers and even fire, but she'd never heard that laryngitis could kill a person overnight. Unless it's something vaguely flashed in Fong Jinju's mind, and she hurriedly opened a certain voice and searched for Dr. WZ's account in the follow list. This is a very big-hearted healer blogger who is working all the time to educate the general public about rare diseases in common-sense medicine. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Fong Jinju really found one from the list. A popular science video on urticaria-type acute laryngeal edema caused by allergy. Goddess? Dare I ask the goddess if she knows what kind of disease this is? Another careful inquiry from the old medic came over the intercom. Fong Jinju was busy calming down. Boss, we still need to confirm it again. Look at the patient's throats to see if they are swollen and blocking the airway, and then carefully check their whole body to see if there are any wind masses or measles or something like that. The old army doctor responded evenly and hurriedly did as he was told. Sure enough, each patient's throat was swollen and blocking the airway, so it's no wonder they suffocated. There are also many people on all 4 limbs and bodies have risen the wind ball. Just the village has not been bathed for a long time. Many people thought it was caused by lice bites. No one attention. After some questioning, Fong Jinju was almost certain that all these patients had acute laryngeal edema caused by allergy. Boss man, I know. Tell the people that this disease can be cured. This disease is curable. The people had been listening with their ears open to the conversation between the military doctor and the goddess, and as soon as Fong Jinju's words were spoken, all of them wept with joy. General Bear, after confirming the diagnosis, Fong Jinju furiously placed orders for medicines while taking advantage of the gap to call out. Shom Dali was shaken. The last general is here. Please goddess command. It will take at least an hour or so for the medicine to be delivered. And in the meantime there are bound to be patients who can't wait for the life-saving medicine to arrive because they are suffocating. So, Fong Jinju paused before continuing. That's why someone needs to blow mouth-to-mouth on them to make sure they're breathing smoothly. In fact, the best way is to cut open the trachea and intubate. But ancient medical science can't do that. The only thing you can do is artificial respiration, which if done in the right way should be enough to last until the medicine is sent over. Available at. Leaving aside the question of whether the ancients could accept artificial respiration as a shocking method, they considered laryngeal edema to be an epidemic that was contagious and difficult to administer. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Shon Dali froze. Mouth-to-mouth blowing? Goddess, is there any other method? Human life is at stake. Mouth-to-mouth is something we can reluctantly accept, but epidemics are contagious. Yes, it's not worth it to save the bystanders, but to infect yourself with the disease. The people were also in an uproar, full of worried disbelief. Before Fong Jinju could say anything, Shui intercepted in a deep voice. Shon Dali. Shon Dali instantly came back to his senses. His eyes were awe-inspiring. General, the last general knows the mistake. From the moment the goddess gave food to Northern Liao, our lives are all the goddesses. The goddess's order. Even if it's a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire, the last general shouldn't be hesitant. Not to mention that the goddess is letting under me to save the people. My lord will arrange it. Chu family army listened to the order. One person guards a sick person. Immediately blow to save the person as requested by the goddess. Without any hesitation, the Chu family army clattered and spread out in front of the patient, ready to save him. See this scene. The shame of the people is deafening. The goddess and the Chu family army are doing their best to try to save their loved ones and companions. But they are. Thinking of this, the people who are not infected for the time being have come forward, proposing to rotate with the Chu family army to save people. The intercom arguing retreats sound a little noisy, but Fong Jinju feel like heavenly music. She relieved. Everyone rest assured. This is an ordinary throat disease. Look dangerous, but the contagious is not high, even if not very infected. I can guarantee that everyone is safe and sound. Hearing this, the people more and more no worries, have opened their mouths to let the Chu family army to busy other. Here by them. Chu Yi. After the words finished, Fong Jinju seemed to figure out what looked to Chu Yi. This throat disease is caused by allergies.
Must be Chang Wuhu and the people's food or water sources cast sensitizing things.
Chu Yi immediately understood. I will now send people to check in each village one by one.
We need to purge the source.
Aha, and why don't we take the epidemic thing into account? 3 days later, Qiangwu Garrison Camp. Well, Tuoba Jun asked as he idly shook his fan all over again.
The scout across the door of the army tent.
One by one back, although we do not dare to approach. But and your highness's prediction is the same. 2 days ago in the city of Northern Liao wailed all over the place.
The burning smoke rose up in all directions, and across 2 miles can smell the smell of carrion burnt.
But today there's almost no movement. I'm afraid that if there's another day, this Northern Liao will be completely turned into a dead city. Tuoba Jun peach blossom eyes used slightly narrowed. Snapped collected the fan. Oh, 3 kinds of epidemics invasion. If you can still survive, then this prince will personally cut his own head. To that Chu Yi as a ball kick. Come on people, serve pen and ink. This prince will immediately write a sonata to father. With that,
he looked askance at the silhouettes of the scouts on the military tent, and drag all the military scouts who went to the north this time to bury them 2 miles away.
Chapter 65. Can it be that there is really a god who exists 3 feet above his head? The night beast descends,
engulfing all the light in this world without mercy.
At the end, spit out a moon bone,
and a few star skeletons,
like a handout to the world of man. Even so, there are those who desperately want to catch this last weak light to live. Brothers, don't blame us for being hard-hearted. This is the order of the Grand Emperor. We can't help it. Yes, we know that you are aggrieved and unwilling,
but there is a head for every grievance and a debtor for every debt.
When you get down there, don't come back to us. It's all because of the Grand Prince's order for us to bury you alive, and we don't want to. Right, it's us who will die for disobeying orders. So if you have any grudges, you should go to the Grand Prince to settle them. 2 miles away from the Qiangwu camp,
a dozen or so Qiangwu soldiers were wielding shovels to fill in the pit, filling it in while rambling in a heartfelt manner towards the people at the bottom of the pit.
2 men deep in the earthen pit,
the 6 military scouts were bundled into a circle,
sitting back to back around the bottom of the pit.
Their mouths were gagged so tightly that they could only let out unwilling and terrified pleas for mercy from their throats. The desire for survival in the bottom of several eyes was as intense and piercing as the darkness could not even cover. The soldiers on the pit didn't dare to meet their eyes, only wanting to hurry to escape after carrying out their orders as soon as possible.
Rumble. Suddenly,
a blast of thunder crossed over their heads and tore through the sky above the Qiangwu camp.
It's heavenly thunder.
It must be because we have done this evil thing of harming heaven and earth that the elder god has sent down heavenly thunderbolts to warn us. A dozen or so soldiers almost dropped their shovels in fear,
looking around in panic,
as if they were afraid that lightning would come down directly from the sky. The military scouts who were half buried in the pit also shrunk in fear in unison.
In the barracks, Tuoba Jun, who was comfortably lying in the tub and soaking in the bath, snapped his eyes open. What's the situation outside? Immediately,
a soldier rushed in panic and knelt down to report.
Great prince, it's not good. Just now a heavenly thunderbolt suddenly appeared over the camp.
It's exactly the same as the heavenly thunderbolt when we previously violated Northern Liao.
Tuoba Jun frowned,
then he showed a sneer on his face.
A thunder is just a thunder, but it scared you into. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
3 heavenly thunderbolts in a row blasted off Tuoba Jun's words, and the sudden change of events scared him, his body shrinking uncontrollably towards the water.
Reacting,
he looked at the soldier with an unkind look in his eyes. The soldier shuddered and hurriedly turned around, a look of horror on his face. The Grand Prince was most disgusted with bystanders seeing him in his ugly state and would definitely order him to be killed.
Grand Prince,
born with a strange change,
please ask the Grand Prince to come out and deliberate.
The vice-general's voice came sharply from the outside of the army tent.
Tuoba Jun looked at the soldiers with a shadowy look. What are you waiting for?
Don't wait for this imperial prince to change. The soldier did as he was told in fear.
When Tuoba Jun was dressed,
he coldly dropped a sentence.
Before I come back, I only want to see your corpse.
The soldiers were instantly drowned in dead air.
What is it that has disturbed this emperor's bath?
Tuoba Jun walked out of the tent with his back hand, his face unusually ugly. The 40,000 Qiangwu army in the barracks had already gathered towards the schoolyard in the middle of the camp, everyone looking unusually panicked. This great commotion only made Tuoba Jun feel annoyed. It's only a few heavenly thunderbolts. Why is it so bad? The great prince does not know that the last time commander you led us to invade Northern Liao, the heavens sent down this heavenly thunder.
And, moreover, words of warning from the heavens appeared in the air. Yes, great prince, do not take this lightly. Several vice-generals hurriedly came forward and spoke away,
each with a look of trepidation in their eyes. Tuoba Jun raised his head to look at the sky and snorted coldly.
Are you trying to say that this prince has cast the poison of the epidemic on northern Liao, which is against the way of heaven? So the heavens have reproduced the warning? Several vice-generals looked at each other, although they did not dare to open their mouths, but all their bodies responded. Exactly. Bunch of losers. Tuoba Jun raised his hand, and the fan hit hard on top of one of the men's helmets. If there is truly a god, would he not wait until the northern Liao had died in the city before sending down a warning? He looked up at the sky. It's just a sign before a thunderstorm. Boom. Snap. Another thunderbolt exploded over the camp, and sparks splashed through the night, condensing into a large line in the air. The Qiangu thugs, who appear to have human lives and kill wantonly, should be put to death. The Qiangu thugs, who appear to have human lives and kill wantonly, should be put to death. Immediately following that, one after another, a succession of heavenly thunderous signals exploded in the air. The bottom of Tuoba Jun's eyes were shocked with the color of surprise, and his pupils shrunk violently. Obviously, this was no ordinary sign of a thunderstorm. Can it be that there is really a god 3 feet above your head? 2 miles away, 10,000 Chu family troops were standing by. Only when the fireworks in the distant sky completely disappeared did Chu Yi order in a deep voice. March forward another mile. 10,000 Chu family troops moved on command and slowly marched forward. At the center of the military formation, a giant beast 5 feet tall was mixed in, also slowly sinking forward with the army. It's a stone thrower. 3 days ago, the goddess sent a large number of wood tools including learning videos, and the general called all the carpenters in the city and gathered the strength of 1,000 people to rush to build it day and night. It has been tried and tested, and can throw 100 pounds of boulder, up to 100 feet away. The power can be enormous. Qiangu camp. Everyone is terrified. Grand Prince, why don't we withdraw our troops and return to the city first? Yes, Great Prince. If anything happens to you, how can we explain to His Majesty? We'd better withdraw to the city first and inform His Majesty of this vision. The last time they saw Yohousi's headless body being humped back by a horse, a few vice-generals were scared out of their wits, and at the moment they were only bent on fleeing the camp. That's Yohou's, the first fierce general of Qiangu, Yu Haosi, who had not lost a single battle in nearly 100 battles. How can he not be able to defeat that Chu Yi child? Must be gods simply do not want to let him live. Tuoba Jun actually had a few drums in his heart. Originally thought that the heavenly punishment said, just a few vice-generals after the defeat of the ugly words. I did not expect to really see the vision today. Is it really heavenly punishment, or are the living playing tricks? Joke. How can you easily withdraw your troops back to the city? After some weighing, Tuoba Jun ordered to the people around him, go, bring this prince's carriage. This prince wants to personally go back to the capital to report this matter to his father. Saying this, he reached out and pointed at a bald-headed Mang general. You, Changji Gang, this emperor has ordered you to be the deputy commander-in-chief, and to command the 3 armies for the time being. Be sure to give this prince a good defense of the border. If you dare to leave the camp without orders, this prince will kill your 9 clans. At those words, Chang Jigong and a few of his lieutenants' faces stiffened. The Grand Prince is trying to escape from danger and leave them as cannon fodder. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a few more thunderbolts startled over the camp. This time, the words of God's warning came almost crushingly. Chapter 66, Surrendering the Lord Commander, Removing the Armor of Weapons, Surrendering to the North, and Forgiving the 3 armies. All of you little soldiers, all of you listen to the order of the Marshal. The crime of killing, the first responsibility of the Marshal. All of you little soldiers, all of you listen to the order of the Marshal. The crime of killing, the first responsibility of the Marshal. As if he knew that Takumi Jun was going to escape, the large warning seemed to be laying on him. Tuoba Jun's retreat was so soft that he directly fell to the ground. Quickly, quickly bring this imperial prince's carriage. Go quickly. Although the several vice-generals were disgruntled, they had no choice but to order the junior soldiers to do it. They looked at the words of warning that still kept flashing in mid-air, and they all looked at each other with complexity. Is it possible that God's intention is to remind them that everything is the responsibility of the commander-in-chief, and that the soldiers under them are just following orders, and that there is still a chance to atone for their sins? 300 feet away from the Qiangu camp, the Chu family army was waiting in awe. Beside Chu Yi, there was a row of shivering Changwu soldiers kneeling. It was the dozen or so soldiers and 6 military scouts who had dug the pit. General, the time is almost right. When the font over the Qiangu army not far away went up in smoke, Xiong Dali Duli came forward to report. Chu Yi nodded, signaling to continue. A dozen or so Qiangu soldiers watched with eyes as wide as oxen as a few Chujia troops stepped forward and lit something on fire. Afterward, several heavenly thunderbolts shot up into the sky and exploded brilliantly over the camp. Surrender your master, remove your weapons and armor, and surrender to the north. and you may forgive all 3 armies. Surrender your master, remove your weapons and armor, and surrender to the north, and you may forgive all 3 armies. Then look at Chu Ye's not very clear and sturdy back, and the black pressure of the Chu family divine soldiers, kneeling a dozen or so Qiangu army in awe across the ground. 3 epidemics struck the city, but did not break a single soldier or general of the northern Liao, and Chu Yi only brought more than 10,000 Chu family army, will dare to attack the Qiangu military camp, but also unarmed to release the heavenly thunder. If they were not chosen by the gods to protect them, what is the explanation for these mysterious signs of the gods? In the Qiangu military camp, the soldiers were already in an uproar. Does the heavens mean that we can be spared if we take off our armor and unload our weapons? Hand over and surrender the Grand Prince, and then defect to the Northern Liao? I think that's what it means. But why should we be made to defect to the Northern Liao? We're Chang Wuhu people, and this is a great offense of preparing the Lord for treason. Sentence after sentence of the soldier's comments fell into Tuoba Jun's ears. The bottom of his eyes is already panicked into pieces, stalking his neck to go forward to rebuke. This must be the North Liao engaged in trickery. All give me to stand in line. No one is not allowed to lose armor. Who believe the North Liao treacherous plan? Dare to give birth to treasonous thoughts. Direct military execution. A few vice generals looked at Tuoba Jun with a blank stare, as if they had seen Yu Haosi who had let loose his vicious words in front of the formation not long ago. Remember when Yu Haosi and Tuoba Jun, the same, non-determined that God's warning is the North Liao trick, headstrong and brutal attack and finally ended up with the body and head of the end. While he was lamenting, the coachman led Tuoba Jun's carriage forward. Tuoba Jun eyes loose, hands and feet climbed on the carriage, and then lifted the curtains out of the head warning. Chang Ji Gang, honestly stationed in the barracks, even if the battlefield deaths are not allowed to withdraw troops back to the city. Hear it? Sung Ji Gang frowned in disgust. No, the Grand Prince was not worthy to be compared to Yu Haosi, not even a single toe compared to him. At least Yohu's is as good as his word, treats everyone brutally and equally, and is all fierce and bold enough to never abandon his army. But the Grand Prince would only bully people with his power in front of them, and this is not even anything yet, but he is scared less. Boom! Before Chang Ji Gang could respond to Tuoba Jun, suddenly a huge object rushed down to the sky and violently smashed into the center of the barracks, smashing a pit out of the sandstone ground alive. Everyone stretched their necks to look over. Under the glow of the bonfire, one could clearly see that the huge object was round and rolled, with a tube attached to the top, and a fire was burning on the head of the tube, which was also emitting the sound of nuisance airflow. Tuoba Jun was so scared that he directly lowered the curtain. Come on people, quickly come forward to see what is falling from the sky. Several of the lieutenants also looked at each other, chilled and curious, and beckoned a soldier forward. The soldier cowered towards the front, but before he could take 2 steps, after a loud bang that was even more terrifying than heavenly thunder, his entire body flew out towards the back and ruthlessly crashed into the carriage. Several of the lieutenants were also blown away by several feet. The carriage was also blown over, and Takumi Jun fell and rolled out of it. The close military formation was directly blown out in a wave circle that swept toward the back. Tongues of flame flew and rolled in all directions, setting all the nearby military tents ablaze, burning a blazing fire in an instant. Where the original round and rolling giant had landed, a huge crater appeared in shock. The Chu clan's army, 100 feet away, looked at this horrible scene like this, and were also shocked into statues. Sky, but a single gas canister can be so powerful. Knowing that dozens of such canisters were being pulled in the oxcart wagon behind them, there are more than hundreds of such cans and jars in the barracks. Reacting, the Chu clan troops were so excited that they stomped their feet. Thud, thud, thud. The goddess of might. The goddess is awesome. With this mighty artifact, not to mention a Qiangu military camp, even if the entire Qiangu country came to commit a crime, they would not be afraid. The shock in Chu Ye's eyes was as fiery as the blazing tongues of fire in the distance. He knew that he just had to trust Jinju with all his heart. From the time he first met her until now, he had seen all of her best efforts towards Beliao. She, who never allowed unsure promises. The kneeling Chang Wuhu soldiers, surprisingly, were a bit glad that they were in the Chu clan's camp at the moment. It's hard to escape death, but at least it's better than being buried alive and blown up. After a moment of silence, Chu Yi ordered again. Prepare. Immediately a Chu family army continued to carry the heavenly thunderbolt up to standby. Qiangu military camp. Almost all of the Qiangu troops in front of them were blown up. There were hundreds of them. Those who were not affected were also trembling in spite of their lives. Several vice generals were shocked and injured in their internal organs. Blood seeped from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were filled with fear and trepidation. Takumi Jun, on the other hand, was straight up pissed. Boom, boom. Several more heavenly thunderbolts broke through the sky and pressed in. The Qiangu army, regardless of the soldiers and generals, were all scared and held their heads and shrunk their tails in unison. Surrender your master, remove your weapons and armor, and surrender to the north, and you may forgive all three armies. If not, overthrow the three armies, overwhelm the three armies. That blow just now must have been God's last warning. If they didn't follow God's promptings, the entire camp would really be destroyed. A few vice-generals insisted on getting up from the ground, and after looking at each other two by two, their eyes fell in unison on the wretched Tuoba Jun. Tuoba Jun stiffened. What do you want? As he did so, he stomped his feet and fled backward, only to have Sengagang rush forward and yank him by the ankles. General! A moment later, the voice of the Chu family army scout came over the intercom. The Changwu barracks have already put up a white flag. The corners of Chu Ye's lips lifted high as he pressed the intercom. Goddess! Did you hear that? Qiangu, descend! Chapter 67, incorporating 40,000 Qiangu troops. The man's mellow voice, with a spirited glee, and it is the surrender of the upper strategy. Xiang, Fong Jinju, who had been sitting cross-legged on the sofa and staring at her cell phone, directly bounced up with joy. Great, old lady, did you hear that? Qiangu has surrendered. Changwu has surrendered. Fong Jinju excitedly leapt back and forth a few steps before coming close to the video, revealing a smile of joy to the extreme. Old Lady Chu laughed and burst into tears, nodding her head repeatedly in response. I heard it. Qiangu descended. If it wasn't for the fact that both Yi Tingxian and Sister Wei were pacing back and forth excitedly by their side, if it wasn't for Jinju's playful smile on her cell phone that was so open and intense, she would just think she was hallucinating. Tangwu has been oppressed by Changwu for decades, and every time he sends troops to resist, he is only beaten badly, and his military strength is getting worse and worse, and his national strength is getting weaker and weaker day by day. Qiangu and Tangwu is the same as hanging head of the knife, pressure top of the mountain. Chu family 3 generations of loyalty, has died in battle, never triumphant. It's not that Chu's sons and daughters aren't brave enough, but there is a huge difference in the strength of the country, and to go out is to embark on the road to death. Ye's father had a prophecy on his deathbed that in less than 10 years, Tangwu would die. But now, she heard with her own ears from her son's mouth that Changwu had descended, although the surrender was only the 40,000 Changwu soldiers stationed at the border. It was just a drop in the bucket for Changwu, but this is for their Chu family, for Bailiu, and even for the entire Tangwu country. It is half a cloud of empty long grass, breaking the sky. Goddess! Yi Tingxian came over with his head, a mouth grinning to the back of his head. I'll bring the ankle cuffs to meet the general and the others. The general surely can't wait to come back to report the good news with you. Saying hello, he spun out in a gust of wind, leaving elder Lady Chu and Sister Wei to look at each other in silence. The joyful smile at the corner of their mouths dyed some other colors. Yi is the backbone of Northern Liao. No matter how hard it is, you have to support yourself and make decisions alone, and they can't help you at all. But now, the Jin Zhu girl is Ye's backbone, the good person who can help him master him and discuss decisions together. Just a shame. As if thinking of something, another flash of worried regret flashed under the eyes of the two men. Fong Jinju was fully immersed in the joy of victory and didn't see the difference between the two elders. After a few more words, she hung up the video hastily. Shu Yi said it was the drop of the upper strategy. Then the late-to-be-busy work can be more. Before the raid on Xiangwu, Fong Jinju and Shu Yi discussed and finalized the upper and lower two schemes. The best policy is, if we can scare Changwu with the might of the gods, then we will tie up their grand prince as a hostage, and then bring Changwu's 40,000 strong army back to Northern Liao, tame it and turn it around, and use it as Northern Liao's enslaved soldiers, do farming drudgery in idle times, and be a meat shield pioneer in times of war. Shu Yi said, Xiangwu country master heir thin, only 2 sons, and belongs to the eldest son of the emperor Tuoba Jun most important to him, with the great prince Tuoba Jun at hand. Even if the lord of Qiangwu was infuriated, he would not dare to act rashly. If this policy is accomplished, not only can it temporarily deter Qiangwu, but it also eliminates the need for bloodshed and killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The next strategy is simple. If God's might can't bluff the Changwu army, then use the gas canisters to clunk a bomb, directly rough on the score. The hundreds of gas canisters she sent over would have no problem blowing up a random army of tens of thousands. If Xiangwu is not afraid of this fight and dares to continue to send troops, then proceed to bomb. Manowar has to be based on the equality of everyone being a cold warrior in order to win. But now Bai Liao, because she has taken advantage of the first advantage, Xiangwu's cold weapons and flesh and blood, can beat the power comparable to the hot weapons of the gas canisters. Fong Jinju's assistance, coupled with Chu Ye's planning and strategizing, is also considered a great success in the first battle. Faced with the prospect of collecting 40,000
Qiangwu troops at once. The food in Beliao City right now was definitely not enough. She had to hurry up and stock up on food. Back. The general is back. Northern Liao City outskirts of the barracks. Lu Qi with 5,000 Chu family army lined up in front of the barracks waiting. See the pressurized army approaching, as well as in the darkness vaguely visible waving Kai flag. Chu family army cannot help but stomping feet and cheering. The first time Chang Wu surrendered, the news traveled back to the barracks. Chu family army stationed in North Liao for decades. During this period of veteran death of new recruits to make up, I do not know how many soldiers will be folded in this frontier battlefield. A mound of yellow sand to bury. Loyal bones are buried in 3 parts of the border. Yingzhen. This is the land of the Tangwu kingdom, but it is also the graves of countless loyal martyrs. No one has ever seen the triumphant flag of triumph, and there will be no return. May. This time, they live to witness Chang Wu descend. All of this is because of the blessing of the goddess. In the returning army, Chu Yi sat on a high horse and rode at the head. He was holding a rope in his hand, and the other end of the rope was tied to Takumi Jun's hands. At the moment, Takumi Jun was stumbling along behind his horse's ass, out of breath. Water. This emperor wants water. Chu Yi, give this emperor a drink of water. The nearly 100 miles from Chengwu to the North Liao military camp, Tuoba Jun felt was the road to hell. My legs are swollen and my feet have long since worn out an unknown number of blood blisters, and I'm still not given any water to drink. Since he was born, he's been treated with honor and dignity. When did he ever suffer this kind of abuse? Even for a hostage, you have to give a drink of water, right? But he shouted all the way, and Chu Yi didn't even return his head. It was simply exasperating. The Chang Wuhu army following him saw this scene, but inexplicably felt relieved. These noble people who never usually took the lives of them, the lowly ones, as their lives, should never have thought that one day they would end up like this, right? Soon the army stopped in front of the barracks. At the same time, Yi Tingxian drove his carriage to the military camp. Immediately, some of the Chu family's troops came forward and carried out the things given by the goddess in the carriage. Several vice-generals led by Tuoba Jun, and even the 40,000 army chiefs of the Chengwu army were all pushed and shoved out of the line by the Chu family army. Chu Yi rolled off his horse and stepped forward to open the chest. In here were electronic ankle cuffs that Jin Zhu had prepared in advance. She said that as long as the Changwujuan were handcuffed with this ankle cuffs, but whenever they resisted, they only had to press the remote control and the ankle cuffs would emit a thunderbolt, which could cause pain to the point of fainting at that time. As long as the leaders were controlled, there was no need to worry about them encouraging the minions underneath them to rise up and revolt. Besides, she had other well-thought-out arrangements for these little soldiers. Lock up. Transformation water. After Chu Yi gave the order, the Chu family army took out the ankle cuffs from the box in order and walked to the Changwu army's group of big and small chiefs. They were made to remove their boots and pants, and the ankle cuffs were locked tightly against their flesh just above their ankles. Although unknown, but a group of Changwu chiefs also know that they are now a fish and meat, can only obediently cooperate. Soon, there were quite a few Chu Jia army brought buckets of water, and then the bags of medicinal powder contained in another box, have poured into the water and stirred. Chu Yi swept a circle of the Chengwu army and ordered coldly, starting from the top 2 sides, line up in order to drink the divine water. Chapter 68 Chu Yi, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? The Chengwu army was all shocked and hesitant between looking at each other. Divine water? Watch. More like poisoned water. Seeing their hesitation and immobility, Chu Yi pressed the handle of his gun against the ground and said sternly, if the gods wanted you to die, you would have already been blown up by the heavenly thunderbolts when you were in the barracks. The goddess has ordered this general to bring you back to help the good and the right. Otherwise, why would this general go to all the trouble? Drink this divine water. You still have a chance to redeem yourselves and live. And if you don't want to drink it, you can naturally do so. Saying this, he moved his lance in his hand, the tip pointing sharply at the Chengwu army. This general can also directly send you on your way. Hearing that there was still a chance of surviving, the Changwu army's eyes were all incredulous. But Chu Ye's words were right. The gods had said that they would spare their lives as long as they handed over the Grand Prince. So if they really wanted to kill them, why wait until now? After reacting, the Changwu army hurriedly lined up and went up in order, and one person drank a bowl of divine water. It's so bitter. It's bitter to the bone. If they hadn't seen those incredible miracles with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that what went into their mouths was divine water. Waiting for the last Chengwu army to drink the divine water, Chu Yi then spoke again. What you have drunk is the divine water to goodness given by the goddess. Previously, you burned, killed, looted and plundered all the evil. The accumulated bad karma has penetrated into the bone marrow. Not a moment from the good that correct. This will make you atone for your sins. The heart is bound to be born more than reluctant to resent the hostility.
This divine water will introduce all these resentments and hostility into the root of your heart. And every 30 days you will need to drink the evil transforming divine water in order to cleanse and dissolve these evil thoughts, or else you will die with a rotten heart and lungs. If you are bent on doing good thereafter and make every effort to atone for your sins, although you may not be free, I will ensure that you are well fed and warmly clothed, and that your lives are free from worry. After his words, the Qianggu army let out a commotion. In so many words, they heard only one point with uncanny clarity. Eat, where, and not have to die? Although Qianggu is the country with the most arable land, it only produces just enough food. From the honored power that layer by layer exploitation down to the mouth of these bottom soldiers and generals of their pay, there is not much left. Even when they were in their own barracks, they were only able to get a full meal when they were out on the battlefield. Together with the low cotton production in the country, the powerful and noble naturally could not freeze, but their soldiers' winter clothes were far from enough to protect them from the cold, and when it was freezing cold, they had to crowd together from person to person to be able to barely keep warm. But Chu Yi said that he would let them, the prisoners, be fed and clothed as well. No way. Absolutely not. There is definitely some kind of conspiracy in the middle of this. But the divine water had already gone into their stomachs, and their destinies were in the hands of others, so it was useless for them to think about it. Chu Yi naturally couldn't just bring back 40,000 mouths. The army tent, the army pay, the war horse. He did not leave anything for Chan Wu, all packed back to his own camp. After arranging everything, Chu Yi then rushed back to the general's residence without stopping. After a brief cleansing and dusting, he grinned and dialed Jinju's video. Uncle Junior, you're back. The video screen shifted, and Shu Shu's little brain appeared in front of her, and Rui Rui's little brain poked in and squeezed in. Little uncle. The naive smile at the corner of Chuya's mouth froze for a split second and immediately changed to a doting color. Rui Shu Shu, where is sister? Rui beside her hurriedly raised the bath towel in her hand higher to show Chu Yi. Sister, in the bath AC. Wait, how? Uncle Junior. The cell phone screen switched to the rear, and then after a moment of shaking, the screen began to move. It's Shuru walking with her cell phone. Then Chu Yi heard Fong Jinju's pleasant humming. The joyful and brittle voice contained the unique delicate tenderness of a young girl, and with the pattering sound of water, it smashed down on Chu Ye's heart, splashing a silent flower of joy. The bottom of Chu Ye's eyes unconsciously diffused a rich tenderness, and the corners of his mouth also held an infatuated arc. Uncle Junior, speak, sister. I can hear you. Shuru's milky voice brought Chu Yi back to his senses. A crystal transparent glazed door appeared in front of the eyes. The woman's delicate and slender figure through the light hazily printed on the door. Slender arms to lift the hair. Soft body swaying, without knowing the absolute beauty of the flavor through the door and out. Shocked Chu Yi's heart and soul. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Yi's eyes were hot immediately retracted. The heart's thumping has trembled like thunder. Ears and even the whole face is burning red. Pressure root cannot self-control. Shoo, let sister wash first. Little uncle will call back later. With that Chu Yi tried to hang up the video. Chu Yi? Hearing the commotion, Fong Jinju shouted out, then hurriedly said, wait, don't hang up. I'll be good in a minute. Chu Yi's hand froze millimeters above the hang up button. In just this instant, she accidentally saw Fong Jinju open the glazed door a crack, and a white slender arm stretched out for a burst of groping. Rui, give the bath towel to sister. She didn't know that her haphazard, airborne touch was like touching Chu Yi's heart. Chu Yi's eyes condensed, his breath caught, and his fingers flew as he pressed hang up. The object in his chest felt like it was going to pop out, and he got up so hastily that he knocked the bookcase with a jolt and the pen holder snapped over. But he seemed to have nothing to investigate and left the book in a hurry. And yet, not knowing what he was going to do, he came to a violent halt in the center of the granary. The flashing eyes swept to the basin rack by the wall. Chu Yi then seemed to have found the target, hurriedly stepped forward, cupped up the water and made a swoop towards his face. May, the luscious figure of the woman in the glazed door, and the white arm that was groping through the doorway, seemed to be fixed in the mind. Lingering. Jingle bells. The bookcase's cell phone rang unexpectedly. Chui jerked his face out of the basin and looked over. He subconsciously reached up and touched his face. The burning remained. If he picked up the video now, his abnormality would definitely be exposed to Jinju's eyes. For the first time, Chuyi was actually a little reluctant to connect to Jinju's video, but if she didn't answer it, Jinju would surely be anxious. Thinking of this, Chuyi could only take a difficult and hesitant step towards the bookcase. Fingers hesitantly just about to go to tap connect when the video ringing stopped, but it just stopped for a breath, and then resumed ringing, obviously still the same ringtone. But Chu Yi heard a few points of urgency, took a deep breath, and bravely pressed the connection. Chu Yi, I told you not to hang up.
The woman in the video was wearing a pink long-sleeved nightgown, rubbing her hair while saying with an annoyed look on her face,
Did you just leave the granary? How come no one answered the video the first time you called?
Wet black hair hanging in front of the chest, lining the woman just out of the bath of the pink face, such as out of the water of the lotus, regaling the soul.
Chu Yi's eyes flickered and hung down, wanting to respond to something,
but his throat felt like it had been gently pinched by the slender hand in his head,
itching and itching, unable to make a sound. Chu Yi, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Chapter 69, If I keep teasing you, you might want to give yourself to me. Fong Jinju numbly wrapped herself in a dry hair cap, then sat cross-legged on the sofa before concentrating on Chu Yi.
You wouldn't have run all the way back from the barracks,
would you? Why else would you be blushing like a boiled shrimp and breathing a little roughly?
Chu Yi cleared his throat, raised his eyes but didn't dare to meet Fong Jinju's direct gaze, so he could only drop his eyes on her white dry hair cap and feigned curiosity.
Jinju, the thing on your head, what is it? Fong Jinju was stunned,
raised her hand and pushed the hair-drying cap.
You say this it's the towel that absorbs water
I couldn't wait to hear about the battle when I heard you call the video, so I didn't blow dry my hair and used a dryer cap to suck the moisture out of my hair first,
said she suddenly wanted to tease Chu Yi.
The words turned pursed lips and laughed.
Otherwise, the water in the hair drilled into the brain can be more than worth it.
Ha!
Sure enough, Chu Yi was a bit confused. You mean, washing your hair and not drying it thoroughly will make your brain water? What's the harm in having a brain in your head?
A serious look, like a third-grade student who doesn't know what he's talking about.
Ha ha ha. Fong Jinju couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed.
Of course there are hazards. When your brain is in water,
you will become stupid. Ha! Chu Yi was shocked. Really? No wonder.
No wonder Jinju was smarter and more capable than the women they had here.
Oh no, including the men.
So there was this connection.
Chu Yi, how do I say anything you believe? Fong Jinju laughed her ass off. I'm teasing you, haha.
Seeing the woman smiling in front of herself without fear,
her eyebrows like flowers, Chu Yi's feeling at this moment was more magnificent than winning a battle. I will listen and believe anything Jinju says. Upon hearing this, Fong Jinju tightened her smile,
but her brows were still happy.
Trusting me so much, aren't you afraid that I'll sell you to count the money?
Chu Yi's eyes have something slightly rippled open.
Softly and solemnly said, even if Jinju sold me, I am also willing,
but also still believe in you as in the beginning.
Fong Jinju was slightly stunned, then sat upright. Chu Yi didn't look like he was joking at all.
If this sentence had been uttered by a man next to her, she felt that this man must be trying to plot something against her. But from Chu Yi's mouth, it was the weight of a promise.
Fong Jinju's chest rippled with a touch of dissimilarity. Her eyelashes flickered. Okay, I won't tease you. If I tease you again, you're afraid that you won't want to give your body to me. Quickly talk to me about the situation of Chang Wuhu army. Did the Huanglian powder I got in the past bluff them?
With his body.
If you open your mouth, I will.
Chu Yi's heart darted out of his mouth, and he almost didn't even hear the words that followed.
He slowed down before responding with a smile. I personally watched everyone drink before I came back. Now,
the Chengguo army is so convinced of the fact that the northern Liao is blessed by the gods that they would never dare to act recklessly.
That's a relief. Fong Jinju reappeared with a relaxed smile. Before you came back,
I picked up another 3 million pounds of grain and 20,000 bedding beds, and in the next 2 days they will arrive,
one after another. She winced as she said, 3 million pounds of grain. It scares me to think about it. Fong Jinju was unaware of it. In the face of Chu Yi,
she had begun to openly reveal the fragile and delicate side of the woman.
Hearing Chu Yi's eyes diffuse on the heartache. North Liao food is still sufficient, and I also brought back
100,000 pounds of military pay from the Changwu military camp.
Enough to support a while. You do not have to force yourself so tight. Food for the people.
Before he could finish his words,
Fong Jinju shook her head and interrupted. Everything else can be slowed down, but only the food can't be slowed down. You have to feed 90,000 mouths right now. Once the food is cut off, people's hearts will be shaken, and there will be chaos across the board.
Tomorrow you will vacate all the rooms that can be vacated in the general's residence, and I am going to send 500,000 pounds of grain over every night starting tomorrow night until the entire general's residence is filled.
Even though the money was in her pocket,
she had been doing some sporadic dreaming for the past 2 nights,
and when she woke up she couldn't recall anything, but there was just a haunting feeling of panic.
Her intuition told her that before Balio became self-sufficient, she would have to give them all the food to feed them for half a year and hoard enough for them to do so.
This way, even if anything unexpected happens,
she doesn't have to worry about the northern Liao soldiers and civilians not having enough to eat.
Seeing her face firm, Shuyi also knew that it was useless to say more, so he could only nod his head and give his approval. Okay, tomorrow I will pack up the general's residence. By the way, how many rooms are there in the general's house? And how big is it? Are there any other warehouses where you can put food and such? The general's residence is a residence that was left behind in the previous dynasty, although it is worn out, but it covers an area of nearly 100 acres, and there are more than 20 courtyards alone, with about a dozen or so compartments added together in each courtyard. Well, Fong Jinju couldn't help but be staggered. Hoarding a few tens of millions of pounds of grain isn't a concern anymore. A man's head was prepared at 200 pounds of grain, enough for them to eat until the first season's Henley harvest. Also, it's almost winter. You'll give me the statistics of the number of soldiers and civilians in Beiliao City tomorrow, namely the number of men and women, and the number of children's ages. At least we should make 2 sets of winter clothes out of each person to protect them from the cold before we can do so. Fong Jinju bit her finger. Her brain kept running. This way, Shu Yi, take a pen and paper out and write down everything I said. I need to schedule everything I can as soon as possible. Good. Shu Yi hurriedly grinding to take the pen. Heart but some inexplicable slightly blocked. In fact, do not need to be in such a hurry. There are still more than a month from the arrival of late winter. Can slowly arrange. For some reason, he always felt that in Jin Shu's words, there was a bit of a parting message. Fong Jinju subconsciously shook her head. I can only be at ease if I have all these necessary supplies for you as early as possible. Also, with 40,000 Chengwu army this ready-made labor, don't limit yourself to the previous cultivated land. You can continue to open up the land and reclaim the land. The more the better. When the time comes I'll send you tools to sprinkle water. And I'll also buy you fertilizers that can fertilize the land, so that even the most barren land can be planted to grow food. Good. Fong Jinju said slowly, and Shuyi nodded in response while taking notes unhurriedly. On the yellowish paper, the fate of Beiliao was being changed bit by bit. I don't realize it's early morning. There is no need to remind Fong Jinju. At 10 o'clock the 2 little ones climbed into bed by themselves and fell asleep, and now they are already in a sweet dream. Fong Jinju went from sitting and talking at the beginning to lying on the sofa, and in the end, sleepiness struck, and her cell phone snapped directly to the floor. Shuya's heart ached and he sighed out softly, putting down his pen and walking outside the granary. Chapter 70. Soldiers in the front, generals in the back. This is the rule of our Chu family army. The night is pale. The man stood with his hands behind his back, staring silently at pale. Previously, countless nights, he had trouble sleeping in the collapse, worried about the Northlia soldiers and civilians not having enough to eat and wear, worried about Chengwu not knowing when it will invade. Now, all of these are due to Jin Zhuan by one to solve. Should have a solid heart, a piece of lang good, available at. The uncertainty of loss of separation always lingered inexplicably in the back of his mind. As if he had thought of something, Shuyi turned around, returned to the granary, and stood in front of the time gate. The transformed time and space door was 10 feet high and 8 feet wide, and right now he wanted to go in and out without hindrance. Candle flame is weak, jumping and flickering, lining the time and space door more and more dark. After a moment of silence, Shuyi closed his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes again he was determined, and took a long-legged stride into the time portal. With windy steps and a slight fluttering of his sleeves, he was gone in a moment. Knock, knock, knock. The disappointment in Shuya's heart slowly sank and congealed, and his eyes were the same color. In front of him, the inner walls of the barn bucket remained. There was no way for him to go to the world where Jin Zhu was after all. Dinner is served. In the Chu family army camp, the yell of the head of the group is like the sound of heaven. Chu's army came out, orderly holding their own individual bowls lined up in a long line. Everyone's face is full of happy smiles, stretched out their necks and looked forward to buns again, and stewed cabbage soup. Ah, but it smells so good. The soldiers at the front saw the rice in the barrel. Their eyes glistened with joy, and they kept gulping. Don't worry, there's something for everyone, and everyone manages to eat. The cooks cheerfully waved their rice spoons while admonishing. Slow down, don't spill, every grain counts. Ha ha, don't worry Uncle Quan. I'll get down on the ground and lick it into my stomach even if it's scattered on the ground. You kid, you're used to skinning your mouth. Eat first, come back to fight if you're not full. Okay. In no time, the Chu family army gathered in piles in groups of 3 or 5, enjoying the food in their hands while chatting away. It smells so good. That's right, before I arrived in Beiliao, I had never eaten such fragrant and fine steamed buns, and I've eaten them several times in the past few days, but I still can't swallow them every time. And this cabbage, gee, it's so crunchy. I've never had a bite of green in all my life. Me too. The goddess is too good to us. And General, if it weren't for General, we wouldn't have been blessed by the goddess. Yeah. On this side, Chu Jejun eat fragrant chatting up. Over there, the Chenggu army looked over with envious and complicated faces. There were white buns, thin rice, and fried cabbage. The key is to also manage to eat. Previously in the Changwu military camp, even when the army was well paid, they had never had this treatment. They have never eaten white bread. The greens and such are much less to be shocked at. Even that full meal when you go out to war. That's still a smorgasbord of pots of soup with some occasional meat stars. But that's, in short, the taste was unspeakable and disgusting. Vice Admiral Bear, Vice General Lu, come over and eat with us. The Chengwu army saw that a few vice generals of the Chu family army also came out with bowls to play rice. And surprisingly, they ate exactly the same as the Chu family army. And also squatting with the subordinate soldiers, talking and laughing. You fish for vegetables in my bowl. I snatch a mouthful of soup from you. Like a family of brothers. Where to see half a sense of difference between an admiral and a junior soldier? The Chenggu army looked red. It turns out that there can be this kind of atmosphere in the military camp. Seeing this scene, and then when they looked at their own vice generals and 1,000 army commanders, the bottom of every Changwu soldier's eyes were filled with resentment. In the Chengwu camp, the food was vastly different depending on the level. 1,000 army chiefs get dry food and a meal of meat every 3 days. The deputy general, on the other hand, can eat fine rice and noodles and have meat at all times. Admiral, that's more like it. Not to mention the food. These chiefs beat and scold them out of anger at every turn, treating them as subordinates when they are happy, and when they are unhappy they are worse than pigs and dogs. Before, they thought it was all perfectly normal, but now, they saw with their own eyes, the difference between the clouds of the same soldiers. Humph, I knew that this Chuyi wasn't so kind, and said that he would let us eat and wear warm clothes. This Chu family army is almost finished, and there's no intention of letting us eat. Don't forget, we have oppressed them for so many years before. Can they make it easy for us? That's right. You mustn't be fooled by their appearances. This is simply a plot to alienate us. A group of chieftains were made uncomfortable by the soldiers under their own hands, and not knowing who opened their mouths, you and I sneered and denigrated away. Let's eat. In the middle of talking, a yell came, and the Changwu army looked over in unison. I saw that the army was pulling a food delivery crate this way. What are you waiting for? Don't be quick to take a bowl and line up. Soldiers in the front, generals in the back. This is the rule of our Chu family army. Compared to the kindness and cordiality towards the Chu family army, the gang leader army spoke to the Changwu army with unceremonious disgust and rebuke. May, what does it matter? The Chengwu army in the front row clearly saw that their meals, surprisingly, were also steamed buns and stewed cabbage. For a while, the Chengwu army was like hot oil splashing cold water, boiling and splashing. The Chu family army can eat whatever they want, but you can't. 2 steamed buns and a bowl of soup each. Nothing more. The partner army looked at the Chengwu soldiers and came to fire, pulling a face and speaking without any politeness. Many of his brothers died under the Changwu soldiers, but he still has to burn fire and cook for them. Thinking about it is suffocating and annoying. But the goddess and the general must have had their deepest intentions in arranging this, so he naturally had to obey and do as he was told. But the general and the goddess only said that they would let them eat as long as they were fed, and what they did with them would be up to them. Enough is enough. The first Changwujuan to receive his meal was a 13 or 14-year-old teenager, who received the hot steamed buns with tears in his eyes and bowed humbly toward him. Many thanks, uncle. Many thanks to you. So much. It's already very good. The cook was still cold, but he didn't say another word when he was feeding later. I thought I was only going to send one, but I didn't realize there were 2. Yes, this steamed bun portion is so full. It's bigger than my fist. I'm going to save it for one night to eat. What if Chuyi changes his mind and doesn't give us any more food? Right. Then I'll keep one too. Just in case, even if they want to kill us, we'll still be able to have a full meal before we go on our way. The Chengwu soldiers also followed the example of the Chujia army and sat around the ground, but the voice of talking and discussing was low and low, with a strong sense of stealing. As captives, they could only do so with their tails between their legs. Hey, where's ours? It was easily the turn of the Changwu leaders to receive their meals. But as a result, they probed and saw that the steamed buns were gone, and the vegetable soup was gone, and they were reluctant to yell at the catering army. Chapter 71 What's wrong with a general eating meat and a soldier drinking soup? The caterpillars were already disgusted with the Chengwu army, and now that they had a sparing vent, they picked up their rice spoons and swung them at one of the lieutenants at the head of the group. Yell what? You won't starve. Any more yelling and none of you mongrels will eat. Being swung to the head of the Changwu leader, forehead instantly swollen beg. Annoyed and angry swing want to make up back, but in the next instant,
Suddenly the whole body wildly trembling convulsions, foaming at the mouth of the roaring fall to the ground.
Caught off guard, the scene scared the remaining Changwu leaders into retreating, their faces full of horror. The Changwu troops who were eating their meals were also shocked and looked over. Dare to make trouble in the Chu family army barracks.
Don't want to live, do you?
Chu Yi walked over from the Chu family army camp,
holding a small black remote control in his hand. These great uncles and uncles of the Caterpillar army cook for tens of thousands of soldiers, working exceptionally hard. On weekdays this general is respectful to them.
What kind of things are you guys that you dare to yell and scream at them? He has to come to the barracks every morning to inspect. Today is the first day of the Changwu army into the camp.
He knows that during the morning meal there is bound to be a storm, so he purposely came earlier to write. I did not expect that there are really Changwu people dare to make trouble, but it's just the right time for him to make an example of the rules.
As he spoke, a messenger brought over 2 more buckets of food. General, so is this food still being distributed?
Seeing that something was not right, the partner carefully opened his mouth and asked.
Chu Yi coldly glanced at the Changwu leader.
This one on the ground first starve him for 2 days.
The others, as usual. If anyone dares to make trouble again, they'll end up like him.
The Changwu leaders looked at each other. Their eyes were all horrified and complicated.
Get in line and go up to the front and get your food. Upon receiving the order, the head of the army hurriedly drank, and their attitudes towards the general and the Changwu people were simply worlds apart. People have to bow down under the roof. Besides, there is a tragic precedent.
A group of Changwu leaders had to obediently go forward to eat,
to see the food in the bucket, but all froze. One bucket was of pitch-black cakes. I don't know what they were made of.
And there was a bucket of vegetable soup, but it was obviously cooked with roots and rotten leaves.
How come we don't eat the same as them? What is this made of? It's edible. Why don't you give us white bread? For a while,
the Changwu leaders felt insulted and covered their noses in disgust. The Changwu soldiers not far away also felt surprised. They knew that these chiefs could surely only enjoy the same treatment as them, but they didn't expect to eat worse than they. The soldiers.
Upon hearing this,
Chu Yi snorted coldly. These eats are much better than the ones you gave to the Changwu soldiers under your own hands earlier.
What? The same are all people. They can eat what you can't eat?
With a few words,
the Changwu army was drawn to stand up,
their eyes looking over hotly. A group of leaders' faces flickered,
and they said underneath.
The Changwu state has always been divided into ranks, and food is naturally distributed according to rank.
So what's wrong with the generals eating meat and the soldiers drinking soup?
Yeah, if all the soldiers can just eat meat,
what country can afford to raise soldiers? Upon hearing this,
the head of the group snorted and sneered.
Is this a question of whether or not to eat meat? In our Chu family army barracks,
not to mention the vice generals and chiefs of thousands,
even our generals eat and drink with the big guys, and following such a general, even if we eat dirt and mud, we're still willing to do it. The Changwu army was silent. The heart's aggression and resentment was deafening. Heaven forbid there should be such an admiral. The gang leader is right. If they followed such an admiral, even if they were immediately told to go to their deaths, they wouldn't hesitate for a second.
When you come to my Chu family army barracks, you must abide by the rules here.
Chu Yi coldly swept a glance at the Changwu leaders.
Previously you ate your brains out but taught your own soldiers under your hands to go hungry.
From now on,
this general is going to make this foul-smelling rule turn over.
In the future, if your soldiers eat steamed buns, you'll have to eat chaff buns, and if they excel and eat meat,
you'll only have a chance to drink a mouthful of broth. If you dare to say one more word of nonsense,
none of you will eat today's meal.
Every word is like a slap on the face of a group of leaders, but they do not have the guts to resist,
can only endure a full of grievances, queuing up to go forward to receive the meal.
Compared to the unwillingness of the leaders to hold back their grievances,
the Changwu army, however, had a big heart, and looked at Chu Yi's eyes, and under the awe, it was all gratitude, didn't realize, their own generals have made them suffer indignity and resentment. Those who fight for them are instead these enemies who were once abused and oppressed by them. In this instant, all the Changwu soldiers no longer feel that the Chu family barracks is the prison that holds them, but rather more like the home that they once begged for. Farm. Fang Jinju spent the morning nestled on the couch, snapping orders on her cell phone. When I picked up before, I added the boss's WeChat, just to save time and effort and worry today. Food has been bought, but oil and salt are also basic seasonings that must be available. Buy 200,000 pounds of each. Cabbage turnip greens do not stand up. According to the weather in Baliao at most 4 or 5 days will wilt. One person according to 3 pounds ration. First buy 300,000 pounds. The winter quilts were available, and one person had to arrange for at least 2 more sets of warm coats. Naturally, you want the most affordable and warmest, and military coats and cotton jackets are a well-deserved choice, since there is still unlimited land to be opened. Food seeds. farming tools, fertilizer. As Fong Jinju's fingers clicked quickly, the text messages of bank card deductions, one after another, were sent,
and Fong Jinju looked at the long string of numbers that remained solid, and her heart was very solid.
No wonder everyone wants to become a billionaire.
It really doesn't feel too good to just buy and buy and buy without having to look ahead and shrink.
Sister, drink water. Shu, who was dutifully guarding her side, carefully slipped the straw of her water glass into her mouth. Sister, have some bread. Rui tore off a piece of bread and handed it to Fong Jinju's mouth. Fong Jinju came to the rescue,
not forgetting to free her hands and Ruarua the little brains of the two little ones as a sign of appreciation and encouragement.
Oh, how nice.
Now even if she herself is so busy that she forgets to eat or drink,
the two little ones won't forget. Igniting the light of life. Just as he was thinking, a call suddenly came from his cell phone.
And Fong Jinju was typing and accidentally pressed the answer button directly.
Hey Fong girl, I'm your Uncle Han. And me, Uncle Liang. Fong Jinju hurriedly sat upright and pressed the speakerphone. Uncle Han, Uncle Liang. Fong girl, last time you did not say that you plus the farm can fish it. The next 2 days we are ready to go over. You there Fong convenient On the other end of the phone, there seemed to be more than just Uncle Han and Uncle Liang, noisy and colorful,
but everyone's voice was permeated with anticipation.
Fong Jinju answered in a loud voice. Yes, convenient. I'm convenient anytime. Then let me know when you guys come. I'll go pick you up. Eat water and don't forget to dig a well.
These uncles were not only her and Baliao's god of wealth, but also elders who cherished her.
No need. Fong girl by the way, and you discussed something
A few days ago you nagged on the phone that is not to build what new farm well. Your Uncle Ling just to organize the company's people group construction. A few of our old man discussed the idea of going to your forget about it. First, let these people who sit in the office all day long to work and move their muscles.
And secondly, also by the way for your farm to do publicity. What do you think? Yes. Don't worry. We brought food and drink. All self-sufficient. You only need to provide the venue. Chapter 72 300,000 pounds of grain just disappeared into thin air. Hearing this, Fong Jinju's spiritual brows all flew up.
The uncles are all for my sake.
What else do I have to feel? All listen to the uncles. Good. No wonder Rui Shushu is so likable. You are a smart and sweet-talking role model as an elder sister. Then it's a deal. You prepare a little. Plan what to do for all of us. We'll come over the day after tomorrow. Don't worry uncles. I'll make sure to arrange a clear arrangement for you. And make sure that all of you have a good time. Fine. You do the job. We don't worry. Where's Rui Shushu? Grandpa Han, Grandpa Sweet, Grandpa Ling, Grandpa Wei. Hey, do you want to come and play with Shuru? Shuru, take care of Grandpa, and have fun. Rui also take care of. Rui take Grandpa to play. Fishing, picking vegetables, goodbye. Ha. Well. Ha. 2 more days and the grandpas will come to play with Rui Shushu. Rui is happy too. Hanging up the phone, Fong Jinju first called the grain and oil merchant and asked him to send 300,000
pounds of grain over first every evening for the next 2 days.
It couldn't be helped.
If she sent over 500,000 pounds of grain every night,
she would have to teleport until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And by that time, when Uncle Han and the others came over, she definitely wouldn't have the energy to receive them properly.
Uncle Han and the others had brought the company down for a reunion this time, but it was the perfect time to make a name for her new farm, and it had to be given top priority. The good thing is that the biggest war crisis in North Liao has been resolved for the time being, and food is still plentiful, so she can spare her energy and plan for her farm. First to a few suppliers to contact one by one to excuse the delivery of time. Fong Jinju on the hoof to Feng Zhou 2 people shouted over, tightly in preparations to open. Time is short, the task is big, and only one person can be wrenched in half to use it. Thanks to Fong Jinju in advance to let Feng Zhou 2 people began to take over to promote the new farm matters.
To the time of pulling the donkey on the mill, she realized that she actually picked up the treasure. Feng Changchang is responsible for the promotion of the farm business, but in 2 days, in the major short video platforms, the new rural account registered and made all the certifications. The name of the farm account is also bright. Adopt a cow, heal the whole family. Not only that, but she also uploaded several little videos about the farm's proclamation. White-feathered chickens crow, budding sheep bleat, colorful dishes, fresh fish in the water. Every moment is captured just right, with just the right amount of healing text. One can't help but watch the video's leisurely images and feel the urge to take advantage of the weekend to relax and experience the idyllic life. The video didn't get a lot of likes when it was first put up, But people have already started asking where the farm is and what all the fun things are that they can experience. That's a great start for doing it for the first time. Zhou Xiaoli, on the other hand, through various channels, has long been looking for 10 temporary workers, all of whom are peasant women from the villages around Anshang, on crop tending and livestock breeding, all of which are the kind that can be directly started with a little bit of instruction and training, and the manufacturers of calves and goats, including piglets, she has already contacted, just waiting for Fang Jinju to make a final decision. The two girls were excited to hear that a large company was coming to the farm for a reunion. This is popularity and publicity fodder delivered to your door. Although Uncle Han said they were self-sufficient, Fang Jinju couldn't really leave it all alone. The two girls were arranged to buy umbrellas, tables and chairs, and other items. When the two of them left, Fang Jinju contacted the masons that she had consulted long ago and told them to bring their things and hurry up to the farm to catch up on the work. There are also livestock cubs. Fang Jinju explained to the supply manufacturers to let them send over at 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow night. This is because all the existing livestock had to be sent to Bailio, and the cubs could not enter until after the shed yards had been vacated and cleaned. 2 days, though rushed, were planned and organized in advance. At 7 o'clock the two girls and the masons who had rushed the work finally finished and left. Fang Jinju sighed in relief and collapsed on all fours on the sofa, but after only 3 seconds of lying down, he sat up again in shock and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to call Chu Yi on the video. "Oh child, why are you so late today? Video a connection." First Chu old lady anxious heartache face. Rice hot 2 times. The should not fragrant. Fang Jinju even said, "Old madam, sorry I'll let you worry. The farm has some urgent matters to deal with. So delayed." "Old madam, what kind of good food is being cooked today? I can't wait. And Ruaruashu is starving along with me. Stir-fried small fried pork according to your method, and stewed chicken with shiitake mushrooms." While saying that, elder lady Chu hurriedly asked Sister Wei to put the food box on the conveyor belt. "There's also a garlic fried green vegetable. See if it's enough for you to eat. If it's not enough I'll go and make some more for you. Enough is enough." While speaking, Fang Jinju had already carried the food box and walked back to the dormitory. 4 dishes and 1 soup. Although the color has been oxidized and dull, but the aroma of the rice on the face is appetizing. Yummy. After adding rice to the 2 little ones, Fang Jinju couldn't wait to take a big bite of rice. A day of labor taught in the food into the mouth of this moment of total relaxation down. Face full of happiness and contentment. Busy on the ready-made good food to eat. "I can be too happy." Seeing this, Chuya's eyes quickly flashed with a flash of heartache. The matter of Northern Liao will come and go. You should not push yourself too hard. Compared to his introverted stoicism, Chu old lady to put Fang Jinju's pain is no fear of intense. "Yes, children. North Liao is now all stable. You rest a few days. The body exhausted can be how to ah." Fang Jinju struggled to swallow the rice in her mouth, her eyebrows flying with pride. "Old madam, what I'm busy with today is my own business. Although I'm tired, my heart is very happy." With that, she told about her plans for the farm, and the fact that Uncle Han and the others would be coming to the farm in 2 days for a reunion. At the end of the glowing words, "My parents have invested their life savings in the farm. If not for those antiques you sent, the farm would have been untenable. I'm thinking that buying antiques alone is too compelling, so I must revitalize the farm to make it work, so that even if selling antiques doesn't work out in the future, I'll still have the ability to continue to support Bailiao." "Alright, the workers delivering the grain called me. I have to go and meet them. Chu Yi, hurry up and get ready. I'll start transmitting the grain in almost an hour." The video hung up hastily, and the Chu family mother and son looked at each other, both relieved and heartbroken. Jinju really does look like a sunrise, all exuberant life and warmth. An hour or so later, several truckloads of grain were unloaded in front of the shed, yards of it forming a hefty hill. Fang Jinju took a deep breath, released Rue Shu's hand and prepared to start, but just turned around to push the robotic arm out of the way. The grain is gone. 300,000 pounds of grain just disappeared into thin air. Chapter 73. You're such a sister's baby, heavenly baby. Under the dazzling incandescent lights of the shed, only Rue Shu stared at her with big, innocent eyes. "Where's the food?" This bizarre scene made Fang Jinju's back hairy. Subconsciously threw away her mechanical arm, stepped forward and pulled Rue Shu, and bravely probed towards the black hole outside the shed. Nothing, obviously very awake. But Fang Jinju felt as trance-like and frightening as being hit by a ghost. A gust of night wind blew, and Fang Jinju shivered, dragging Rue Shu back violently into the shed, startling the white-feathered chickens behind her with a flutter and chirp. Seeing a shed of living things, Fang Jinju's heart instead became much more solid, but the alarm in her heart was tied in a dead knot. "Where's the food?" Jingle bells. Suddenly the cell phone video rang. startling Fong Jinju. It's Chu Ye's. She hurriedly pressed to answer, but she saw Chu Yi as if squeezed by what to the wall. His face looked difficult and abnormal. Jinju, what method did you use? How the grain all of a sudden spread out all smashed down? Can you hurry up and figure out a way to move the grain? We're stuck in a grain pile. Ha? Fong Jinju was confused. I don't know. I was about to pass the grain, but when I turned around, 300,000 pounds of grain disappeared out of thin air. I was wondering about it, and your video hit me. Sister. Shuru suddenly tilted her head. Shuru, is it not a mistake? The little man's face was full of caution, and he looked as if he thought he had made a great mistake. Fong Jinju was stunned, sensing something unusual, and hurriedly crouched down to ask, what's wrong Shu? Want to change the grain into the little uncle's place. In that case, sister, don't have to work hard to carry it, Shu hurriedly said, and then, the food turned out to be gone. Is it not, smashing Uncle Junior? This time, not only Fong Jinju, Chu Yi on the opposite side of the video was also confused. Can it be that Shu just thought about it and turned 300,000 pounds of grain into the general's residence out of thin air? It's unbelievable, isn't it? Shuru, try again, Chu Yi said with a hard face. See if you can change the food back first. We are so suffocating and crowded here. Fortunately, they were practiced. When the grain rain came down intensively, they desperately tried to dodge towards the outside and the sides, but they could not resist. The grain was too much, and almost didn't squeeze the big guys into mush. Upon hearing this, Fong Jinju was shocked and hurriedly pointed to the place where the grain was just placed and said, Shu, try to think and change the grain back to its original position and see. Shuro hurriedly did as she was told. Fong Jinju stared nervously at the place where the grain was placed, and then he saw that 300,000 pounds of grain had returned to its original spot out of thin air. She barely managed to keep her eyes open. Shuro knows how to instantly move? Then why didn't you notice any signs before? It's glowing, Rue suddenly cried out, her little finger pointing at the peace button on Shu's neck. Fong Jinju returned to her senses and subconsciously looked over to see that the peace button was flickering with dazzling glittering light. Isn't this the peace button Uncle Ling gave to Shu? Could it be that Shu knew the method of instantaneous transportation because of this peace button? Jinju, the food all disappeared again all of a sudden. Chuye's shocked and uncomprehending voice came from the cell phone. What the hell is going on here? Fong Jinju hurriedly took her cell phone and locked eyes with him, eagerly asking, are you okay? Is everyone okay? With all that grain, it's no joke if it hits someone. Chuyi shook his head. The good thing is that the granary is still quite spacious and did not injure anyone. It's just that the big guys didn't react as well as they should have, and got a bit of a shock. That's good. Fong Jinju let out a huge sigh of relief. Then she lowered her voice and said, Chu Yi, is the open space outside the granary big? Chu Yi nodded knowingly. The courtyard outside the granary is large, more than enough to hold 300,000 pounds of grain. Yes, after Fong Jinju answered, she squatted down and looked at Shu. Shu, let's try and turn this grain outside of the general's granary, shall we? Her voice shook a little as she spoke, not scared, but excited. If Shu could instantly move everything, then in the future, no matter how many things were transmitted to the general's residence, wouldn't it be effortless? Shuro hurriedly obeyed and did as she was told. 300,000 pounds of grain was gone under Fong Jinju's watchful, watery eyes. Chu Yi, how's it going? The grain appeared in the yard all at once, pile high. Fong Jinju and Chu Yi looked at each other across the cell phone, both excited. Shu, you're awesome. At the end, Fong Jinju couldn't help but embrace Shu tightly into her arms. You are truly sister's treasure, heavenly treasure. Woohoo! She really did have the powerful golden finger. No, it's a more bullish golden finger than a vigorous golden finger. It's not just her. Chu Yi and the 300 Chu family troops were also shocked and excited to the point of being unable to help themselves. I didn't realize that Rue Shu had gained such magical powers after spending some time with the goddess. They, like the general, were heartbroken that the goddess had to spend a great deal of energy to transmit items to them every time, so that the goddess could save a great deal of heartache if she had to transmit supplies to Northern Liao in the future. Not only the goddess, but even they could save a lot of running back and forth. Seeing Fong Jinju's happy excitement, Shu was also happy with her big curved eyes, her little short hands tightly embracing her sister back. He. Shu didn't make any mistakes. Shu can do a big favor for sister and little uncle. Rue looked at her sister with an envious face, happy and at the same time, her small heart roiled with a small loss. Oh, my sister is so great to be able to help my sister so much. Rue is useless and can't even help his sister. In the next instant, The lost little person was swept into Fong Jinju's arms together. A kiss on the left side and a kiss on the right side. All are sister's big babies. Sister loves you all so much. Rue's little face, which was lost just a moment ago, instantly rippled with a silly smile. It's so nice that although Rue isn't as good as his sister, she still treats him like a big baby. Rue will have to be more and more kind to her sister in the future before she can. After discovering this remarkable ability of Shu, Fong Jinju's entire body soared with relief. And when the 300,000 pounds of grain on Shu Ye's end were all moved away, she asked Shu to send a shed of white-feathered chickens over as well. Then Fong Jinju brought Shu to the pig shed again, a little nervous in her heart. The pigsty was a bit far from the time gate, so I wondered if Shura would still be able to teleport her stuff there without any problems. However, there were doors connecting the sheds to each other, so even if there was no way to instantly teleport in time across the distance, it didn't matter. Fong Jinju could drive the pigs to the chicken coop and then let Shu teleport. It was also more than a bit easier than teleporting the cattle earlier when they were bolted head to head and strung on ropes. Chapter 74, The Chu family army is happier. However, Fong Jinju's nervousness was superfluous. A shed full of hogs, 500 of them, was delivered in another blink of an eye. There were also 500 sheep, which were sent as in the cannon method. After a few rolls back and forth, Shu's little cheeks were red from Fong Jinju's kisses. Naturally, Rue did not escape. Fong Jinju can be too happy. Happier than carrying a few $100 million in your bank card. A job that used to take most of the night to do took less than half an hour to do today. And that's half an hour and 29 minutes of waiting for Chu Yezen to change yards. After emptying all the sheds, Fong Jinju pulled Rue Shushu and bounced back to the dormitory, took a shower, and went to bed. I can't imagine how happy she'll be in her dreams tonight. Fong Jinju was happy. Shu Yi is also happy. The Chukchans at the barracks are happier. This much meat? This is all given to us by the goddess? It's only been 2 days since we ate white bread, and we're getting meat again? Quick, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Come on, pinch each other. Shu Yi sent a large portion of meat animals to the barracks. 300 pigs, 300 sheep, and 500 chickens. The Chukchans never thought they would be able to eat meat. For them, it was already a great happiness to have enough food, or fine rice, and they did not dare to ask for more. But now, thousands of fresh meat animals are spreading and chirping as far as the eye can see. None of them are very big, but they are real meat. The happy ones had nothing to do but grin big and giggle, or pinch me and kick you to prove that what they saw in front of them wasn't a dream. Don't just stand there. Come over here and help kill all these pickles or air dry them. The head of the army of the group yelled cheerfully, and everyone returned to their senses and began to move. Those who light fires, those who boil water, those who set up pots and sharpen knives, and those who catch chickens and goats are more lively than the new year. The general has said that there is no food to feed these people at the moment, and instead of starving and suffering, it would be better to give them a quickie. It's a good thing the weather has started to get colder, and with a good marinade or air drying, there's enough meat to keep until next spring. Chu's people can be so lucky. Yes, so much meat, and it's amazing that it's all for them little soldiers. I stayed at the border for 5 years. There is meat in the military pay issued by the imperial court, but that is all for the admiral, and there are also very few of them. We when the pawns can drink a mouthful of soup made from the bones they finished gnawing on, are fortunate, where there is a life of eating meat. The Chu family army's previous days were worse than ours, but I didn't expect to be blessed by the goddess and live such a good life. I heard that it was Chu Ye's single-mindedness for the people and army that impressed the gods, otherwise why would the gods bless them alone? What kind of general you follow? What kind of life you build? That's a true statement. Chu family army camp this end of the movement is not small. Will be Chang Wuhu army also have attracted out to look forward to, that lively and joyful scene, envy of a crowd of Chang Wuhu army, thinking of Chu Ye's words that as long as they redeemed their sins properly, they would also be able to eat meat. The bottom of every Chengwu soldier's eyes lit up with sizzling fire. It was hard to say why, but even though Chu Yi was the enemy's first general, they just assumed that he wouldn't go back on his word. If they could be fed and clothed and have an occasional meat meal, let them do whatever they want. Chu Yi, quickly, give this imperial prince a drink of water. In the firewood room in the next yard of the general's warehouse, Tuoba Jun with electronic ankle cuffs was lying on the ground as limply as a dog, weakly pleading Chu Yi, as long as this prince is still alive, my father won't act rashly, but if this prince dies in Baliao, the millions of iron horsemen under my father's command will surely trample down your entire Baliao city. Chu Ye's lips hooked up a touch of sarcasm, raised his hand, and immediately 2 Chu family troops walked in. One carries a food tray with rice, vegetables and soup. There was also one carrying a bowl of fresh water. Tuoba Jun, originally dry and lightless eyes, instantly suddenly bright. Water, water. As he said this, he struggled to get up and reached for it. However, they did not want Chu Yi to give a look, and the two Chu family troops turned around in unison to carry the food and water out again. Hey hey! Tuoba Jun stumbled and tried to chase after him, but he was tripped by Chu Yi's foot and fell heavily to the ground. You! He twisted his head in annoyance and tilted his head to look at Chu Yi. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. You kill this imperial son and forget it. His throat was smoking and his stomach was hissing. Takumi Jun had never experienced such pain before. Obviously just hope is close at hand, but then openly lost. This kind of heavy physical and mental torture directly let this golden noble prince's heart defense collapse. Hysterical. Chu Yi did not respond, but reached out and drew the greatsword of the soldier at his side. Seeing this, the bottom of Tuoba Jun's eyes, which were still hardened just now, were instantly colored with panic, and he subconsciously stepped back towards the back. I was joking. Chu Yi, I'm still useful. If you leave me alive, I'll definitely be of great use in the future. Don't be impulsive. It was hardened for no more than 3 breaths before it collapsed into pieces. Chu Yi hooked his lips in silence, the tip of the knife in his hand against his ankle, inch by inch, deeper into the flesh, with a precise pick. Tuoba Jun let out a mournful scream as he watched his hamstring being picked out. Hunger, thirst, and humiliation all become small and worthless before the fear and pain of death. I certainly won't kill you easily. Only then did Chu Yi open his mouth, cold and unfeeling, but never in fear of your tyrannical father. But rather I will slowly torment you to seek justice for the people of my northern Liao who died in your plot of brutality. Even though there is a goddess, the number of people killed by the epidemic in Bailio is still over 100. These people had just eaten a few days of full meals and lived a few days of peace and happiness when they died tragically in the brutal conspiracy of Tuoba Jun. The reason why Xiangwu, these high and mighty abusers, regard human life as a straw, is because they cannot feel the helplessness and pain of the straw that has no way to survive. Thinking of this, Chu Yi's eyes turned red, and with a movement of his raised hand, he picked off another of Tuoba Jun's hamstrings. Then he will make them taste it too. Tuoba Jun rolled all over the ground in pain. His panic was like rolling mountains pressing down on his face, overlapping with the shadows of the faces of those mole crickets that had once been miserably abused by him. It is not unreported. The time has not yet come. All the evils committed by the world will eventually come back to them in various forms of retribution. Farm. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Fong Jinju got up and ate breakfast, incidentally pouring a cup of strong black coffee. At 7 o'clock, the 2 Feng Zhou girls, along with 10 temporary female workers, came to work on time. Yesterday, all kinds of animals and cubs had been pulled into the farm, and Feng Jinju had already led these female workers to familiarize themselves with and check the process of the farm both inside and outside. When everyone had arrived, Feng Jinju exhorted once more and arranged for everyone to go about their duties. 9 o'clock, Feng Jinju stood at the entrance of the farm early. Seeing the 3 buses coming successively, she hurriedly commanded the driver to drive into the farm park, and before she got off the bus, Uncle Han and Uncle Leon came together at the window and waved at Feng Jinju. A warm welcome to a few uncles. A warm welcome to the new little Feng farm to experience the idyllic life. Feng Jinju grinned a warm smile and waved as she spoke. Behind her, Feng Zhou hurriedly pulled back the welcome banner that had been prepared in advance, and the temporary workers applauded in unison to give a warm welcome. Sincerity and attention are pulled straight to full strength. This Feng girl, she's making it really grand. Uncle Ling led the way, and everyone got out of the car with a smile. Feng Jinju greeted her with a smile, but suddenly froze after seeing a few people coming down from the last car. Chapter 75. You want to make the farm an idyllic resort? It's a woman and a man. The woman was in her early 30s, high ponytail, white shirt and jeans, holding a microphone. The man was tall and handsome, looking like a recent college graduate, with a camera over his shoulder. The woman looked around the farm with a bit of amazement in her eyes and instructed the photographer boy to hurry up and take a few shots. Xiaoli and Chang Chang, you guys hurry up and help the big guys put their stuff away for a while and show them around first. Although Feng Jinju was curious, she only glanced at it and hurriedly retracted her eyes, first explaining to the 2 girls to greet the crowd. Then she led Ruruashushu up to the front and greeted several uncles with a smile. Uncle Ling, Uncle Han, Grandpa Ling, Grandpa Sweet, Grandpa Han, Grandpa Wei. Rue Shu Shu tilted her smiling face, opened her short arms and jumped into the arms of several grandpas. Ling Jinghua naturally scooped Shu Shu into his arms, his unsmiling brow stretching as he reached into his pocket and pulled out an object and waved it in front of the little person's eyes. Shuru's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! A pink, bunny phew! Then the little hand took it, flashing big eyes curiously asked, Grandpa Ling, MES, is it fun? Ling Jinghua's lips rippled with a trace of a compassionate smile. This is a lollipop. You can eat it.
Grandpa specially asked sister-in-law Zhang to make it for Shushu and Ruerue.
Wah dash. Shuru grinned a small sweet smile. Grandpa, it's so nice. Saying that, he brought his little face carefully over and gently pressed it against his grandfather's face. Thanks Grandpa ACA. Soft intimacy, so that Ling Jinghua's last trace of stoicism broke defense. Compassionate smile spread on the whole face. Grandpa brought you and Ruerue a lot of good food. Our sister-in-law made out. In the future do not casually eat outside to buy snacks. Got it? Shushu nodded repeatedly. Can be serious and earnest? Well, listen to Grandpa de. Sub Grandpa give day. Not sub. Snacks. Ha ha ha. Not only Ling Jinghua, but several of the old men were amused by Shushu's soft and cute little appearance. The group of men and women in the company were provoked to look over, with unbelievable astonishment in their eyes. Ling Dong actually laughed. You have to know that Ling Dong was already strict as a person, and he hadn't smiled since his only son, a family of 3, had been killed in a car accident. The crowd couldn't help but give the little girl in his arms one more look. Although a little thin, but the features of the long watery, a pair of big eyes always curved with a sweet smile. Just look at it makes the heart grow fonder. It's no wonder that Ling Dong looks at her differently. Grandpa, give Shushu. Yummy food. Shushu, take Grandpa to play. Slipping off of Ling Jinghua, Shushu took his hand and Tada ran to the farm. Rue, on the other hand, followed closely behind her sister with Uncle Han in one hand and Uncle Liang in the other. Uncle Han walked and turned back hurriedly to the other Jinju said. Fong girl behind you is Anqing TV reporter Xiao Yang. Is your Uncle Ling let them come together? Just can give the farm to shoot a promo. Slowly run Rue. That Fong Yatua. You treat them well Hey, okay, Uncle. You guys have fun, leave the rest to me. Fong Jinju looked at the old and young ones with a smile, and was nothing but relieved. She knew very well that the emotional value that Rue and Shushu brought to a few uncles was the rarest reward compared to the skin-deep things she did. Hello, my name is Fong Jinju. I'm the owner of this farm. After seeing the old and young ones off for a bit, Fong Jinju hurriedly turned toward reporter Yang and politely extended her hand. Welcome. Reporter Yang politely shook her hand back, her friendly smile carrying a hint of undetectable earnestness. Hello, I'm the news reporter Yang Lingling from the Agricultural Affairs section of Anqing Television, and he's my partner, Pony. Today also want to thank you, Boss Xiao Fong. You do not know, I asked Ling Lao several times for an interview were rejected. I did not expect that this time Ling Lao took the initiative to call us, said that we can give us half an hour of interview time, but the premise is to do a 5-minute news release for your farm. Elder Ling really does value you guys, Boss Little Fong. Fong Jinju smiled pamperedly. Sister Ling, you can just call me Xiao Fong. Uncle Ling and the others are indeed very kind to our 3 siblings, that's why the children like to be close to them like this. Sister Ling, it's actually quite good that Uncle Ling chose to come here for an interview. The environment here is beautiful and leisurely. The high and mighty chairman of the board of directors into the idyllic garden will also become approachable. I think this interview is more real, more life atmosphere, much better than the dull office dialogue. Such a unique style of interview may bring different harvest. Upon hearing this, reporter Yang and Xiao Ma looked at each other with approval and surprise flashing in their eyes. Little Fong, you really spoke to my heart. This is the first time I've seen Elder Ling smile. Reporter Yang hurriedly gave Xiao Ma a wink. You hurry up and capture a few cozy shots of Elder Ling spending time with the kids. When the pony hurriedly left, she then smiled at Fong Jinju and said, Then, Xiao Fong, please take me around the farm first. How about talking about your idea of running a new farm? Yeah, talking about this? Fong Jinju instantly revealed a hesitant smile. Sister Ling, this way please. You mean you want to make the farm an idyllic resort? Well, nowadays the pace of life in the city is very fast. Everyone is stuck in a square box, bound to the body and mind. Want to go out to play a trip to save vacation to get a strategy, right? But also to catch the plane to catch the train. The cost is not small. A family of 3 out of a trip, how to spend a small 1 or 2 million, right? This kind of relaxation once a year is a luxury. While talking, Fong Jinju first brought Yang Lingling to the vegetable garden. Xiao Ma didn't know when he came to their side and mediated the camera to start filming. Yikes, that's a great looking vegetable. After work, Yan Lingling's life cannot be separated from the 3 meals a day around the stove. See, the vegetables on the ground cannot go. Oops, I really envy you. Pick a handful of greens, wash can be fried in the pot. How fresh Fong Jinju laughed while fetching a vegetable basket and handing it over. Sister Ling, feel free to pick whatever you want to eat. This batch of eggplants is the last crop, stir-fried with chili peppers. It's very fragrant and delicious for dinner. Yang Lingling excitedly plucked around in the vegetable bushes, picking out the eggplant and the pepper that caught her eye the most. The pony's camera silently recorded her fresh-faced look. Fong Jinju went on to say, "Times are different. In the past it was the people in the countryside who desperately wanted to be among the people in the city. But now more and more city dwellers are beginning to yearn for the quiet openness and slow pace of the idyllic. Think about it, if the vegetables on your plate were grown by you, and the chickens, ducks, and fish were fed to you, the emotional value of 3 meals a day would not have to rub off on you. And those are things that money can't buy. Grow your own, raise your own?" Yang Lingling straightened up, shook her head and laughed. "Where is there a place to plant? Even if there is a place to plant it, where will the time come from?" Saying this, she raised the eggplant in her hand. "Growing like this, that all takes time and effort to take care of. You can't expect to have fresh vegetables like this once the seeds are sown and ignored during the week. Can you? It's hard to grow vegetables, let alone talk about raising chickens and ducks or anything." Chapter 76. You have always exceeded my trust and expectations. Upon hearing this, Fong Jinju smiled proudly. "So that's what I'm doing to start a new farm. Sister Ling, let me ask you, if you draw such a piece of land in this mile, put up a sign, and rent this piece of land to you by the year, you can bring your husband and children here on weekends to sow seeds, and on weekdays when you have time, you can bring your children down to pull weeds and take care of them, and take pictures to keep a souvenir or something. Even if you don't have time to come, there are special people to take care of you and shoot you the growth process of the vegetable seedlings. When the vegetables in the ground are ripe, you can then bring your family over to harvest and pick them. Not only are the vegetables on the table in the future organic and harmless, but also teach your children quite a lot of simple and unadorned philosophies of life from it. Would you like to do that?" After she said that, Yang Lingling instantly became interested. "It can still be like that? If that's the case, of course I'd like to. The idea of fulfilling my feelings of experiencing life and saving a lot of unnecessary trouble is just great." "Okay, is this the model for the new farm you're talking about?" Seeing that she understands and agrees, Fong Jinju smiles even more. "Well, in my farm, not only can you rent land to grow vegetables, but you can also adopt chicken cubs and duck cubs, and each of the cubs has its own number and the owner's name, and when you're big enough to eat at any time, you can always slaughter and take it away." Said, she brought Yang Lingling to the masonry rob to build up a row of firewood stove before, or you can invite friends and relatives to come here to camping and fishing, on-site picking vegetables, on-site killing chickens and slaughtering ducks, on-site with the authentic clay stove to do a meal out. You say such a beautiful vacation? Fong Jinju's words had already sketched out a pleasant scene of idyllic life in Yang Lingling's mind, and she immediately asked, "How do you rent this land? And do you pick the chickens and ducks yourself?" "Where?" Fong Jinju smiled like a flower and said, "Go, Sister Ling, I'll take you to the barn again. There are chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and sheep to feed whatever you want." Fong Jinju prepared well in advance. Reserve a good number of almost ready to go out chickens, ducks and goats out. Not to avoid the vegetables in the garden category is not enough, but also in advance to buy back a lot of other dishes to eat. Some people fish on site and kill fish and chickens on site. Someone wearing a sun hat was excitedly picking in the vegetable patch. There were also quite a few people clustered around Fengzhou and the two of them walking up to the freshly harvested fields, inquiring about the price of renting rice paddies. Lift up your eyes and there is wilderness. Lower your eyes and there is life. A reunion where everyone has fun. When they left, nearly half of the Ling family employees had rented vegetable fields and adopted animals, and the remaining half had chosen fields and animals in advance and registered to reserve them, just waiting to go home and discuss with their families before they called to pay for the order. It was an open door that Fong Jinju didn't expect. While the idea of a new farm was envisioned, it didn't have the luxury of being this hot right out of the gate. She felt that these customers were taking care of her business for the sake of Uncle Ling's face, and it was not too late to make some exhortations to let them go home and think it over before making a decision. After all, the rental fee for a single plot of land is as high as 2,000, and although vegetable seeds are given for free, the labor management fee is also 1,000 a year. The adoption fee for a chicken is $150, and the adoption fee for pigs and goats ranges from $2,000 to $3,000, but the feed and grain are supplied free of charge, and if there is a disease or death in the middle of the process, you can re-adopt at any time, and will not repeat the charge. That's not even a low price if you just look at the immediate future. But Fong Jinju's worry is superfluous. Can be Ling Lao let out of the group building of employees or long-term vision? A little bit of calculation of costs and benefits. It is clear that the price is very fair. A plot of land is almost nearly 70 square meters. Planning, you can grow more than a dozen kinds of dishes, so that down the family will not lack of fresh food to eat all year round. But if the whole year in the supermarket to buy food to eat, can be far more than spend $2,000, and you can bring your family and friends to the farm from time to time to pick and relax, which is an emotional value that money can't buy. The market to buy a 7 or 8 pounds of soil chicken is almost 100 or so, but here to raise a dozen or so chickens, not only to feel the joy of raising, but also to eat fresh and visible soil chicken meat, soil eggs, pigs and goats, not to mention, casually raise 1 or 2. The meat and vegetables of the annual goods do not have to worry about. All of these are actually the prices that Fong Jinju set down after auditing the value of the farm's various production capacities in advance. This one-to-one fine to individual rental mode, equivalent to the farm in advance to find a good buyer, although slightly wastes some effort. But if the farm's rental adoption can reach saturation, that creates a benefit, will be 4 or 5 times the traditional centralized production and marketing mode. And while the traditional model is to find a sale to make money, this model goes straight ahead and puts back a full year's worth of earnings in advance. The first battle was won. After sending off Mr. Ling and his entourage, Fong Zhou and the two were as energetic as chicken blood. If not for Fong Jinju urging them to get off work, they could not wait to stay up all night in the farm office to make the promotional video. After emptying the farm, Fong Jinju took the 2 little ones and drilled back to the dormitory. The 3 of them made a trip to the sofa in unison, paralyzing themselves in their own comfortable positions. But I didn't expect a text message to come in out of the blue. Uncle Ling had actually transferred $100,000 to her. Fong Jinju sat up straight in shock and was just about to call Uncle Ling over, but she didn't expect Uncle Han to send a voice message right after. Xiao Fang ah, today you arrange especially good. We all feel then go out to toss a trip to play the fun. Uncle Ling issued the money you will be down to earth to receive. On this you also saved him a large amount of group building fiat. Remember, don't ever call your Uncle Ling again. He's afraid of the polite scene of you pushing me around. Listen to Uncle Han. The bottom of Fong Jinju's eyes glittered with touched crystals, and she wrapped Rue Shu Shu into her arms. Rue Shu Shu. Remember, besides little uncle and grandmother and the others, Grandpa Ling and the others are the best of the best to us. In the future we have to be good to them to make them happier too. Okay? Aha! Good act. Rue, like the grandpas, will be very, very nice to them. Although she knew that the 2 little ones just liked a few grandpas from the bottom of their hearts, and that the stars she had paid for, Uncle Ling and the others would certainly not be able to see. But she just couldn't help but make a mouthful of words to express her feelings, or else this cavity of touching, it was really hard to hold in the bloating. The 2 little ones couldn't wait to carry a few big gift bags of snacks and toys from Grandpa, and went into the house to count them as if they were their own. Fong Jinju also couldn't wait to dial Chuye's video. What happy event happened? Smiling like that? Chuye had been waiting in front of the bookcase for a long time, and as soon as he picked up the video, he saw Fong Jinju's smiling face, and the corners of his mouth lifted up in an arc. Fong Jinju lay on the sofa, holding up her cell phone, her eyes full of brightness. Chuye, my new farm successfully took its first step today. I haven't let you down, you trust in me. In the future the farm can definitely become the bottom of our value. Unlike the money from the sale of antiques, the money earned this time, although not without the help of Uncle Ling and Chuye's unreserved support, but there is always her own share of value in it. Chuye gave her a thumbs up, the bottom of his eyes colored by Fong Jinju's joyful movement. There is no such thing as living up to the word. You have always exceeded my trust and expectations. I have happy news for you too. Chapter 77, How many other amazing artifacts and rare things are there in China? Upon hearing this, Fong Jinju hurriedly got up and sat on end, smiling expectantly. What happy event? Speak quickly. Over the past few days, the plight of Bei Liao has struck one after another. Her spirit is always tense, and it is rare to hear of a happy event, which makes her jump for joy even more than the successful first step of the farm. Chuye smiled out a mouthful of white teeth. Today the villages planted all the first batch of grain seeds into the ground. At a rough count, more than 10,000 acres were planted. The enthusiasm and expectation of the people for farming and harvesting is as hot as the hot sun in the summer, and the epidemic has just been brought under control. So without his order, they have all been put into farming. As of today, more than 10,000 acres of cultivated land in Beiliao, nearly 8,000 acres of land have been sown with henmai seeds, and the remaining land has been evenly divided and planted with other grain seeds. The grain seed sown is the hope sown. It was a great joy for Beiliao. Wow! Fong Jinju's eyes flickered with excitement. Great! How many days has it taken to turn over more than 10,000 acres of land? Wouldn't those yellow cows be? Chuye hurriedly shook his head. Jin Zhu, don't worry. The village people love oxen like their lives. A large portion of the land is plowed by yellow oxen, and a small portion is plowed purely by human power. If this 10,000 acres of land can be successfully harvested, Northern Liao will be self-sufficient. He didn't dare to expect that much, but because of his trust in Jin Zhu, he felt that he would be able to harvest at least 500 or 600 pounds of grain per acre. In this way, 10,000 acres of land will be able to harvest nearly 6 million pounds of grain, and also 2 harvests a year. Save a little. The people 2 full meals a day is not a problem. Hearing this, Fang Jinju breathed a sigh of relief, and then said while pondering, 10,000 acres of land. A guaranteed 8 million pounds of grain can be harvested up in 1 season, and 2 seasons a year. That's 16 million pounds. Beiliao now has 90,000 mouths. That's divided into each person's head is less than 200 pounds. No, not nearly enough. Fang Jinju shook her head back and forth. Each person must be guaranteed at least 300 to 400 pounds of grain per year to barely make ends meet. And how can enough food alone be enough? Each family should also hoard at least 300 to 500 pounds of grain per crop to be insured. Shu Yi, you'd better build another centralized grain depot in Beiliao, and at least let the people pay 5 million pounds of grain up every season, as the city of Beiliao's stock of grain, so that even if there is an emergency, there is grain in the storehouse. Heart not panic. Shu Yi, roughly how much territory can be reclaimed for fields in northern Liao? The face of the other Jinju a series of follow-up questions. Shu Yi, secretly alarmed at the same time, hastened to tell the truth. North Liao, the entire territory of about 2 million acres, of which the North Liao city and villages accounted for about more than 100,000 acres. The barren beaches leading to the border of the Chenggu Hills accounted for 1 million acres. All the rest is flat wilderness. Yes. Fang Jinju happily slapped her thighs. I didn't realize that Northern Liao City's territory is so vast. That is to say, there are still 900,000 mu of land in Beiliao that can be reclaimed as fields. So 600,000 mu will be planted, and 300,000 mu will be used for pasture, so that not only can warhorses be raised, but the farmers can also raise livestock. This, to be considered self-sufficient. Listening to the woman's voice that pointed out the mountains like a grandiose voice, Shu Ye's heart trembled slightly, and he carefully said, Jin Zhu, are you saying that you want to reclaim all the land to plant grain and pasture? If so, not to mention the long days of reclaiming the land, I'm afraid that the front of the reclaimed not yet had time to sow the back of the soil and hardened into a block. Even if all the plowing is successful, harvest time will only be manpower is not good. Upon hearing this, Fang Jinju nodded approvingly. I know, you don't have to worry. Now that Shu can instantly move everything, I can send some big guy artifacts over to you guys. These artifacts only need one person to manipulate them, and they can plow 50 acres of land out in a day. Shu Yi, one man, plowing 50 acres a day? How many other amazing artifact rarities does China have? Besides, 40,000 Chenggu army cannot let them idle. We give them good food and drink is not in vain to raise them, but in order to give us as cattle and horses to atone for their sins, the other military and civilian manpower and the yellow oxen are also used as much as possible, not allowing Chu Yi to slow down. Fang Jinju then continued, in this way, 900,000 acres of land, not more than half a month, will be able to reclaim all of it, and at that time, I will then send you sowing artifacts, and in 3 or 5 days, you will be able to sow all of the grain seeds. As for the grain harvest, there's no need to worry. Specialized harvesting artifacts are also available. I think at that time the 500 acres in my farm was harvested in 1 day. At the end of her words, Fang Jinju realized that Chu Yi had been completely petrified, staring at herself with a pair of shocked eyes for an instant. She smiled and reached in front of the camera. Chu Yi, did it scare you? It's okay, you'll get used to it. After shouting several times, Chu Yi came back to his senses. His lips mumbled several times, and froze, only stifling out a, yes, but At the end of the day, Fang Jinju remembered something else and hurriedly urged, these artifacts are very expensive to buy. I'm going to rent them, so when the time comes, you guys should take good care of them, and I'm going to return them when they're used up. A rotary tiller costs more than $100,000, not to mention the seeder and harvester. If you buy dozens of the same, it will cost tens of millions of dollars again. That's not how money is built. In comparison, renting can be so affordable. Chu Yi nodded his head repeatedly, reverence and admiration directly overflowing from the bottom of his eyes. Well, Miss Jin Zhu, rest assured, such a divine weapon, we will definitely treat it as if it were our lifeblood. After discussing the matter, Fang Jinju, body bones and soft, fell head collapsed in the sofa, waiting for the food in winter quilt. Winter clothes will be sent. I picked up 10 million pounds of food, and grain, oil and salt, winter clothes, winter quilt. Before, I was going to send it over in batches, but now that Shuru is here, I can send it all to you at once, so prepare yourself. It might take a very large venue to accommodate. Hearing this, Shu Yi pondered for a moment and said, Jin Zhu, why don't we try it tonight and see if we can pass some of the supplies directly to the barracks? Fang Jinju's eyes lit up. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Most of the winter clothes and quilts were originally to be sent to the barracks. And if Shu Shu could directly transmit them, it would not only save the Chu family army from having to go back and forth, but it would also be safer. Just try it. After dinner, the supplies arrived one after another, and Fang Jinju ran back and forth, asking the workers to unload the supplies by category in front of the shed. When the last heavy truck left the farm, Fang Jinju then pulled the two little ones to the supplies and dialed Shu Ye's video. Shu Yi tried. Shu Shu, try to pass a bag of grain to the southern garden and see if it's okay? Shu Shu's small face was filled with doubt. South garden. Where is it? Fang Jinju took her hand and walked to the grain, pointing to one of the bags of grain and said, Shu Shu, think in your heart about what little uncle said, and try to pass this bag of grain to the south garden first, and if you can't pass it, it doesn't matter. Shuru tilted her little brain and stared hard at the bag of grain that Fang Jinju was pointing at, but the peace button didn't blink and the grain didn't move. Chapter 78. The Chu family army is definitely the most best-lived soldier in this world. Fang Jinju and Shu Yi looked at each other, and at the end of the day, they asked Shu Shu to pass the bag of grain to Old Lady Chu's courtyard. This time it came into being as easily as earlier. As expected, it had to be a place that Shura had been to and had an impression and picture in her mind before she could teleport. Shu Shu, do you remember the military camp that little uncle took you to? On the other end of the cell phone, Shu Yi looked at Shu Shu with an expectant face, teaching her to recall what the barracks looked like. It's where all the uncles live, and there's a big open field. Can you remember? It didn't matter if Shuru couldn't remember. He could immediately take Shuru on a horseback ride and make a trip to the barracks to leave fresh memories. I didn't realize that Shu nodded seriously. Kirito ACA. It's where Uncle I practiced martial arts. Right, Uncle Junior? Shu Ye's eyes were happy and he nodded repeatedly. Right. That's the place. Shu Shu will just send the food and supplies directly there in a moment. After saying that, he immediately pressed the intercom. Xiong Dali. In the barracks, Xiong Dali and several vice-generals headed, along with the Chu family army, are guarding around the military tent, waiting for a long time. The general just said that the goddess is going to send food and winter clothes and quilts to northern Liao tonight, and for this part of the military camp's supplies, she's going to teleport it directly to the military camp, so that they can empty all of the unused items in the schoolyard and stand by. Everyone was excited and all felt unbelievable. Previously, every year on the number of winter is the most difficult. Daytime drill work still feel the cold, not to mention the night. Must be a whole army tent people crowded in one place, can barely keep out the cold, but the goddess sent a winter quilt the other day, and it is a bed for everyone. This winter quilt is soft and thick, and the weather at the moment is so hot and dry when you cover yourself at night. This winter night, they no longer have to rely on huddling together in one place to keep out the cold. Now, the goddess is not only going to send them food again, but also winter clothes, and it was delivered directly to the barracks, all but saving them from having to transport it back and forth. The goddess is truly compassionate and looks out for them in every way. The Changwu army at the other end was ordered to stay in their military tents and not to come out, but each military tent still sent someone to peek over at the entrance of the military tent. The Chu family army is so pious and solemn at the entrance of the army tent. What is this for? In the next instant, the Changwu Jun at the door covered his jaw in shock and almost screamed out. What did he see? Chu family army camp in front of the school field is obviously empty. But a blink of an eye suddenly appeared out of thin air aside of a small mountain like a huge thing. Then the camp began to tremble slightly. That's the Chu family stomping their feet in excitement. What's going on out there? Let me see. Seeing that the Changwu army at the entrance looked shocked and abnormal, the others could no longer hold back and flocked towards the entrance of the army tent. For a while, the Changwu army all squeezed out of the military tent and looked at the schoolyard in shock. What? What is that? I don't know. I appeared there in the blink of an eye. There really are gods in Baliao. These things must have been transformed by the gods. At this moment, the Chenggu army's trust in the matter of northern Liao having gods rose to a new level in unison. General, the stuff is coming. Bear vigorously pressed the intercom and reported excitedly. At those words, Chu Yi and Fang Jinju looked at each other, relieved and at the same time, pleasantly surprised. It's a done deal. It's really becoming. I didn't realize that Shu Shu's ability to transmit objects out of thin air was so strong. Come help first. Xiong Dali roared towards the Changwu army camp in no good humor. Then one person will receive 5 army sticks in a while. He did it on purpose, deliberately ordered the Changwu army not to leave the army tent. For one thing, the general said, it's all about creating a sense of mystery and letting them peek at the miracle without a second thought, so they'll be more and more in awe. Secondly, it can also through this matter, small punishment, Let them quickly cognize and accept the Chu family army military rules. The Chenggu army looked at each other in dismay, then swarmed forward to help. Transport all this grain to the granary. Xiong Dali pointed to the white bag of grain and ordered. The Chu family army went up one after another. You lifted and carrying the rice bags toward the granary. Everyone's face was full of joy. Chenggu army dumbfounded face forward. Before reacting to the shoulder was racked a bag of grain, and then again with a shocked face followed the Chu family army's pace toward the granary. These white bags are filled with, surprisingly, food. When they arrived at the granary, the Chenggu army was even staring like cows and sucking in cold air. So much food. It is food that will not be a problem to feed an army of 100,000. It's amazing how the gods favor the Chu clan so much. There is strength in numbers. And one man but rolled 2 round trips to get all the grain from the schoolyard to the granary. At the end, a group of Chang Wuhu army on the ground in unison. By the Chu family army execution, each person received 5 army sticks. The leaders of the Chengwu army were doubly punished with 10 blows. All wait where you are. No noise. Xiong Dali ordered towards the Chang Wuhu army with a black face of intimidation. Then when he turned to face the Chu family army, he grinned with a mouthful of big teeth. All line up and come one by one to receive winter clothes. The Chu family army also each grinned broadly and hurriedly formed a dozen lines in order. The Chengwu army then saw that 1 black bag was unwrapped, and 1 army green long jacket, 1 thick hat, and 1 pair of black boots were distributed to the Chu family army in a flowing stream. This hat is amazing. With the sides down, it even protects your ears and face. These boots look so expensive at first glance. Look at the head here. So thick and woolly. We won't get new frostbite on our feet this winter for sure. Yeah, but there's no place to grow it. My feet would have frozen to the ground already, haha. This is not a jacket. It's a quilt that you can put on. And look, it's all flush with my calves. Even if the wind is strong this winter, we don't have to be afraid of getting cold, haha. Receive the winter clothes of the Chu family army have tried on the spot. Everyone's face of happiness are grinning to the root of the ear. For a while, the entire barracks was buzzing with activity. The Changwu Jun stood on both sides and watched, the envy in the bottom of their eyes falling towards the ground in wave after wave. This winter coat looks so warm. The hat is also good. Surprisingly enough, to protect your ears and face, the outside of the shoes are oily and shiny, looking so godly. Their Changwu's royal family only fear that they have not worn such good shoes. And, with such good winter clothing armaments, they got 2 sets each. The Chu family army is definitely the most best-lived soldiers in the world. Waiting for all the Chu family army to receive the winter clothes, Xiong Dali then looked at the Chang Wuhu army. Originally happy and smiling face immediately pulled to the chest. All line up over here. Receive winter clothes. Collar winter coat. The 40,000 Changwu troops were instantly struck by lightning and petrified on the spot. Is this even a part of them? Chapter 79. The Fong family farm's short video account exploded overnight. This night, all the Changwu troops were so excited that they could not sleep. They have winter coats and quilts too. Although one person only has a winter coat, 2 people share a winter quilt. But these for them, has been groundbreaking happiness. At first, they were captured by the Chu family army in Beiliao, and they had shame and guilt, feeling that they were sinners who had committed treason. But after coming to Beiliao for only 2 or 3 days, everyone gradually saw one thing. They were born in Chengwu, but the higher-ups of Chengwu have been exploiting them endlessly, never giving them humanity or shelter. But right now, as prisoners of northern Liao, they are better fed and warmer than in their home country. Their hearts are clear as a bell, and the balance of belonging has already begun to tilt overwhelmingly in favor of North Liao. Although everyone in the Chu family army looked at them with nothing but hatred and abhorrence, they knew very well that it was because Changwu still owed the northern Liao a blood feud. Everything in front of us is not easy to come by. The Chengwu army are all remorseful and apprehensive in their hearts, and they only hope that they can do more to redeem their sins. As long as we can maintain this good life right now, what's the harm in staying in northern Liao as a redemptive cow or horse for the rest of our lives? Bam! Early in the morning, the barracks awoke instantly as a large gong was struck violently. Whether it is the Chu family army or the Chengwu army, they have come out of their tents fully dressed and lined up to wait. Shu Yi has long stood in the center of the schoolyard, to the left and right sides of the military formation assembled. Eyes like a falcon swept a circle. Chu family army listened to orders. The subordinate general is here. Effective immediately, the Chu family soldiers are all divided into 4, each led by 4 vice-generals. Guard the general's house, patrol the city, garrison the camps, reclaim the land, and rotate the duty. Generals at your service. At the end of the day, Shu Yi walked to the Changwu army formation again. All the Chengwu troops straightened their backs, and even the leaders who were previously disgruntled stood at attention. Shu Yi faced solemn voice, words like thunder in the ears. 40,000 Qiangu Army. All listened to the Chu family army orders. That day from the army divided into many ways.
To the northern Liao villages to reclaim the land sowing. If they can fulfill their daily work quota, they will be rewarded with a meal of meat every week. Anyone who is lazy and skittish will be punished with 1 day of starvation and will have their winter clothes and winter quilts taken back,
and will not be given out again thereafter. Can you hear me?
The Chenggu soldier man was excited and austere.
Hear me.
All of them had already drunk the water of goodness.
In fact,
General Chu could have directly ordered them to be oxen and horses, but General Chu was even willing to reward them with a meal of meat.
Once again,
the Chenggu army felt what it meant to be rewarded and punished for their labor.
Besides, if you have never seen winter clothes and quilts, it's just a matter of time.
But now that such a good thing has come to hand,
who would like to be forfeited? At this moment, everyone is as energetic as a bull growing out of his body. Autumn winds,
the chill had driven the bones.
But in the fields of Baliao,
everyone has a fire burning in their bodies,
and they don't feel the cold at all. With the Qiangu army, the people do not need to pull the plow and harrow.
They only need to hold the plow and step on the harrow,
and the Qiangu army will be the ox in front of them.
At first, the people's hearts are stored with hatred, thinking that as long as the Qiangu army dares to slack, they will not hesitate to whip and drive.
Must vent a previous blood feud, but the Changwuhu army 3 or 2 into a companion. Hey ho sound, sweating, dry exceptionally hard. This is really treating yourself like a cow or a horse.
Hundreds of people in the hands of the whip held tight,
but never raised the opportunity to go out.
The mood can be described as complex and difficult to describe.
And so it went on for 2 hot days. Baliao's arable land began to expand as far as the eye could see.
The Chenggu army also confirmed with their sweat that they were indeed sincere in redeeming their sins and were willing to be oxen and horses.
Rumble. On this day,
a low and horrible beast sound came from the ground, and all the people stopped working and looked over.
Just saw 3 huge things slowly driving in towards the field, as far as the naked eye could see,
except for the wheels of the cart,
which were made of iron,
with a rumbling head end and a long row of iron teeth and fangs at the end. The monster was generally daunting.
Don't panic, everyone. This is a divine weapon for plowing the fields given by the goddess.
There are Chu's army in front of the monster wildly ran, while shouting message.
Artifacts are controlled by the Chu's army. Will not hurt people. Everyone continue to work well. It turned out to be a divine weapon given by the goddess.
Everyone was relieved,
shocked and puzzled at the same time.
It wasn't enough that tens of thousands of troops and people were out in force,
but the goddess even sent some kind of divine weapon. How many fields do we have to cultivate before it's enough? The key is that these lands are all very barren.
If so much land is reclaimed, and if all of it is sown with grain seeds,
wouldn't it be a big waste if no grain can be produced? Seeing the eyes of the people have thrown,
sitting high in the artifact cab Chu Jijun proud and excited. They are the chosen soldiers who were picked out by the general,
and after 2 days of training,
they can finally go down to the ground today to try their hands a little.
With a murmur of the engine, the tail rake behind the artifact stabbed deep into the bottom,
and the gear spun rapidly as the dirt tumbled.
In an instant, however, a large,
neat field had been reclaimed behind him.
Everyone's jaws dropped. No thanks to the goddess for giving it. These 3 gods can top thousands of them. The human weapon combined efforts to plow the North Liao region renovation trend like a wave
toward the surrounding rapid rippling spread.
Farm.
Fang Jinju was also busy with her feet these days.
2 days ago, the primetime agricultural program of Anzhou TV showed the interview transcript of the farm.
The chairman of Ling's group,
who was famous in Ansheng,
showed up at the new farm for fishing and picking, and also personally cooked a dish on the wood-fired stove,
praising the concept of the new farm.
The leisurely enjoyment shown by the employees of Ling's group at the farm was like throwing a boulder among the exhausted urban white-collar workers in Ansheng,
stirring up 1,000 waves. The Fang's Farm short video account exploded overnight.
There was a steady stream of people nodding their heads,
asking questions, and booking to come and play.
Fang Jinju also hastily recruited a few fresh college students majoring in agriculture and animal husbandry to give Feng Zhou and the others a hand in running and managing the short video account.
More than that,
1 foot short video explosion. The next foot she went into the city to do a business license.
Thunder and lightning to vacate 2 dormitory out.
Put on the superstore shelves. What vegetables and fruits.
Daily necessities, including rice, flour, grain, oil, spices and so on all buy on the goods. The last time the Ling family group came for a group building,
she saw that as long as there was a flow of customers, there would be a chain of consumption. Other things can be prepared slowly,
but a mini-mart is a necessity for the farm.
Not to mention earning money. Guests who come to the farm will always have things that they forget to purchase, and this is also to make it easier to meet the needs of the guests at any time.
In addition to this, she hired 2 cooks who could cook farmhouse dishes, chose a spacious place to put up an awning,
set up large stall tables and chairs,
and developed a few simple farmhouse recipes in case of emergency. In case you meet guests who do not want to cook, you can also order food to eat ready-made, convenient for guests, but also another entry. In the end, Fong Jinju planned another 70 to 80 parking spaces out in the farm park. The first weekend the reputation got out. The farm is bursting at the seams. Chapter 80 General. The court is coming. After all the planned parking spaces were filled, there was a long line of parking along the side of the highway leading to the farm. Most of the guests who came were there to grow vegetables and raise chickens and ducks. After all, growing rice is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the harvest period is long.
Growing vegetables is different. Basically 2 or 3 months to eat your mouth.
Some seedlings can even more than a month on the table. And there are many categories, a crop after a crop of freshness.
Raising chickens and ducks is also simple and effortless.
The big guys are to even spread sweat, leisure and relaxation. By the way, eat organic and healthy food. Cannot do, and farmer's uncle is hard work rack big potential. This was something that Fong Jinju had thought of long ago. The farm originally had only 20 acres of vegetable land, and all 500 acres were rice paddies. But it doesn't matter what the guests want to grow as long as they can rent it all out. Even if it turns the farm all into a vegetable patch. In one day, over 50 acres were rented out. Don't underestimate the 50 acres or so. In the past, an acre of land can only harvest about 1,000 pounds of grain. According to the different years, the purchase price of rice is basically 90 cents to $1 or $2 ranging, even if the highest by $1 to a pound. An acre of land can only generate income of $1,200. But now, the rent of 1 point of land is $2,000. 1 acre of land will be able to collect $20,000 of rent. 50 acres of land will be able to collect $1 million of rent alone. This, not counting the labor overhead. If all 520 acres were rented out, the value of the income generated would be in the tens of millions. And that's just the money for renting the garden plot. Adoption of livestock that is also flagging as a gain. Fish pond fishing, although it is playing auxiliary, but one person a rod a day of fishing fee is 300. Fishing fish can be guests all take away. Dozens of acres of fish ponds, fishing every day for hundreds of people. That is not a small amount of income. Not to mention farm to table, mini mart. After sending the last wave of guests away from the farm and dismissing all the employees, the corners of Fong Jinju's mouth, which had been forced down for a day, instantly grinned to the back of her ears. The farm's collection bank card, which she distinguished from the bank card for selling antiques. At the moment, she was sitting cross-legged on the couch, giggling at the numbers on her cell phone. All of today's income for us totaled over $1,360,000. Certainly not as fast as selling antiques. Even if the whole farm was rented out, it wouldn't make as much as selling antiques, but she was still content and satisfied. Mom and Dad would be so proud of her if they saw the farm for what it is today. Thinking about it, the bottom of Fong Jinju's eyes roiled with tears of joy, poking and counting the numbers on the bank card text message over and over again. It was just so watery that Chuya's video called and connected. Jinju? Seeing the crystals in the bottom of her eyes, Chuya's originally open mouth instantly tightened. What's wrong? Did a guest bully you? Jinju said that today is the first day of the official start of the new farm and there will be lots and lots of guests. He knew very well that when there were too many people, it was inevitable that he would meet a scoundrel. Fong Jinju shook her head and laughed at the same time, tears rustling in her eyes. No, it's because I'm too happy, so happy that I want to cry. Shuyi then breathed a sigh of relief and spread his face anew. That's good. Business on the farm must be very good today. Aha! Fong Jinju nodded heavily and wiped away her tears with a smile. I earned so much today, said he, holding out a finger. $1,300,000. The $5 million I embezzled from you to pay you back will soon be earned back. At those words, Shuyi's eyes darkened, and the arc of his mouth collapsed slightly. Jinju, you don't need to distinguish so clearly. Without you, there would be no bailout today. Whether you sell antiques or make money from the farm, it's all yours to do with as you please. And even if you never spend another penny for bailio ever again, it's only natural. Fong Jinju eyes in light ripples, face moved. The money from selling antiques, all will be used for Northern Liao. Even the money earned from the farm, in addition to my daily life expenses, I will also all be used for Northern Liao. Until the day you are so strong that you no longer need me. Speaking of which, she gave a longing smile. I'll be able to retire from my work and return to my life. Shuyi was silent. Bei Liao is an unshirkable responsibility for him, but Jinju is a bondage. Jinju. At the end of Chuyi lips rippled open a touch of relief. A momentary look at Fong Jinju. North Liao's 900,000 acres of land has been sown, all the grain seed. 40,000 Qiangu army has also been submissive. North Liao has already been completely able to protect their own. So Jinju, no need to do anything more for Beiliao. Go live your life as you wish. Fang Jinju's eyes flickered slightly. What does she want her life to look like? In the days when her parents had just passed away, she dreamed of a life where she could pay off her debts in this lifetime, have 3 full meals a day, and be surrounded by a little less malice. Just a little less. It would be a godsend to have the heart to get another friend or two who would not leave us alone. But now, there are elders' love. There are 2 small children to enjoy the side. And Chuyi such a devout friend when concerned. The key is the beginning of a career. And all the bottom line is being able to help a city recuperate. Thinking of this, Fang Jinju's eyes little by little become firm and proud. Towards Chuyi release smile. The day of the moment is the day of my will. Beiliao is getting better and better. And the farm is getting better and better. So what am I not satisfied with? To say the only thing that is a bit regrettable is not being able to see Beiliao City in person. And not being able to have a real meeting with you and the old lady. Speaking here, as if she remembered something, she straightened up excitedly. Shu Yi, tomorrow I'll have Shushu go over and teach you how to take pictures and shoot videos with your cell phone. And when the time comes, you'll shoot a video over and show me how big the general's mansion really is. As well as those 900,000 acres of cultivated land. By the way, I haven't seen an ancient military camp yet. Tens of thousands of troops standing together must be very shocking. Right. If you have the opportunity, also give me a shot to see, okay? Shuyi did not realize that his mind had been all changed by Jinju's change. Just now, he was still blaming himself for feeling that she was bound by Beiliao, and wanted her to let go of Beiliao and live recklessly. Now hearing her say that the day at hand is the day she favors, and also giving birth to a hunting heart for Beiliao, the corners of his lips can't help but ripple with gentleness. Good, good, as long as you're happy, let me do anything. Fang Jinju seems to have found a new continent. Pink lips Baba said non-stop. Shu Yi listened carefully, smiling dotingly, until Yi Tingxian rushed into the granary, interrupting the conversation between the two. General, the court is coming. Chapter 81. When listening to Jinju, big stick out. Shu Yi restrained his smile. Fang Jinju on the other end of the cell phone also snapped shut, sat up straight, and perked up her ears. Who's coming? Where did you go? After an instant, Shu Yi opened his mouth, his tone of voice and demeanor icy cold a rut. Yi Tingxian also frowned. It's Wang Shuyi from the Ministry of Households. He's already arrived in Mangzhou County, and will reach the northern Liao territory in less than 2 days. His words fell, and there was another breathless silence. Through the cell phone, Fang Jinju saw Shuya's leg of the hand fist clenched tightly. The face is like a cold mountain snow. Look at a glance can be frozen people frozen. She was inexplicably a little distressed. Shu Yi, Northern Liao, like the child who was pushed over the cliff by parents who treated him as a tired nemesis and resented him. Easy to find a sliver of life, just survived the pain of suffering. That cold-hearted and heartless parents, but suddenly do not know where to notice that he is still alive. Cannot wait to smell the smell to find a look at the truth. Even she, an outsider, could see through it at a glance. If the unscrupulous parents saw that the child was alive and well, they were afraid that they would try their best to extract the secondary value, and then destroy it without hesitation after they had extracted it. Ironic, hilarious, hateful. It was an existence that made one's body go cold at the mention of it. It was only after a long time that Chuyi spoke again. I know. You go out first. Yi Tingxian gave him a complicated and heartbreaking look and quietly retreated with a hug. Only then did Chuyi's eyes look at Fang Jinju, catching the heartache in the bottom of her eyes unawares. The frozen ice on his face chafed for an instant, his throat welling up as he struggled to pull out a soothing arc. It's okay. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mother asterisk 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 ing court. Fang Jinju blood churning difficult to suppress. For the first time in his life burst out foul language. Beiliao the most bitter most difficult time toward it to extend a hand for help. It is good. Raw fear of being a burden on the body. At the expense of a knife to cut off your hand for help. Now that I see that you have survived your own suffering, what are you rushing up to do? Fuck. Mother asterisk 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 It doesn't look like you have any good intentions. Shuya's pupils were slightly shocked, and then he was awestruck in all directions. From the initial to the present, he saw Jinju as kind, intelligent, playful, and even sentimental. But either side of her is soft and polite. But now, she was full of annoyance and anger, and when she insulted the court, she was not in the least confined by propriety and upbringing. So beautiful, so valiant, like a lotus on top of the silt, no longer the same old pink and white, but bright and colorful red. It is a magnificent color that cannot be compared to all worldly colors. See Chuyi stayed shocked speechless. Fang Jinju only then reacted to their own words and actions too reckless. Face red, tone but still did not soften down half a point. Even if you think I'm coarse and unappealing, I also scolded the same. Shu Yi, hasn't the imperial court already split up Beiliao? Then now we, Beiliao, are no longer a county under its Tangwu kingdom, but an independent and autonomous Beiliao kingdom. The current Tangwu is no different to us than the Qiangwu kingdom. Both are our enemy countries. When an enemy country's envoys visit, they should be warmly received only if it is beneficial to us. But if it is harmful to us, then they should be directly blown out with a big stick. Fong Jinju was really angry. Being betrayed by a scumbag in A to look at the joke, and being forced in public by two uncles had never made me so angry. After all, as arrogant as they were, they did not and would not dare to hurt her life. But what about the Tangwu court? Obviously, he had the ability to offer help, but he let 50,000 soldiers and civilians die of starvation without a care in the world. What is the use of having such a mother country? Chu Yi nodded his head and solemnly concurred. Good scolding. Cursing hurts. Saying that, the coldness around his body turned into water, and his eyes also loosened and softened. Jinju cries out for blood in every word to show. How can I not listen to it? If the superior Tangwu is not benevolent, why should I keep my righteousness? When listening to Jinju, the big stick hits out. See, Chu Yi is not pedantic. Fong Jinju's heart's anger this only degraded a little. Little by little calm down. Said to think, but also cannot act hastily. I wonder how Tangwu's troop strength is. If we can't fight against Tangwu now, then we have to use the trick of being gentle, but we can't be tough. Beiliao has been able to catch its breath easily, and even if it has a force value that can compete with it, it's best not to fight hard. At those words, Chu Ye's eyes have been unable to hide the astonishment. Tangwu lifted the country's military strength of about more than 100,000, but basically all scattered stationed in the borders where the three countries converge. Mengzhou County now has 30,000 troops stationed in defense. The other two have 20,000 each, and the remaining 20,000 troops are Kyoto's feathered guards. The troops from the other two places are not to be easily called upon. As for the 30,000 troops from Mengzhou County, they are no match for my northern Liao today. Even if Kyoto mobilizes the 20,000 feathered guards, we will not be afraid. Not to mention the fact that now Changwu 40,000 troops have already submitted, and now Beiliao has 60,000 available troops. Even if hard just is also full of victory. Moreover, there is also Jinju gave the gas canisters. A few drop bombing down. I am afraid that Tangwu those soft feet shrimp will be scared to pee their pants. Beiliao now has enough backbone to take a big stick and beat the court traitors out. Fong Jinju lowered her heart. Then her eyes moved and the corner of her lips curved up with a touch of cunning. That is to say, with our current strength, we don't have to fear Tangwu at all, right? Chu Yi nodded, his eyes hot on her pink lips. Jinju could always bring him surprises at critical times, and many crooked things could always be simplified and resolved with her. I wonder what amazingly good idea this little mouth will spit out right now. So here we go. The next day, Fong Jinju got up earlier than he did yesterday. It's Sunday and it's definitely more crowded than yesterday. Guests who rented the lot yesterday certainly couldn't resist stopping by to break some sweat today. Coupled with the fact that there were too many guests yesterday, Fong Jinju was afraid of an accident due to poor hospitality. So she politely declined a group of guests and let them come over today. On top of that, there must be more new visitors who have caught wind of it. Today will only be busier and more tired than yesterday. Therefore, Fong Jinju temporarily recruited 10 more temporary workers on the recruitment platform last night. And this time the ones recruited were all men, who could do some heavy work that women couldn't do, such as helping the guests to set up tents and hoeing the land for the guests who rented the land, and so on. Not only that, but she also identified 2 recently retired military brothers to work on the farm as security personnel. Guests a lot. There is no guarantee that emergencies will not occur. Behind the force can be relied upon. The heart does not panic in case of trouble. It was true as predicted by Fong Jinju. It wasn't even time for the farm to open for business and there were cars honking outside. None of the employees had come to work yet, so Fong Jinju hurriedly led Rui Shushu forward to open the door. Just a moment. I'll open the door for you now. While trotting forward, Fong Jinju shouted with a heap of smiles, but as she approached to see the oncoming car, she braked violently. Chapter 82, Your parents are gone. Your second uncle and I are your guardians. It's Uncle Air's car. Seeing her suddenly stop, Fong Hongxian poked his head out of the car window and yelled, Jinju, what are you waiting for? Quickly open the door for Uncle too. Fong Hongxian simply opened the car door and came down, reaching out and pushing the iron door. Open the door. Fong Jinju didn't move, but said coldly, what are you doing here? The farm was on fire, and sooner or later the 2 uncles would know about it. Sooner or later they would come. but she didn't expect them to come so early. Fang Jinju couldn't be more clear about what they were playing in their hearts.
Fang Hongjian was originally the youngest son who was spoiled by his family,
with a fiery temper. Seeing that she didn't have the intention to open the door, he immediately snapped, "What's your attitude? No matter what, we're still your own uncles. Talking to elders like this? You're not afraid of being poked in the back. Open the door." As he spoke, he nonchalantly reached out and pounded on the door. Fang Jinju snorted coldly, "Uncle, you guys deserve it too? When you forced me to sign in front of my parents' hearth, you had already threatened to sever your kinship in public, and now you're posing as elders in front of me. You," nakedly revealing his dislike, causing Fang Jianhong to become infuriated. "Speaking of the sky, we are also your own uncle. Cut the crap and open the door." Seeing this, Fang Hongxiang hurriedly got out of the car and changed into his usual smiling tiger skin. "Jin Zhua, it's all a misunderstanding. It was only when your parents packed their bags and said they would take us with them to make money that we took a stake in the farm. We've invested everything we have. The farm was all run and managed by your parents. We knew nothing but to wait for the dividends. And who knew it would end up like this?" Said side reached out and patted Fang Hongjian's shoulder. "You don't and your little uncle general understanding. Recently your little aunt is sick and hospitalized." He was anxious to speak on fire, inevitably rushed a little, and then piled up a face of love and helpless look to Fang Jinju. "Jinju, when we withdrew from the shares is also forced. Cannot we invest a money did not earn, but also the family property all folded in the head, right? You also know the situation of our two families. Your parents only have you as a daughter, but your little uncle and I have two sons each to raise. We really can't afford to take a little risk." So, just as Fang Hongxiang's words fell, Fang Jinju asked nonchalantly, "The risk has all been borne by me, so it's good for you guys to live your lives in peace. And what are you doing looking for me?" The sarcasm and demarcation in the words were so obvious that anyone else with a face and skin might have turned around in anger and walked away. But before the two brothers of the Fang family came, they had already cut their respective cheeks clean, and how could they be provoked away by Fang Jinju's three words? "Jin Jua." Fang Hongxiang looked around towards the farm, automatically filtering out Fang Jinju's unfriendly attitude, and directly opened the door. "We saw our farm's account last night. It's only been a long time. There are several tens of thousands of followers. And looking at the comments, a lot of people are very interested in our Fang family farm. It's still the young people. Their brains are just alive to come up with such a novel method to revitalize the farm. Jinju, you are a girl alone to manage such a big farm. When things go wrong there is no one to consult. Second uncle is heartbroken and worried, or are three families to reshare it? Still, according to the proportion of your parents when they were alive, you accounted for 40% of the shares. Your little uncle and I accounted for 30%. This time your little uncle and I will not be a handler. Both come to the farm to help you to take care of it. How is it? Benefits at present." Fang Hongjian again. Big fire also have to press down first. Voice softened a few points. "Yes, you in the end is a girl family, and just graduated from school. A careless will be cheated. With your parents gone, your second uncle and I will be your guardians, and when the time comes, we'll hold your share of the proceeds for you, and then you can dispose of them yourself when you get married. That's insurance." Fang Jinju was refreshed by the shamelessness of the two people in front of her. At this moment, she was incomparably glad that she was forced to sign that withdrawal agreement at that time. It was pointless to entangle with such a person. She directly opened her mouth to kick them out. "I have nothing to say to you. Please leave. You are not welcome at the Fang family farm." Fang Hongjian wanted to get mad again. "The Fang family farm also has our boss? Who are they?" Just as he was halfway through his words, he was interrupted by Feng Chengcheng, who had come to work. Seeing the Fang family's brothers come in an unkind manner, she hurriedly stopped the motorcycle casually and jogged forward. "Who are you guys? What do you want?" As he said that, he gestured his fist to look at Fang Hongjian with a defensive face. Seeing her coming, Fang Jinju didn't move inside in relief. Feng Chengcheng had told her that she had learned Taekwondo in elementary school and was now at the black belt level, so it was easy to deal with two ordinary men. Boss, what happened?" Immediately following, Zhou Xiaoli also came on a motorcycle, with a female worker sitting on the back of the car. Boss. Zhou Xiaoli's car in front of her had just stabilized, and the others all came one after another. Two veteran brother security guards also came on their straddles one after the other. The group walked towards the iron gate while looking at the Fang family brothers with bad eyes. The Fang brothers were instantly stunned as they looked at the vast array of employees who had come to work. How could Fang Jinju have recruited so many employees? As you can imagine, the farm must be starting to make money. There were so many people and so much courage that Fang Jinju opened the iron door. "Chang, Xiaoli, take the big guy and go ahead and get ready," said Fang Jinju. looking towards the two new soldier brothers. Two handsome brothers, please stay here for now. The two soldier brothers were both more than 1 meter 8. Their faces were rigid and circumspect. Their bodies were strong. And they sniffed and pinched their fists and walked behind Fong Jinju, staring sharply at the Fong family brothers, with the appearance that if they dared to make trouble, they would never be spared. Fong Jinju said to the other brothers in a cold and stern voice, I repeat, hurry up and get out of here. She was glad she had the foresight to find 2 security officers, or else with the shameless realm of these two, it wasn't certain that they would make a move on her if pushed. Seeing this battle, Fong Hongjian Gas directly began to roll up his sleeves. Good you Fong Jinju, what do you mean? Still want to hit people not? I'm just going to go in there today. Don't you dare do anything to me. Fong Hongqiang hurriedly stepped forward to pull him back, squeezing a smile out of Fong Jinju. Jinju even if you hold a grudge against us, but the visitor is a guest, and with an open door to do business, you can't just turn the guest away, can you? This is not good for the farm. Fong Jinju didn't care about so much and was ready to let the soldier brother kick out the people, but before he could say anything, several cars drove toward the farm. This is it, right? That's it right there. Look at the sign. Fong's Farm. Look, that girl at the door should be the owner, just like in the video. Chapter 83. Then their wishful thinking will really not work. As she spoke, several women poked their heads out of the car window and waved at Fong Jinju. Boss, is it open yet? We're here to play on the farm. You can park inside, right? Seeing the situation, Fong Jinju hurriedly changed the friendly face, smiled and waved his hand to respond. Business is business. I'll open the door. Everyone can drive the car in. There are parking spaces inside. As he said this, he opened the iron fence gate and went up to guide the guest's car in, then yelled out to the farm. Chang Chang, there's a guest. Greet him. Seeing that there were guests coming so early in the morning, between the Fong brothers' glances at each other, their eyes were all complicated and hard to resist. Who would have thought that Fong Jinju, a freshly graduated girl, would be so capable of bringing a dying farm back to life in just 10 days? Thinking of this, between their remorse more and more urgent, Fong Hongjian even directly went forward to pull the arm of Fong Jinju. Jinju. Before he could finish his words, he was pinched by the security boy beside Fong Jinju's wrist, instantly showing his teeth and letting go. Ai, let go. Fong Jinju gratefully looked at the security little brother, then looked at Fong Hongqiang. You guys are right. The visitor is a guest. I really can't do anything to you guys. You guys can come in if you want to. I won't stop you. With that, she reached out and pointed to the surveillance cameras a few steps away. But I'll be honest, every corner of the farm is equipped with sound recording surveillance, so if you guys make any trouble, I'll call the police to arrest you right away. When she finished, she looked at the 2 security boys. You don't have to do anything today. Just keep an eye on the 2 of them. Do whatever they want as long as they don't disturb the other guests. Then, pulling the 2 little ones, he walked away without looking back. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. The farm security was done well enough, and with 2 security boys watching, there was no fear of the 2 of them tossing and turning. She wasn't going to delay making money for 2 scummy relatives. After yesterday's video of the farm's booming business was uploaded, even more guests came sniffing around, and in less than 2 hours, the farm's parking spaces were full, with cars parked on the curb even longer than yesterday. Fong Jinju was so busy that she directly put the matter of the 2 scummy uncles completely behind her. Seeing the farm's fields, fish ponds, and even animal barns busy, the Fong brothers' faces darkened. They hear the conversations between employees and guests very well. The rent for a vegetable plot is 2,000. And what with the labor overhead, they had only been there for 2 hours and had watched a dozen acres rented out. And that's not even counting the adoption of livestock and fishing in fish ponds. One can only imagine what a huge gain it would be if all the land on this farm was rented out and all the livestock was adopted out. What's $5 million in debt? And that's a year's worth of gains. Every year after that, the farm will have this gain. Moreover, Fong Jinju's small supermarket, farm stall vegetable restaurant are also booming business. On these 2 incidental business, a year down can earn sweet in Ancheng. The 2 brothers regretted that they didn't ask Fong Jinju what her plans for the farm were before deciding whether to withdraw their shares. Who would have thought this girl was so business savvy? Fong Jinju was busy on her feet until dark, and the Fong brothers also waited until dark. No matter what, they had to find a way to convince Fong Jinju to bring them along to make money. Seeing Fong Jinju sending the last wave of customers away, the 2 brothers hurriedly came forward. Instead, she saw Fong Jinju connect a video with a respectful smile. Uncle Han, little Fong, how's business at the farm today? Don't worry Uncle Han, today's business is even better than yesterday's. Just wait and see. The farm's 500 acres will all be rented out in less than half a month. Good. I didn't look at the wrong person. When you swore me to buy the farm, said that within a year guaranteed to bring the farm back to life profitably, I still think that you are in order for me to buy the farm as soon as possible to say big words. I did not think that this is only a few days of hard work. I am almost back to the capital. Uncle Han, if not for your trust in me, willing to buy the farm, but also hired me to run and manage the farm, I'm afraid that I'm now being forced to the bureau by the debt collectors. Don't worry, I'll do my best to make the farm better and better, and you just sit down and wait to count the money. Ha ha ha. Well, you do a good job, and as soon as the farm pays back its capital, I'll give you an extra 5% dividend in addition to the $20,000 a month. Thank you, Uncle Han. Seeing Fong Jinju hanging up the phone with a smile on her face, the two Fong family brothers were completely dumbfounded. Is it surprising that the farm has changed hands? Fong Jinju actually sold the farm? How could she sell the farm so easily when she had such a great idea in her head to revitalize it? Ouch! Fong Hongjian hated the iron and sprinted forward. Jinju, how can you sell the farm? The farm is such a good business, earning more than tens of millions of dollars a year. Why did you even sell it without consulting us? Fong Hongxian also had a look of regret and flesh pain. Yes, Jinju. What kind of person is this Uncle Han to you? Can you talk to him and turn the farm back? We'll run it ourselves. If this farm is owned by Fong Jinju, they will have to force her to give up half of her shares. But if the farm changes ownership, then their plans will not work. Fong Jinju's smile tightened and turned into a sneer. Doesn't it cost money to hire people? Doesn't publicity cost anything? You only see the farm explode. But do you know how much money has been poured into it before that? Do you guys think the bank will give a loan to me? An orphan girl who just graduated without having worked a day in her life and is carrying a huge debt of $5 million? If my classmate's grandfather hadn't stepped in to help, my life would have been ruined. How ironic. My own relatives are heartless, and in the end the one who helps me is an outsider. As she spoke, she approached the Fong brothers step by step. What? Now that you see that the farm is starting to make money, your eyes are red and you regret it? Yes. If you were not so desperate to withdraw your capital and shares, the three of us worked together to lend a little money to invest in the farm. How would the farm fall into the hands of others? Then every penny of today's earnings. Have your share. Do you know how much money the farm made today? With an exasperated expression, Fong Jinju stretched out two fingers. $2 million. In just one day, the farm made $2 million. Divided among you, that's $400,000 each. Unfortunately, you guys are too selfish and desperate, too afraid of carrying a penny of debt, and can't wait to dump a bunch of on me. Now it's good to just watch someone else make money. At the end of the sentence, Fong Jinju released pursed lips. But I am very content. After all, Anqing just graduated college students. Who can have such a high salary as me? Besides, it doesn't matter who the corporation is, as long as we can make the farm work. We can fulfill my parents' long-cherished dream. Gentlemen, the farm is closing. If you want to stay here for the night, that's fine. $300 a night, cash sweeper or credit card. Chapter 84. That Wang Shuyi was infuriated and told the general to go out immediately to receive the decree. The Fong brothers' faces were green and white as they left the farm in a grayish manner. Listening to the sound of the car's engine going away, Fong Jinju let out a big sigh of relief. As long as the Fong family farm was hers, Fong Jinju, the two scummy uncles would be thinking about it and pestering her day after day. And one day something would happen. So during the daytime, she took the opportunity to go to the toilet to send Uncle Han a WeChat, explaining the situation to him, which led to the scene just now where Uncle Han cooperated with her to stage the change of ownership of the farm. This would also completely cut off the shenanigans of the two uncles. The border between northern Liao and Mengzhou County. A group of people slowly stepped into the northern Liao territory. There were leading guards riding high horses in front, followed closely by a carriage, which was followed by two long lines of guards, about 100 or so. What's going on out there? A slightly deep male voice came from the carriage. 7 parts arrogant, 3 parts shrewd. The lead guard scanned the circle and reported back truthfully. Lord Wang, there is no one ahead to greet him. After an instant of silence, Wang Shuyi coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. Good you Chu Yi, last night this official sent someone to come and inform. The holy decree is current. How dare you not come out to meet? I'm only afraid that General Chu harbors a grudge against the court for its previous inattention. The lead guard responded. That's why he intentionally slowed down Lord Wang. Lord Wang, North Liao is clearly in a desperate situation this time, but still put together a way to survive. It is enough to show that this General Chu is very uncomplicated, and we still need to be careful on this trip. Wang Shuyi in the carriage half squinted, his eyes full of concern. So what? Chu family full of loyalty.
Loyalty and filial piety, 2 words is the Chu family rules of the first, even if Chu Yi dissatisfaction with the court, but also absolutely will not and dare not violate the Chu family rules. At best, he'll dare to take Zhou not to come to the border, but he'll be sure to wait obediently under the city gates to meet the imperial decree. Move forward at full speed and try to reach the city gates of Bailio before noon. The general's house. Chu Yi is drinking to the video with Fang Jinju with a smile and a laugh. Gah! Fang Jinju tilted her head back and took a large gulp of cold beer, sighing tersely in comfort. Finally I can catch my breath. You don't even know how busy it's been on the farm the last 2 days. Every moment someone is yelling boss this, boss that, and my ears, eyes and hands feel like they're going to run out. Although the words, but Fang Jinju laughed like a little mouse that fell into the rice bowl. No wonder everyone wants to be the boss. This feeling does make people up, haha. Chu Yi eyebrows and eyes are gentle smile. Just look at Jinju to him without saying anything. The mood is like stepping on the clouds in general pleasure. The meal in front of you also doubled the sense of increased fragrance. That yesterday earned how much? As soon as she talked about this, Fang Jinju was full of bravado and excitedly stretched out 2 fingers. 2 million ah. Earned more than $3 million in 2 days. Do you know what it's like for a poor person to be rich at first sight? Ha ha, that's how I feel right now. While saying that, Fang Jinju poured a few more mouthfuls of cold beer, slightly squinting her almond eyes. Her stretched face was full of contentment and acceptance. Chu Yi smiled even more. Again, happy also cannot be too much greedy cold. Hurry to eat some rice while it is hot to pad the stomach before. Mother made new braised pork today according to the recipe you gave me. Try it. Fang Jinju obediently sat up straight and smiled as she gave the 2 little ones a piece of braised meat first. Come on, eat meat, grow meat, so you'll become more adorable, yo. These days Rue Shu flesh eyes can be seen by her to raise some fat. Better kiss. Better Rua. Thank you, sister. Shu curled her eyes and grinned her little grin at Fang Jinju. Then she came close to the video to tell off Chu Yi. Little uncle. Yesterday, there were bad guys. Who wanted to bully? Sister. Rue's chewing little mouth stopped and carefully squeezed into the video. It's okay da little uncle. There's a tall man. Big brother. Protecting sister. It's awesome. Chu Yi on the other end of the video smile stiffened slightly. Did someone cause trouble on the farm? And who is this tall big brother that Rue is talking about? Chu Yi inexplicably felt some blockage in his heart, and an unaware sourness. Whenever Jinju was in danger, he couldn't help her a bit. What kind of friend is this? Fang Jinju first rubbed the 2 little ones' heads and soothed them. Don't be afraid. They won't dare to come back. Only then did he smile and look at Chu Yi. No one made a scene. It's my 2 scummy uncles who came smelling of money today, and we clashed when we met. Ruiro Shushu must have been scared, but I went ahead and found 2 ex-soldier brothers to come to the farm as security personnel. With them around, my 2 scummy uncles wouldn't have the guts even if they tried to do something. Shu Ye's eyes darkened. Jinju, I'm sorry, you have been so gracious to Bai Liao, but I can't do anything for you except give empty thanks. For the first time he had selfish thoughts. I hope that he is not what the North Liao general, only do Jinju side, a common but can protect her man on the good. Fang Jinju was slightly stunned, looking at the despondent self-reproach on Shu Ye's face. His heart rippled with a touch of strange fluttering. Who says you can't do anything? At the end, Fang Jinju softly laughed. What you did for me is something no one can do. Shu Yi looked up, his eyes staring with incredulity. You don't have to comfort me. I'm not comforting you. Fang Jinju laughed and shook her head. I meant what I said. Because of you, such an ordinary girl as my Fang Jinju even had the chance to help a city, and even became a goddess revered by millions of people. And for this alone, no one can compare to you. And you and Ruerue Shushu accompany me to eat every day. Listen to my nagging. You accompany me to be happy, accompany me to be sad, and carry all my joys and sorrows like family members. With that, she moved closer to the video, smiling but extremely serious. That's what the next person can't do. Shu Yi, it's not that you don't want to do anything for me, but there's 2,000 years between us. It's something that neither you nor I can change, but I'm sure that if you were by my side, you wouldn't hesitate to stand up for me no matter what danger I was in. Wouldn't you? Shu Ye's eyes moved and he nodded his head vigorously. If I can, I shall protect Jinju with my life. All the mixed feelings of the mind, at this moment all set things right. Fang Jinju smiled with delightful relief, and just when she wanted to respond to something, she saw Chu Yi suddenly turn his head to look outward. But they've arrived? Then, Yi Tingshuan's voice came out from the cell phone. Yes, General. They have arrived at the General's residence. That Wang Shuyi was infuriated and told the General to go out and receive the decree immediately. Chapter 85. This is defying His Majesty. Defying the court. Does he want to rebel? At those words, what else did Fang Jinju not understand?
It must be that the people sent by the court have already arrived at the general's residence. Listening to Yi Tingshuan's tone, they were afraid to think that Beiliao was a barren city that they could rub round and flatten. Okay, I got it. Xu Ye's face was expressionless. Just do as I instructed you earlier. There is no need to come back to inform me. Saying that, he picked up the ice-cold beer and raised it towards Fang Jinju as if no one else was there. Jinju, let's proceed to eat and drink. Fang Jinju also smiled and clinked glasses with him across the room. Cheers. How's that for a cold beer? Much better? Well, it does seem a lot more refreshing. Tomorrow I'll let you taste the wine made from grapes. Grapes can also make wine? Of course. It's so sweet to drink that you can accidentally drink too much, and it's especially addictive. Seeing the general and the goddess get along with a relaxed body, full of spring pleasure, Yi Tingxian couldn't help but grin. Where can he still bear to disturb? Hurriedly and quietly retreated to the main gate of the general's residence. Where is General Chu? Seeing Yi Tingxian go in alone and come out alone, Wang Shui said angrily, why don't you hurry out to receive the decree? Yi Tingxian raised the end of his eyebrows with a touch of provocation, holding the hilt of his sword and standing quietly in place, turning a deaf ear and ignoring it. It's just as well that the holy orders are approaching and not greeted at the city gates. Wang Shui's face was green with anger. Now that this official has come to this general's mansion, Shui is even delayed in going out to receive the decree. This is defying his majesty, defying the court. Does he want to rebel? Yi Tingxian raised his eyebrows once again, his lips still rippling with a touch of mockery, still ignoring it. Seeing this, Wang Shui's chest rose and fell violently. His originally arrogant face alternated between green and red, and his two beards couldn't stop shaking with anger. Good. Lei Wei Shou. Sword-bearing guard Lei Jinting hurriedly stepped forward. Shui defied his majesty, defied the court. His crime is punishable. This official is asking you to immediately enter the house to capture him. Wang Shui's eyes were sharp and his voice was high. This official will personally escort him back to the capital to face the saint, so that his majesty can convict him. Lei Jinting's eyes faintly flashed with a hint of hesitation, but he still drew his sword on command, making a move to charge into the general's residence. Shoo! Yi Tingshuan's brows were stern as he swished and drew his sword and pointed it straight at Wang Shui's facade. This guard at the door of the Chu family army also moved at the sound, clattered forward to Wang Shui and his party surrounded, guarding the general's residence of the Chu family army more than 2,000. Just the doorway has 200 people, but Wang Shui brought the guard's army only 100. When the two sides face each other, the highs and lows appear. Seeing this, Wang Shui was shocked and unbelievably pointed at Yi Tingxian and rebuked. What do you want? Do you guys want to revolt? Lei Jinting's eyes flickered in all directions, staring at Yi Tingxian as if he were an enemy. As a military general, his sense of crisis has always been steady and accurate. He knows very well that if the Chu family army really wants to rebel, how can they survive? Yi Tingxian still didn't utter a word, but the swashbuckling aura had already responded a little without moving. If you want to enter the general's house, no way. Before going to the north, Wang Shui naturally had to weigh the preliminaries. The court ignored and abandoned Beiliao in the time of crisis, which is really cold-hearted. This time Chu Yi meet the decree to receive the decree must be reluctant. To them certainly will not have any good face. But Chu's family's courtesy of kings and subjects is engraved in the blood and bones, and everyone knows it. Even if he, Chu Yi, were to blame the court, he would still have to treat them with courtesy on the surface, and he would certainly not dare to disobey his majesty's will. But he had never predicted this situation in front of him. Not only did Chu Yi not even bother to come out, but his men also looked like they were ready to behead the court officials. Wang Shui heart chills, soon made a weighing, whisked his sleeve and said, Lei Weiss Ho, this is a big matter. Immediately with my original way back to the capital, this official will report this matter to His Majesty, and wait for His Majesty to determine the punishment. According to common sense, the court abandoned North Liao has been more than 2 months. North Liao should have been a dead city but not long ago stationed in Mangzhou County. General Yuan sent a letter back to the capital, said that the Northern Liao natural phenomena, as if 2 wars in a row, and the Northern Liao city suddenly martial law, the defense and control of the Iron Bucket. Their scouts have no way to get close to the city of Northern Liao, not to mention mixing into the city. But what is certain is that the city of Beiliao was bustling, the kind of bustling festivity that is alive and well. The rest of the scenario is less clear. Such a phenomenon is really against the common sense, so His Majesty immediately issued a decree. Let him take 100 personal guards to go to the north brightly to find out what is going on. All the way into the city of North Liao, the people encountered on the road, although skinny as wood, but everyone's face is full of vitality, walking up that are under the feet of the wind, where there is half a bit of the dying struggling look. This shows that Beiliao city definitely has food, and still has plenty of it.
Only Chu Yi not only did not meet at the city gate. Along the way to the general's residence encountered several patrols of the Chu family army. Every encounter with a group of people will come up to interrogate them. All the way to Wang Shuyi has long been accumulated a stomach of anger. I thought that when I arrived at the general's residence, I could question Chu Yi properly, but I did not expect the situation to be completely beyond the preconceived notion. When the words fell, Wang Shuyi turned around to leave, but I don't want a Chu family army spear to face. Press no intention to get out of the way. You guys, you're reckless. Wang Shuyi is a civil official, usually discusses the border warfare although eloquent, but has never seen a real war. At this moment has all panicked. What exactly do you want to do? Vice General Yi, this time we have come, we are acting under orders. Lei Zhenting tugged Wang Shuyi's sleeve, slowed down his face to look at Yi Tingxian. To put it badly, we are a messenger. Never take the chicken feather as an arrow. Deliberately make things difficult for General Chu's meaning. If General Chu is unwilling to accept the decree, we can't force it. But please also let us go so that we can return to the capital to report our duties. Wang Shuyi's face was a little more at ease, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Yi Tingxian. The two countries are still at war without hurting the messengers, and as long as they make their position clear, Shuyi should not make things difficult for them. Unexpectedly, Yi Tingxian still didn't respond and only looked at the two of them with cold eyes. After a moment of stalemate, Lei Zhenting was also a bit uncertain, only feeling a bit of hair on his back. Shuyi didn't move them and didn't respond. What exactly was he up to? Wang Shuyi couldn't resist and wanted to say something again. Yi Tingxuan's knife sheath moved and breathed out on his face, almost didn't breathe out his teeth, and an old face instantly swelled in half. You, fearful and angry, he subconsciously cried out, and Yi Tingxuan's knife sheath unceremoniously called out to the other side of his face again. The scene. Shu Yi, who was standing at the corner of the corridor, took a cell phone and filmed it all. Chapter 86, Old Madam, don't spoil me, or I'll turn my nose up at you. Yi Tingxian had just left with his front foot, and he followed with his back foot. It was only because Jin Zhu said that she wanted to see what kind of faces the people of the court had. Wang Shuyi covered his face and bent over whimpering in pain. At this moment even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't say anything. Vice General Yi, what exactly do you intend to do? Lei Zhenting couldn't help but ask, his forehead already dripping with cold sweat. Yi Tingxian cast a sidelong glance at him and waved his hand towards the Chu family army at the door. The Chu family army immediately spread out on both sides, making way. Lei Zhenting looked at Yi Tingxian with a complex and apprehensive face. Then with a clench of his teeth, he pulled Wang Shuyi out of the general's residence. 100 personal guards tried to follow them, but they were resurrounded by the Chu family army. Seeing this, Lei Zhenting and Wang Shuyi froze in the doorway, looking at Yi Tingxian with a shocked and puzzled expression. Yi Tingxian still looked at them without a word. Meaningfully, after weighing their options, the two Lei Wangs did not care about the 100 personal guards and only wanted to hoof it out of northern Liao. If we don't leave again, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. The two almost jogged to the carriage, only to be blocked once again by the spears of the Chu clan's army, preventing them from getting into the carriage. Then immediately a Chu family army came forward and took the carriage and horses away. What the hell do you want? Sparing Lei Zhenting, he couldn't help himself and loudly questioned the Chu family army in front of him. Is it hard to make us walk back to the capital? The Chu family army retrieved their spears and retreated, still ignoring them. At this moment, Wang Shuyi had already been scared out of his wits, dragging Lei Zhenting and trotting away from the general's residence. Shuyi made a vertical leap and flew up the wall with a body as light as a swallow. Yi Tingxian and a group of Chu clan troops had stared in disbelief as they watched their general take the artifact and fly after it. Immediately there are 4 or 5 Chu family army riding scattered to the 4 sides of the city gate to convey military orders, posting notices. Evening, granary. Shu Yi, elder lady Chu, is having dinner with Fang Jinju and the 2 little ones on video. Fang Jinju ate insatiably and couldn't help but compare her thumbs towards old lady Chu. Old lady's rice is getting more and more delicious. Every dish is super for dinner. Old lady Chu smiled cheerfully. It's those condiments you gave that are good. Even if the roadside casually gathers 2 handfuls of grass can make a good taste. It's not the same. The old lady cooks with the flavor of her mother. Fang Jinju did not mince words of praise. Her almond eyes were full of earnestness. After her parents passed away, she was left to eat alone. As soon as she put the bowl on the table, she remembered the cozy scene of her family eating together. And every time she took a big gulp of some food into her stomach, she skimmed through the meal. Because, even the most delicious meal becomes hard to swallow when mixed with too many tears. But now, every mouthful of food is embedded with Mrs. Chu's loving care. Any mountain delicacies are difficult to match. Elderly Lady Chu was relieved and heartbroken. For a moment her throat was a little sore and uncomfortable. As long as you like it,
I'll cook for you for the rest of your life. She really wanted to pinch Jinju's food, scoop up her soup, or hug her and hold her hand. In short, she wanted to do all the little things that would make her feel happy and warm. Unfortunately, they could never really eat at the same table. Fang Jinju nodded her head with a smile, then shook her head quickly. Old madam, don't spoil me, be careful of me stomping on my nose. When the words fell, not only old lady Chu, Shu Yi also froze for a moment. Then old lady Chu said earnestly in succession, I just want to spoil you. Even if you stir up your nose, I'm willing to spoil you. Ha ha ha. Happiness exploded in the bottom of Fang Jinju's eyes in brilliant fireworks, smiling like a child. Oh, old madam, you're so nice. Don't worry, I'm joking. I wouldn't dare to stomp on my nose or my parents will come and beat me up in my dreams. Ha ha ha. You kid. Seeing this scene, Chu Yi looked at Fang Jinju's eyes. There was already something that he couldn't hide, and at the right time, he asked with a smile, Jinju, did you watch the video? Upon hearing this, Fang Jinju hurriedly swallowed the rice in her mouth and nodded repeatedly. Look, but it's such a relief. Saying this, she scat at Chu Yi inside. It's not bad that you brought out soldiers. Every one of them is not simple. That Yi Tingxian usually talks so much and also looks like he can't hide his emotions either. How did he hold back from saying a word in front of those two court traitors? You don't say. The way he doesn't speak is really quite bluffing. Look how scared those two dog officials are. Chu Yi laughed, some pride rippling under his eyes. Military orders are like mountains. Regardless of their temperament in normal times, they must be restrained before military orders. The bottom of Fang Jinju's eyes roiled with adoration and she gave a thumbs up. Soldiers of every era are the same, always giving people a full sense of security. Feeling safe? Chu Yi was slightly puzzled. What is security? He could hear it as a compliment, but it was not very penetrating. Fang Jinju thought for a moment and said, let's say that I am afraid of walking at night. But if you, a great general, walks with me, I am not afraid of anything, even if an evil ghost suddenly leaps out of the air. This is the sense of security. Can you understand now? Chu Yi's heart moved slightly and he nodded. I understand. Jin Zhu, are you very afraid of the dark? And how did she spend those nights alone when her parents passed away? Fang Jinju subconsciously looked at the sky outside the window that would be dark, her eyelashes slightly trembling. There aren't many girls who aren't afraid of the dark, right? You don't know. The farm location is a bit remote. I'm probably the only one for miles around. And the first night I first came to the farm, I couldn't sleep with the lights on. She stretched her arms around Rue Shu Shu, full of gratitude. But it's good that I met Rue Shu Shu the second night I came to the farm. I'm especially relieved to have them sleeping next to me. Speaking of this, Fang Jinju was suddenly a bit despondent. I really dare not think. If one day they are no longer by my side, what should I do? She hugged Rue Shu Shu's hand a little tighter. The two little ones were always members of the Chu family and could not stay with her for the rest of her life, including Chu Yi, old lady Chu, and Bei Liao. It was impossible for them to keep crossing paths with her. After all, no one knew if the space-time passage would always exist. Words line to this, Chu old lady's eyes diffuse on the difficult apprehension to suffer. Chu Yi also silent. Things are unpredictable, just as initially they could never have imagined that Bei Liao would have today. Everything about tomorrow is also unknown. Jin Zhu was already tied to them, to the fate of Northern Liao. They didn't dare to think what would happen to them if one day Jin Zhu suddenly disappeared from their world. What would Northern Liao be without the goddess? As if thinking of a place, the three of them tacitly looked at each other and smiled, leaving behind the short-lived trance of frustration, and began to talk and laugh again as they ate. It is the unknown road ahead that makes the present moment all the more precious. Cherish it for yourself. Into the night, Lei Jinting and Wang Shuyi crouched at the street corner, like lost dogs. Chapter 87. Going to the general's residence to seek death? They had wanted to get out of the city and then return to Monmouth County on foot. As soon as they reached the boundaries of Manju County, they would be safe. At that time, they could then send back to the capital all that they had seen and heard in Beiliao, and wait for His Majesty to decide. The four sides of the city gates of Beiliu won't even let them out. Running back and forth through several city gates, they had long been famished, but the city of Beiliu was desolate, and all the restaurants and stores were closed. So even if they had silver in their arms, they couldn't find land to buy food. Moreover, the Chu family army has posted notices all over Beiliao City, ordering all the people not to peddle food to them and not to take them in at night. There is nothing to eat, nothing to live in, just like a lost dog. Lei Wang. Two people in the capital are also golden and noble characters, where have received such treatment. The heart is angry in hate and fear. Chief Lei Wei, where should we go tonight? Wang Shuyi covered his face, which was still vaguely painful, and frowned. Lei Jinting sighed, then got up. Let's go. To the general's residence. Wang Shuyi was shocked. Going to the general's residence to seek death? If Chuyi wanted to kill us, how could we have survived until now? Lei Jinting's face was complicated. Now that we can't get out of the city, and there's no place to live and no food to eat, if we don't go to the general's mansion to ask about what's going on, are we going to sit here and wait for death? Saying that, without waiting for Wang Shuyi, he strides towards the direction of the general's residence. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi hesitated for a moment and hurriedly chased after him. Chief Lei Wei, wait for me instead. Jin Shu means to keep the people of Beiliao City busy? Granary. Shuyi's chopsticks that were holding the food paused, and the bottom of his eyes brightened slightly. Fang Jinju nodded her head while giving the two little ones some food. There is still half a year before the grain harvest. We can't just wait around and do nothing during this period, right? Jin Zhu is right. If we wait around with nothing to do like this, the people will only raise inertia. Shu Yi nodded his head in agreement, but then he revealed a look of difficulty. But North Liao, in addition to the newly reclaimed fields, the city and outside the city are all deserted. There are no stores, no workshops, even if I want them to make a pair of straw shoes. I can't find any usable materials. Wait, Chu Yi. Let me eat a few mouthfuls of rice first to pad out, and then tell you in detail. Fang Jinju pursed her lips towards Chu Yi and smiled, then concentrated on the meal in front of her. Her pair of almond eyes curving up into a pleasantly insatiable arc from time to time because of the good taste of the meal. There's no rush. Take your time and eat it all. Chu Yi's face rippled with gentleness, once again reaching out to clip the food, silently accompanying her to eat. A pair of eyes were unconsciously attracted by the woman in the video. Every move, knit his brows and smile or pulling the arc of his mouth. So full. A bowl of rice under the belly. Fang Jinju this only readily put down the chopsticks, and Chu Yi to look at. Supplies and materials you do not have to worry about, but first we must discuss what to let the people do, so I know what to send over to the appropriate. Although I don't understand the living and production customs of your time, I think that clothing, food, housing and transportation are all analogous from ancient times, and it must be right to start with these points first. There is no need to worry about food and shelter now, so let's start with clothing and transportation first. Chu Yi hurriedly put down his chopsticks. The winter clothes to protect against the cold are already available. As for the spring and summer clothes, the people's existing ones are worn out, but they are all still barely wearable. As for the line, North Liao is now banned from entering the Central Plains, not to mention that they will not set foot in other countries. The people are just walking to and from the city of North Liao. I do not know how else to start. Then say clothes first. Fang Jinju pursed her lips and asked, what do you think of the winter clothes and boots I sent over? How do they compare to your previous winter clothes? Upon hearing this, Chu Yi seemed to be enlightened. Let's not talk about keeping warm. The winter coat sent by Miss Jean Zhu is not only simple and generous in its cut, but also a lot of subtleties. The most wonderful thing is that the military coat's buttons are open, which makes it much easier to put on and take off than the laced clothing on our side. There is also that the cotton pants are particularly well handled, very close to the body, easy to walk activities. The waist of the elastic place is also very subtle. Do not have to tie the belt of the pants, which is really convenient. Very. After a few words, Chu Yi felt more and more that the Chinese people were not simple, and there was admiration between his looks. Of course, we have a lot of good things in China. These are nothing. Fang Jinju also smiled proudly. You also said that the spring and summer clothes of the military and civilian people of Northern Liao are worn out, so let's take the opportunity to replace them all with new ones. Chu Yi slightly stunned. Jinju, save the poor not to save the poor, and road is the rice grace bucket rice hatred. You send food to send winter clothes or to save lives. I cannot refuse, but if everything is let Jinju you to do to worry about, North Liao will only be indulged out of greed and laziness, for fear that in the future everyone just want to sit back and enjoy the benefits of, and no longer want to labor to pay for it. I know. Fang Jinju nodded in agreement. So this time I won't send over ready-made ones directly. I'll send over fabrics for you to make your own. Chu Yi was once again stunned. Do it yourself? This is a little stronger, but it costs a lot of money to buy the fabric. And there is also the implication that it is unmerited, which I don't think is quite right either. The more she understands, the more Fang Jinju feels that Chu Yi has a noble character, and the appreciation under her eyes shows no doubt without stinting. The old madam has raised you really well. It's really hard to find someone as good as you by the light of a lantern. At those words, Chu Yi's face was colored with a layer of naive red. Jinju fallaciously praised. Fang Jinju shook her head decisively. I'm not exaggerating. Detail C character. You're really good. Exceptionally good. To cut to the chase, I agree with everything you said, so I'm being paid for this fabric delivery. Chu Yi nodded between the birth of some difficulties. Jean Zhu, you know that we are now temporarily no way. Aha, I know it. Fong Jinju softly interrupted. This compensation is not the other compensation. There are countless good things in China. But you, Bei Liao, also have things that are highly sought after by us Chinese. So when I say compensated, it's really an exchange of materials for mutual benefit. You should have embroiderers in Beilio, right? Yes, in our place, all women. Most of them know women's read, but their skills are of different levels. That's good. It's pretty much what I expected, and I have a great idea about dressmaking. So listen to it first. The General's Gate. Little brother, please pass the word. We want to meet General Chu. Lei Zhenting and Wang Shuyi were piling up a face full of earnestness to speak kindly to the gatekeeper. As they spoke, Lei Zhenting took out a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it over. Please make it easy for little brother. Only then did Chu Jejun look at him and reached out to take the silver into his arms. The two Thunder Kings looked at each other, surprise crossing their eyes. It is true that no matter where and when, there is nothing that can't be done with silver. Chapter 88. What is the general recruiting embroiderers and garment makers for? The two waited with smiles on their faces. But I didn't want the Chu family army to turn into a human steak after putting the silver in their arms. Thunder King looked at each other again, anger and powerlessness tearing and burning in the bottom of his eyes. Is this a case of not wanting to do the job after taking the money? Shame on you. Although he thought so, Lei Zhenting clenched his teeth and took another silver ticket from his bosom and handed it over. Little brother, if it's difficult, it's fine if we don't see the general. And I'd also like to trouble you to disclose a little bit. What is the general's deeper meaning in treating us in such a way? Even if we die, let's be the ones to understand, right? Chu Jejun's expressionless face took the silver ticket into his bosom, and once again changed into a human steak. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi stormed and deliberately said in a loud voice, receiving silver and not doing anything, are you not afraid that your general will take you to be asked? Chu Jejun remained expressionless. Not long after, Yi Tingxian came out from the general's mansion with his sword in his arms. The Chu family army moved at the sound of their voices, took out the silver in their arms, and handed it over to Yi Tingxian. Yi Tingxian took it and put it into his own bosom, glancing meaningfully at the two Lei Wangs. Lei Zhenting and Wang Shuyi were angry and abashed. Their chests were just about to explode. After a while, Wang Shuyi squeezed out a hint of a smile. Vice General Yi, the two countries are still at war without making it difficult for the messenger. We can't take it out on us just because the general has a grudge against the court, right? Please also ask Vice General Yi to clarify what exactly must be done before the general is willing to see us? Yi Tingxian hooked his lips, turned around and entered the general's residence. The two Thunder Kings collapsed, but they didn't dare to have a random attack, so they could only storm off in place. Later, no matter how much they said and how much they bribed, the Chu family army guarding the door didn't give the slightest response. It was already chilly in Beilio at night, although the two have brought the cold clothing, but all in the carriage loaded. At the moment only wearing the autumn shirt. The night wind blows, freezing only shivering. The houses in the city, every house was closed. They snuggled up to each other and wandered all over the city, but they could not find a place to take shelter from the wind. In the end, they had to drill a dog hole into an abandoned and unoccupied mansion for the night. The next morning the two once again ran to the general's residence, both kneeling at the entrance to the general's residence. General Chu, please spare our lives. General Chu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn to the general at the beginning. The general can be punished or beaten, but I only ask the general to reward us with a mouthful of food. After a night of starving and freezing, both of them wanted to go up to the wooden door and nibble on it when they saw it right now. All of their pride is gone. They just want to eat a full meal. But no matter how much they begged and kowtowed, they got no response. The two men, mad with hunger, had to come to the streets, and when they saw the people, they went up to them and pulled them down. Auntie, do us a favor and sell us a mouthful of rice. As he said this, he took out silver and silver tickets. As long as you let us eat, all this money is yours. The people naturally know what kind of people they are. See them out of the hundreds of taels of silver, just to buy a full meal. Instantly thought of the previous 2 months without the goddess aid, their own starvation over those days, and how will give them a good face. Bah, dog officer, now you know how bad it feels to be hungry, don't you? We've been starving for 2 months, so what if you have a lot of silver? I won't sell you a single bite of food. It's time to let you golden people feel what it's like to be hungry and cold. Otherwise how can you understand how cruel and selfish your move to abandon our northern Liao city was in the first place? Asked a circle. Lei Wang two people not only did not buy a bite of food, but was met with blank stares and spit. Slowly, they seemed to understand why Chu Yi was doing this to them. This is to avenge the court's cutthroat disregard for northern Liao. But it's not their decision to cut off northern Liao. The two felt wronged. If they had known this, they should have given themselves a knife and pretended to be sick in bed, so that they wouldn't have to be dispatched here. and they wouldn't have to suffer this living sin. But it's futile to say anything else when it's already happened.
After being starved like this for 2 days,
the two lay ones were paralyzed at the entrance of the general's residence, unable to even say words of pleading, wretched as a dog. On the third day, new notices were posted all over the streets of Baliao City. The general is looking for embroiderers and dressmakers? We don't even have a piece of cloth in Baliao right now. So what is the general recruiting embroiderers and garment makers for? It says that the embroiderer can make embroidery for the goddess, and the goddess will reward the cloth according to the quality of the finished embroidery for us to make new spring and summer clothes. Really? I thought my embroidery skills would be wasted, but now I've got a chance like this thanks to the goddess. That's right. What's more, the goddess will send over a batch of garment making artifacts, so no matter whether they know how to sew or not, as long as they are willing to learn, they can all go to the general's residence to enroll. Great. I'll sign up now. I'm going too.
Learning of the contents of the bulletin, the people were overjoyed and headed toward the general's residence in groups of 3 or 5.
In no time, a long line of enrollment formed at the entrance of the general's residence.
Though the two lay ones were starving and deflated, they were able to listen to the people's comments in a general way.
Goddess? Embroiderer? What is all this and what? Suddenly,
a cowhide jug was dropped at the feet of both Thunder Kings,
interrupting their trance-like thoughts.
Lei Zhenting was the first to react,
grabbing the water bottle and picking it up, pouring it into his mouth. Let me have a drink. Save me a bite.
Wang Shuyi reached out to grab it, but he was originally a civil official with no hands, and he was over 100 years old, so where could he grab Lei Zhenting?
The military general. Lei Zhenting drank to his heart's content before letting go,
but he clung to the cowhide kettle and refused to let go. There's still water in there,
but who knows when the next time you'll get a drink.
In front of the survival of life and death,
he could not care about what the same dynasty as an official's love.
Only want to the only chance of life tightly clutched in hand.
Survival instincts let Wang Shuyi tightly pull Lei Zhenting's clothes.
Know the advantages and disadvantages of the bitter pleading.
Lei Wei head.
Since the general is willing to give us water,
that must not want to let us die. And after that we'll certainly be given again. Please give me to drink a little bit. Just a little bit.
Lei Zhenting shook his head with a firm face.
Lord Wang, don't blame me for being heartless.
Who knows when the next time I give water,
I will ensure my own life first. Between the two men scrambling and tugging,
they were oblivious to the fact that they had become a joke in the eyes of the people. It turns out that these people who pride themselves on being reserved are also virtuous when they are starved for a few days.
Farm. Fang Jinju had just received the first batch of embroideries sent over by Chu Yi. Jin Zhu, what do you think of these embroideries? Chu Yi's eyes looked at the woman in the video with fervor, his face slightly apprehensive.
Northern Liao in the end is not compared to the Central Plains. The best embroiderer embroidered out of the object, and the Central Plains embroiderer only 6 or 7%.
Chapter 89, come on.
Take her down to the caning room and punish her with 30 strokes of the cane.
Fang Jinju was actually stunned at first glance, and upon further inspection, a tidal wave of elation and excitement came over her.
Embroidery samples and materials were all sent over by her.
Flowers, birds, fish and insects, bamboo, orchids, plums and chrysanthemums, quite a lot of patterns. She let Baliao's embroiderers have free rein and pick what they were good at embroidering. Chu Yi previously mentioned that North Liao's embroiderers' skills are generalized, can only be said to be still good, but cannot be considered refined.
She did not hold too high expectations, only thinking that after all, it is a classical embroidery. How can also in the uniform modern industrial machine embroidery at a glance stand out, even if the ability to realize a little weaker, but it is also another incidental income.
Something is better than nothing, but I did not expect. These embroidery is not only out of the ordinary,
each can be comparable to the non-legacy, greatly exceeded her expectations.
Chu Yi, when Fang Jinju looked up,
she was full of springtime smiles.
These embroideries are simply too excellent. Now we have another way to make money. Upon hearing this,
Chu Yi was relieved and at the same time had some doubts. The clothes of the state of China are so easy to put on and take off. If we let the embroiderers cut clothes that are similar to those of Northern Liao, as Jinju said,
will anyone really buy them? Fang Jinju pursed her lips and smiled. Chu Yi, do you know?
Not only do people in China revere our ancient culture,
many foreign countries also like the ancient culture of China.
And this ancient system of clothing is the brightest manifestation of the ancient culture, which is very sought after. As far as these samples of embroidery drawings you are sending now are concerned, they can be sold for an unimaginably high price when they meet someone who knows what they are doing. And if they are embroidered on top of a garment, they are worth even more than 1,000 pieces of gold.
Hearing her say this, Chu Yi completely put down his heart, face pleased. That's great. The people of Northern Liao use their skills to make the day rich, which is considered to be the real self-sufficiency. It can be more than that. Fong Jinju winked playfully.
Beiliao's classical embroidery is worth 1,000 pieces of gold in our place. If these garments from China were to be circulated in the ancient times, it would surely make a fortune as well.
Shu Yi seemed to be enlightened.
What Jinju means is that not only can the people of northern Liao wear the clothes of China,
but they can also circulate them outside to seek wealth? Why not? Fong Jinju raised her eyebrows. Instead of being angry with Tangwu Kingdom, it would be better to make its fortune.
You can send someone to infiltrate into the Central Plains pretending to be a merchant, and manage to flow Chinese clothes into the hands of Tangwu's officials,
eunuchs, and honored ladies. They will definitely be sought after, and at that time,
it's normal for a piece of clothing to be sold for thousands of gold.
Throughout history, what person has not loved to pursue new things? The more exotic, the more to compete to buy.
Not to mention those who have the money and power.
If you cannot buy, spread the word out or the scandal of the price drop. Even if you do not need, in order to face will not begrudge the purchase. And not only Tangwu, other countries can also do business. Even if the currency is not interchangeable, you can barter. Will be his country state. But the lack of resources in Beiliao to exchange back to our construction of Beiliao, how good. But this is all a long-term plan. Right now satisfying the North Liao people's own freedom to dress is the priority. After finishing her speech, Fong Jinju's mouth was a little dry, and before she could reach out, Shushu held up a straw cup and fed it to her mouth. As she drank the water, she took Shushu into her arms, sucking on the little person's soft hair and rubbing her fleshy little face. Her brows and eyes were filled with love. Shura nestled into her arms obediently and opened her mouth to catch the small cookie Rue fed her. After feeding his sister, Rue stood on his tiptoes and fed his sister another one. At the end of the day, he simply carried a small bench over and sat down next to his sister, acting as a feeder. The warmth that pervades between the three, even the cell phone screen should not be able to hold. Shuyi gratified between the heart of that desire is getting stronger and stronger. The ensuing begging for more was also a bit distracting to him. Jin Zhu, the woman has something to do at the moment. Shuyi endeavored to retrieve his thoughts. Returning to the main topic, men cannot be idle. Beiliao young and strong men are also nearly 10,000. I'm ready to send the Chu family army stationed in the villages, so that they are all drilled up. Where the age of 5 years of age of the children also need to be strong and healthy day by day. Only if both the army and the people are strong can they defend themselves in the future in case of danger. What do you think? Fong Jinju repeatedly nodded in recognition. I think it's especially good. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. The child is the future backbone of Beiliao. You've reminded me of this by mentioning this. Exercising the body is necessary, and private schools and academies should be opened as soon as possible, so that the children of Beiliao can read and write, and they should be free for them to learn. While Fong Jinju was speaking, Shuyi had been nodding his head in recognition and couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Free reading? Fong Jinju nodded solemnly and said, yes, free schooling. All the children in our country, China, go to school for free. So out of every 100 people in China, 90 of them are literate and sensible. And reading is an important way for a country to cultivate talents. So this money can't be saved. You don't have to worry about books, pens, ink, and the like. You make a list of what you need and I'll pick it up. Saying this, she raised the embroidered map in her hand and laughed. If this works, even if everyone in Northern Liao wants to study, we can afford it. Also, you call carpenters and capable craftsmen. I will buy wood and tools again to send over. The previous kind of stone thrower, and then do a few prepared. I also think again what else can be prepared in advance. Only force is strong, can have the bottom to talk about the other. Shuya's eyes were shocked and moved into pieces. Jin Zhu, it's really a great honor to meet you. Caught off guard by being driven on a high platform. Fong Jinju smiled brightly. The same to each other. Daddy, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. If it wasn't you, can it be that Jinyu jumped into the lake herself? Master, it's such a cold day. She's trying to kill Jinyu. Fong Jinju, the evidence is all there. Your sister is lying in bed alive or dead, and you still want to argue? Come on people, pull her down to me and cane her for 30. Throw her to the manor in the south of the city to fend for herself. Don't daddy, it's really not me. It's not me. Late at night, Fong Jinju woke up violently and sat up, gasping for air and dripping with cold sweat. It was obviously a dream, but phantom pain came from between her waist and buttocks, as if it was as real as actually being hit with 30 slaps. She panicked and fell to her side, her soft little body stirring and doubling over. Fong Jinju sighed in relief and reached out to turn on the table lamp. The soft light reflected the interior clearly. It was the dormitory, all right. But the bottom of Fong Jinju's eyes was a piece of indistinct horror, and a heart in her chest was panicked and beating unusually. That nightmare just now was too weird and too real, but when she woke up, she couldn't remember what she had dreamed at all.
and even the faces in the dream were blurred into clumps. But the sound of Jin Zhu, as well as the grievance of being wrongly accused and the pain of being hit by a stick, was too real and clear. Chapter 90 Chu Yi. I always feel like something is going to happen. I feel panicky. Fang Jinzhu picked up her cell phone and looked at the time. 2:05 p.m. She lay back down on the bed, but didn't dare to turn off the light before turning it off. Turning around and reaching out her arms, she took Rue Shu in her arms, which made her a little more solid. Fang Jinzhu closed her eyes, but she didn't dare to sleep. I only felt that my back was bitterly cold, like something was staring at me from the shadows, ready to pull me into the abyss of nightmares. She rolled over, grabbed her phone, found Shu Ye's WeChat, and tapped on his avatar. It's an avatar that Fang Jinzhu taught Chu Yi to take selfies and upload. He was wearing armor. His eyes were righteous. The corners of his mouth were hooked in a trace of an anxious arc, and a layer of simplicity was tinted between his might and power. Fang Jinzhu pursed her lips and smiled openly. The false hanging heart was stuffed into a handful of solidity. The horror retreated a little. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully tapped a line into the dialogue box. At this point, it was the time when people slept the most, but she disturbed people's sleep, and she was a little ashamed in her heart. But the nightmare came in a strange and bizarre way, and that kind of fear lingered in the heart and could not be dissolved, as if it was going to drain one's guts bit by bit. She wasn't just scared, she was distracted. It always feels like something is going to happen, but you can't predict it. It feels like falling into an abyss, a falling sensation that you don't know when you're going to touch the ground and fall to your death. Granary. Chu Yi opened his eyes as soon as his cell phone rang, then rolled over and opened it. Chu Yi, I had a nightmare. I'm a bit scared. Can you talk to me for a bit? The woman's fear and caution came through the screen. Heartache spread wildly in the bottom of Chu Yi's eyes. He subconsciously wanted to send a video over, but thought that the two little ones were sleeping, and dialed the phone instead. Sorry to disturb your sleep. The woman's voice is soft and slightly trembling, gently tearing Chu Yi's heart into a small opening. Protective desire to get a vent, directly breaking out. It's okay, I've gotten enough sleep. The male voice in her ears, a tenderness she had never heard before. Fang Jinju's heart trembled, and those frightening uncertainties were shaken out without moving. I had a nightmare. Don't be afraid. It's just a nightmare. Don't think deeply. I'll be with you. Chu Ye's voice was exceptionally hot. Fang Jinju felt her ears burning a little, and even the quilt began to heat up. She hurriedly lifted the quilt to dry her upper body. Yet again, Chu Ye's face involuntarily flashed in his mind, those deep eyes as gentle as his voice. Fang Jinju felt that she was bewitched, hurriedly patted her face, and added, I can't remember the rest, but the people in the dream seem to be ancient people dressed like you guys, and some people shouted at me Jinju, and some people wanted to beat me with 30 plates. And that feeling was just too real. Chu Yi, I always feel like something is going to happen, and I panic inside. Don't panic. You've been working too much these past few days. I've taken many more pictures of this side of Baliao to show you. Daydreams and nightmares are just nightmares. They're all fake. Jin Zhu, there is a good thing I was going to tell you tomorrow, but I didn't realize that good things really can't be hidden. What good thing? After dinner today, I went to the Baliao field to see that Henmai had emerged. Fang Jinzhu sat up violently. Really? When she finished speaking, she realized she was moving too much and hurriedly covered her mouth. But she couldn't hide the surprise at the corners of her mouth. Really? Great. Although the boss of the grain seed company guaranteed the yield, but after all, she does not understand the soil quality of Baliao. The heart is still a little apprehensive, but cannot be shown in front of Chu Yi. This time to hear Hangmai out of the seedling, and only then completely relaxed. It's not bad that the seeds developed by our great country of China are really powerful. The corner of Chu Ye's lips on the other end of the phone rippled with a hint of a smile. The tightness in the bottom of his eyes loosened up a bit. I also took pictures. You wait. I'll send them to you to see now. The phone vibrated and Fang Jinzhu hurriedly clicked on the photo. A grain of tender yellow rice shoots dense dislike into the eyes, so small that people do not believe that it will bear a spike of grain, but they have gravel cannot suppress the vitality, and let people feel that it supports the hope of life. That's nice. Fang Jinju's eyes moved. In a few more days, the entire northern Liao can be green, right? Chu Yi laughed. Today the Chu family army came to pass when it was already dark. The shot is not very clear. In the future every day during the day I go to the field to shoot a back to send you. Okay? You remember to get the whole field in the shot. Fang Jinju heart full of swelling, where there is still room to dress up and panic. I want to see with my own eyes Balian little by little change. Chu Yi nodded. Good. Tomorrow you still have a date with Uncle Ling and the others. It's not good to stay up late. He selected 10 of the best embroiderers in Baliao, and made 5 ancient embroidered Chinese dresses according to Jinju's atlas. 3 women's and 2 men's, and Jinju said that she had an appointment to send them over on the next day to see if there was a market for these garments in your circle. Jinju can get a few uncles to cherish help. His heart to these elders are also very grateful, but unfortunately will not have the opportunity to face to show. Why don't you lie down and put your cell phone to your ear and I'll tell you about the process of running a school. Fong Jinju obeyed and lay down, putting on her headphones in the process. Chui, I'd been lying down. Jinju, you should know that in our ancient times, studying, from paying tuition to purchasing books, ink, paper and inkstones, was not something that the average family could afford, so only those from well-to-do families were able to study and enter the civil service, thus making the rich even richer and the poor even poorer. I know, that's why it's free schooling for all, it's fair for all, yes, but the hardest thing in this world is the word fairness, so tomorrow if the announcement of the free school is posted, I reckon the whole of Baliao City will go crazy over it. Hearing this, the corners of Fong Jinju's mouth rippled with a smile of happiness and pride. Then you shoot me some of the people's happy looks over tomorrow, so that I can be happy with them. Good. Did you close your eyes? No? Then close your eyes and I'll go on to tell you. Good. Baliao originally has a school. Clean up a bit, recruit some teaching staff will be enough. But according to Jinju, in order to let all the children in Baliao study, a school is definitely not enough. I don't know how long I've been talking, but Shuyi doesn't feel tired at all. Earlier the woman had responded occasionally, then only the sound of sound. Sweet, even breathing remained. Shuyi restrained his voice, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and softly called out, Jinju? Jinju? Responding to him was a hearty, sweet silence. Shuyi and the Dark Knight to look at each other. The sentiment in the bottom of the eyes is actually a few points thicker than the Dark Knight. Jinju, my heart is very happy, only because when you are afraid, the first person you think of is me. The next day, Fong Jinju handed over the farm to Feng Zhou and took the two little ones into the city early in the morning, coming directly to North Mountain Villa. Uncle Ling has arranged a bureau. Come are likely to become a party A of the God of Fortune. She as a party B small transparent, naturally have to wait early at the scene in order to show sincerity. Chapter 91, Ride Your Hurricane Black Horse. A proper general style. Rue, Shu Ru. The car just stopped. Uncle Han and Uncle Liang several welcomed out. Can't wait to pull open the car door on the left and right. Each face smiled only to see the love. Grandpa Ling, Grandpa Han, sweet Grandpa. The two little ones affectionately opened their little short arms and jumped into the Grandpa's arms. Couldn't wait to take out the delicious food in their pockets and hand feed it to the Grandpa's mouths. Grandpa eat. Delicious. Shushu also pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it over with a small grin. Grandpa, look. Shushu and brother drew this. Send Grandpa. A few old men unfolded it and saw that the little man had actually drawn the four of them, and although the brushwork was childish, it accurately captured the characteristics of each person in a stunning way. When several people finished looking at it, Uncle Han quickly folded the painting and put it into his pocket. Thank you Rue. Thank you Shu Shu. Grandpa likes it very much. Elder Liang and Elder Wei were not happy. Hey, this is what the kid gave us. Why are you carrying it in your pocket alone? That's right. If I say it should be framed and put in the old Ling family. Anyway, we gather the most in the Ling family. Whoever comes later can see it. Fair. As he said this, Wei Lao reached out and pulled the painting out of Uncle Han's pocket before pulling his legs out and running towards the house. Hey, why are you still playing dirty? Uncle Han and Uncle Liang pulled the two little ones in after them, like old children. Fong Jinju smiled and hurriedly took out the things in the back of the car and followed. Fong girl, open it up and let's see. They didn't come that early. After juggling with the two little ones for a while, the few people arrived at the second floor showroom, and Elder Han couldn't wait to urge Fong Jinju to open the bag. Fong Jinju nodded her head and smiled. Good, then a few uncles will help palm the eyes first. With that, she carefully took the men's clothes out of the dust cover and hung them one by one on the hangers that Mrs. Zheng had prepared in advance. A few old men immediately came forward. TSK, look at this cutting and sewing formation. It is indeed all imitation of ancient techniques. I didn't realize that there are still people who are willing to pursue ancient craftsmanship in this era. It's really rare. The embroidery on it is also very special, but we are all amateurs, so we can't perceive anything except to say that it looks good. Let's not talk about the doorway. Just look at this pattern. Without a bit of skill cannot be made. This black color is very much like the style of the king. I want to try it. This black riding suit looks the most majestic and atmospheric. Old man Wei, you have quite a keen eye, but I think this one can only be suppressed by old Ling's aura. Fong girl, let's try it first. After greeting Fong Jinju, a few old men took their favorite robes and went inside to try them on. Uncles, try all you want. Fong Jinju responded with a smile, while hanging out the other two women's shirts.
One is a brocade white cloud embroidered lapel and white sleeve regular dress,
and the other is a begonia red embellished and embroidered with white flowers with bunched sleeves riding dress.
Yikes! Almost as soon as she hung it out and shook it open,
there was a gasp at the door.
Fong Jinju twisted her head, and saw an elegant and graceful aunt dressed in elegant white dark pattern cheongsam, about 50 years old, walking over quickly. Just as she approached, she came up to the white women's shirt with a surprised look on her face. This is. She lightly lifted up a section of the shirt to take a closer look. Then she looked at Fong Jinju in amazement. Little miss, this is jade embroidery on this shirt. Where did you get this? Immediately following, several aunts, dressed in various colors, but all without exception looking elegant and reserved, followed. Fong Jinju backed up a small half step to make room, politely responded, Auntie, this is one of my classmates' mother to do. Classmates' mother sisters are both skilled in ancient embroidery. Weekdays the two like to tailor Chinese clothes, but also live in deep simplicity, do not like to deal with people. My classmates are also studying fashion design, just graduated and did not find a good job in the professional counterparts. Would like to encourage her mother to open a jade embroidery hanbok studio, modern clothing design concepts and ancient hanbok fusion, but do not know how the market, so I will be entrusted with these clothes to see if there is a market. It was the reason she'd thought of before coming here. Generally concentrate on the skills of most people are living in the deep, do not like to deal with people, but also to avoid too much on the side of the inquisitive inquiry. The reason why two people who were skilled in embroidery were made up was also to pave the way for the future. For one thing, although the same jade embroidery, but the North Liao embroiderer embroidery skills and techniques vary in depth, if said to be two sisters, but also to avoid the details of the late someone fine. Think it's fishy. The second is that if the market for this hanbok is good, the later certainly want to increase the amount of sales. If there is only one person to make clothes, but shipments are frequent, inevitably lead to questioning. Upon hearing this, Auntie Elegant nodded in surprise. It would be a waste not to open a studio for such good craftsmanship. Sister Yun, this brocade white garment suits your temperament. I love this begonia red riding suit, and it should be the right size. I want to try it on. As several aunts spoke, uncles came out one after another in men's handboks. Uncle Ling would have been unsmiling. With the majesty of the superior, a black sleeve auspicious clouds embroidered pattern of Chinese dress, more set off his more ancient generals of the awe-inspiring wind. Uncle Wei was dressed in an ivory white green bamboo embroidered robe, lining him up like an ancient refined Confucian scholar. It was Uncle Han, a little rounder, with a basque shirt that couldn't be tied, a little funny. A group of aunts looked straight in the eyes, and then repeatedly praised. Ling, old man, this body is too absolute. Riding on your hurricane black horse, proper general commander style. Elder Ways also looks good. Wear this to teach those scholars, and you can be assured that they will respect and worship you more and more. Ha ha, Elder Han, this doesn't fit you very well. It's better to let the little girl measure you and customize a new one out. At the end of the day, a couple of aunts took turns trying on two women's shirts as well, and the group murmured at the garments on each of them. Fong Jinshu smiled and watched without saying a word, knowing that this time she had bet on the right thing again. After talking for a while, a few old men then asked what the price of the clothes was. Fong Jinju told the cost of the materials truthfully, then looked at Uncle Ling. Uncle Ling, Uncle Han, you are all used to seeing good things, and Aunt Yun is an expert in clothing. Why don't you guys set a price for these clothes, so that in the future, if we open a studio, we can also have a reference standard. A decent and earnest speech that won the appreciation of the elders in the room. In the end, several people discussed and agreed that although the material is not expensive, but these clothes are purely handmade. Embroidery tailoring is not only excellent and contains the heritage of ancient culture, then the ordinary high fashion also has meaning. The regular clothes were set at 100,000 apiece, and the riding clothes at 120,000 apiece. At those words, Fong Jinju shook her head repeatedly. Chapter 92, This nightmare is a warning. A few old men looked at each other, thinking that she thought the pricing was cheap, and were about to say something when they saw Fong Jinju open her mouth. It's too high. Too high? Several aunts looked surprised. And sellers who think buyers are overpaying? This is the first time they've seen it. Uncle Ling's few people looked at each other twice, and they couldn't help but show pride and relief under their eyes. Fong Jinju hurriedly explained. Uncles and aunts, these clothing materials are not too expensive. That is to say, it is better in the ancient embroidery, and ancient tailoring is relatively rare, so it is worth the high price. But our studio is not well known. Thanks to the uncles and aunts know the goods to highlight its value. If I really don't know how to behave and agree for my classmate, then it would really be a case of smashing her signboard before she even opens her store. So, let's price these clothes at half of what uncle and auntie said, so as to ensure the value of the ancient embroidery and ancient system. but also to allow more people to consume,
which is the method of longevity.
Such a hanfu, 2 embroiderers 3 or 4 days of work will be done out.
Materials and so on are all she bought sent to the North Liao.
Is really not cost any money?
According to the price of a 50,000 January limited edition sales of 20 pieces,
there are a million of inputs. It was supposed to be incidental revenue,
and the thought of using it for school purposes has far exceeded expectations. Although the old men appreciated Fong Jinju's pattern,
they didn't completely agree with the price she said,
and finally made the final pricing according to 80,000 a piece.
Fong Jinju also added a few ants WeChat as expected.
There is no need for other avenues, these circles of ants alone are enough to make Beiliao self-sufficient and fulfill the freedom to dress.
The general's house. But alive?
Shuyi looked at the 2 Thunder Kings who were curled up like dogs in the doorway,
dying.
Wang Shuyi squirmed a bit,
not having the slightest strength to respond.
Lei Jinting these days of strong domination of most of the water, but also stored some strength. See Chuyi out, hands and feet and try their best to climb over.
General, you finally willing to see us, General? I begged the general to reward me with a meal,
and I am willing to offer my liver and brain for the general,
said while kowtowing.
Because of starvation for 3 or 4 days,
kowtowing is just a false frame, Chuyi said in an icy tone. In these few days, can you figure it out?
Lei Jinting was stunned. His eyes flickered as he looked at the ground.
My subordinate is not sure.
Please show me what to do.
General, Wang Shuyi curled up on the ground, breathless, said,
we are just a few days of hunger has become this.
What's more,
Northern Liao has been deprived of food for months.
The court cut off Northern Liao.
It's really desperate and righteous,
and heaven can't condone it. After a few words, Wang Shuyi lost all his strength and directly fainted.
At these words, only then did Lei Jinting come to a sudden realization and hurriedly concurred.
Yes, the court's move to cut off Northern Liao is indeed intolerable. Intolerable by heaven. Indeed, he felt firsthand the desperate powerlessness of Beiliao's earlier severance. Moreover, at this moment, in order to survive,
they could say whatever Chuyi wanted to hear.
Chuyi withdrew his eyes and instructed the Chu family army at his side. Go, get them some thin porridge, 1 meal a day. Just don't starve. The court wants to send someone to check on Northern Liao? Then come one. He'll clean up one. Come a pair. He'll abuse a pair.
We must let those who are so high and mighty that they regard human life as a piece of grass,
all experience the pain of the grass. It hurts. Sister, help me. I don't want to die. Jinju. Fong Jinju woke up from her dream,
gripping her suffocating chest and gasping for air.
Her face was pale,
her sweaty hair was plastered to her forehead, and her body was as if she was fishing for water.
It's that dream again. It's that feeling again. That near-death feeling in the dream, choking me more than once.
She felt that she was the dying woman in the dream,
desperate and powerless. Fong Jinju turned on the table lamp and got out of bed with a false step, walking to the outer hall.
The lights were turned on and the house was instantly bright as day. She grabbed the water on the table and slammed a couple of gulps into it before dropping to the couch and drifting off into a daze. She's been having nightmares almost nightly for the past month. Pretty much the same scene over and over again every time.
The young girl, who was also called Fong Jinju, was wronged, beaten and left to fend for herself in the manor.
Every time she was on the verge of death,
the young girl in her dream would cry out mournfully for Jinju.
It was as if it was pleading with her through a dream.
Except for the first night.
Every time she woke up from a nightmare afterward,
she didn't message Chuyi again.
This month, the farm's land and livestock have all been rented out and only need to be tended and maintained, totaling more than $26 million in revenue.
The handbox also came out with nearly 30 orders.
The proceeds from the farm and the handbox she picked up and bought into various types of supplies and sent them to Beiliao for the building routine. Relying on these materials,
Beiliao make weapons, school building factories, busy with all kinds of production, has gradually on the right track. The Henleys in the field are also growing well and have begun to draw their ears.
This period of time Chuyi and the folk all over the inspection point. Listen to the old lady. Chu said he will daily carry a bun.
A go out is a whole day. Noon pressure, no effort to come back to eat. Every day at dinner time. Fong Jinju could also see fatigue on Chuyi's face,
so she didn't want to disturb him with this matter. Fong Jinju stared at the glass of water on the table, but her head was going through the motions without a moment's rest. More and more she felt that the nightmare was a warning.
She didn't know what the warning was, but she thought she should do something about it. But what should she do? Fong Jinju picked up her cell phone and checked her bank card balance. There's more than 800 million left. Is she going to die? Suddenly coming up with this thought,
the heart in Fong Jinju's chest responded as if it had started to thump fiercely. The unjustifiably overexcited heartbeat accelerated,
making Fong Jinju's face pale under the panic. She panicked and held up the cup of water on the table. fiercely pouring a few mouthfuls before she slowly calmed down. If Fang Jinju pressed her chest, not daring to think about that word again. Then she knew what she had to do. Fang Jinju took her cell phone and snapped it and started to operate it. And when everything was done, it was already 4 in the morning. Back in bed again. Still a bit dazed and restless, but being extremely tired, she collapsed and fell asleep. At 6 o'clock, Fang Jinju was woken up by her alarm clock. She quickly got up, washed and made breakfast, and finished breakfast with the two little ones. After breakfast, Fang Jinju first sent a message to Chu Yi. Then she touched Rue Shushu's head and said gently, Rue, Shu, sister has to deal with some things. In these few days you guys will go back to the general's mansion and stay with your grandmother for a few days. And when sister has taken care of the things, then she will tell little uncle to pick you up and bring you over here. Okay? Chapter 93, I'm thinking of you and worrying about you. Do you know that? At that the two little ones froze in unison. Shu then stepped forward and opened her small short arms and tightly wrapped them around Fang Jinju's neck. Shu, no, leave sister. Shu be good. Don't mess with your sister. Okay ba? Rue also hugged Fang Jinju's arm, carefully assuring, Rue, very obedient. Take care of sister. Take care of sister. We will not be separated. Okay ba? The little man's pitiful appearance made Fang Jinju's heart violently soften, almost giving up on the idea of sending them back to the general's residence. But the uneasy panic that lingered in her heart was like an invisible warning to send them back. She had to send them back. What would they do if something did happen? Forcing down the reluctance in her heart, Fang Jinju reached out and embraced the two little ones into her arms, pretending to be relaxed and soothing. No separation. No separation. How can my sister be willing to separate from Rue Shushu? It's that sister has to do a very important thing. And with Rue Shushu sister can't let go of her hand to do it. Just like when little uncle has to go to fight the enemy. There's no way to bring Rue Shushu along with him, right? Sister knows that Rue Shushu listens to sister the most, right? Just go back for a few days. As soon as sister is done with her business, she'll send a message to little uncle to pick you guys up and bring you over. And sister still has to get Shushu to help pass things to little uncle. Said gently pushed away the two little ones, smiled and they looked at each other. Besides, Ruishu hasn't gone back for many days. Grandmother and little uncle must have missed you too. It's just that while elder sister is going to do her job, you guys can accompany grandmother and little uncle properly. Sis promises to pick you guys up as soon as things are done. Okay? A series of gentle, soothing assurances caused the two little ones' little brows to furrow in unison, their little faces in a dilemma. Sister is right. They used to be with grandmother and Granny Wei every day. They really haven't been back for many days. Grandmother and Granny Wei must have missed them ACA. It's been a while since Uncle Junior held them high in his arms. Too. I'm sure Uncle Junior misses them too. Ha! They miss their little uncle too. But, Shuro looked at her sister. Her small mouth deflated slightly. Shuru. I want a grandmother. I want a little uncle. But, Shuru. I can't let go. Sister AC. Something collapsed a corner under Fang Jinju's eyes and shook. For a moment, the words that followed couldn't bear to be said again. Rue stared at her sister for an instant. As if sensing her difficulty, a flash of determination flashed in her big eyes. He stretched out his small short arm and wrapped it around Shushu's small shoulders, and his small mouth came up to her small ear and gently said, Sister, let's listen to our sister's words. Sister, to run errands, and when you're done, pick up our. Then looking at Fang Jinju, right ba, sister? The understanding look made Fang Jinju's nose sore, and she nodded repeatedly. That's right, sister will definitely pick you guys up after she's busy. Rue stretched out his little finger and said seriously, then let's pull the hook. No cheating, okay ba? Fang Jinju sniffled and hurriedly stretched out her little finger. Pull the hook. If sister cheats, she'll turn into a puppy and a piglet. Big hand and little hand hooked together. Pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years, do not change. Whoever changes is a big stupid pig. At the end, Rue tilted her head to look at Shushu. Her big eyes were full of affirmation and appeasement. Look ba, all of them are pulling the hook. Shushu also pulls, he said, taking Shushu's small hand and reaching for it. Fang Jinju hurriedly took the initiative to hook the little finger of the little man. Shura's big eyes flickered and her little mouth deflated, but she obediently pulled the hook. Then she let go and ran to the table, pointing at Fang Jinju's water cup and said, Sister, want to drink water ow? The little head shook hard. No, forget it, okay? Another 3 pinkies extended. One day, to drink, between so many cups, okay ba? Fang Jinju's tears almost came out. She hurriedly stood up and wiped them away without moving. Aha, sister will listen to Shushu, and she will definitely drink enough 3 cups of water a day. Sister, Take a bath. Rue also took out the bath towel seriously instructed. To put this, first hang here. As he said this, he ran to the bathroom and pointed to the hook behind the door. Don't forget Ao. Just as Fong Jinju nodded her head, Shushu pulled her hand Tada into the room and fought to pull out the big doll on the bed. Sister sleep. Hug it. It's Shushu O. And pointing to Rue's big doll. That's Brother O. Like this. Sister, you're not afraid of the dark. Tears slammed down. Fong Jinju hurriedly turned her back to avoid Shuru, but she met with Rue who was following her. Seeing her cry, Rue's little mouth deflated, and the tears that had been held back for a while couldn't be held back and fell down. The little man hurriedly trotted forward and hugged Fong Jinju's leg, burying his little face into her leg, quietly rubbing his tears dry, fearing that if Shushu saw him, he would also follow and cry. Fong Jinju quickly wiped her tears dry, exhaled and stabilized her voice. I didn't expect Rue Shushu to usually take such good care of my sister. My sister must finish things quickly and pick you guys up quickly before I can do that. Otherwise my sister would be so lonely all by herself. Alright, sister will load you up with some goodies and bring all the toys with you, so you can go back and spend some time with grandma and the others. With that, he went to find a bag and started packing up the two little ones. Subconsciously, Fong Jinju was truly prepared to take the two little ones back to herself at any time, so bring them just a few changes of clothes, and their favorite toys, and go next door to the supermarket and fill up a big bag full of snacks. I had just finished packing when Chuya's video hit. The video showed him with a slight frown of worry. Jinju. But what happened? Jinju said she had something to do and couldn't let go with Rue Shushu, so she had to send them back to the general's residence for a few days. But when the farm was busy like that earlier, and he said he wanted to take Rue Shushu over for mother to take care of, Jinju couldn't even let go. This time, he always felt a little uneasy when she made such a sudden arrangement. Fong Jinju hurriedly then shushed and walked out of the dormitory. I just said goodbye to them. It's a friend of mine who is sick and hospitalized. There is no one around her to take care of her, so I have to go and take care of her for a few days. There are all kinds of viruses in the hospital. Small children staying inside for a long time without being sick will catch diseases, and maybe I have to keep watch at the hospital at night. There are no beds in the hospital, and with Rue Shushu, I really can't worry about it. Saying that she guffawed. Besides, Rue Shushu was originally your own nephew, being kept by my hogging for so long. Don't you want them? Jinju, if something happens that can't be solved, you must tell me first, okay? Chuyi looked at Fong Jinju for an instant, attempting to see something unusual in her expression. Although I can't be around to help you, but I'm thinking of you and worrying about you. Do you know that? Fong Jinju laughed and teased. These days, besides not telling you how many times a day I go to the toilet, what other secrets do I have that you don't know? Don't worry, I'll definitely tell you if something happens. Besides, even if I do run into trouble, there are still a few uncles to protect me. Seeing the woman's eyes pouty, her tone frank and forthright, Chuyi put down his heart at the same time, his ears slightly feverish. Good. Fong Jinju laughed splendidly. You are concerned. Well, without further ado, I'll send Rue Shushu over here now. Wait over there. Saying that, Fong Jinju carried a big bag and brought Rue Shushu to the shed door. Shuru teleported her things first. Then she totted forward and stretched out her little short arms toward Fong Jinju. Sister, hug. Fong Jinju bent down and wrapped the two little people into her arms in unison, burying her face into their tiny necks and feeling the warmth of the milky breath. At the end, Shushu's small hands cupped her face, her small face gently pressed up, softly saying, Shushu, we'll miss elder sister. Rue also pulled Fong Jinju's hand to cup her own little face and earnestly concurred. Rue, we'll also miss sister day. The wetness under Fong Jinju's eyes flushed up again, and she hurriedly raised her lips and smiled. Sister will also miss you all. Get over there, Uncle Junior won't be able to wait. The two little ones left Fong Jinju with reluctance, holding their little hands, and disappeared into the shed door with a step and 3 turns back. Fong Jinju's tears then flooded down. She wiped it away hard, trying to grin in an attempt to ignore the loneliness that swept over her in moments. But I didn't want the tears to get more and more violent. They're the general's men. After all, even if this doesn't happen, it will always leave. When the time comes, it will only be harder to let go. Sending it back now is a long shot. Fong Jinju convinced herself over and over again, wiping her tears and hurrying back to the dormitory. When Fong Zhou came to work, she explained a few things and took her bag and drove into the city. Chapter 94, What's meant to be will always come. You can't stop it. Fong Jinju drove directly to the hospital, registered and consulted with the doctor, and wrote a whole bunch of checklists. She speculated that the nightmares were frequent and perhaps her body was warning her. She did all the tests that needed to be done, and it took her 3 days to get all the results. During this time, many shipments also came in from the farm. She placed all the orders. 5 million pounds of grain arrived on the first day. Originally, she wanted to order 10 million pounds, but Chuyi said that the general's residence really can't be loaded, and there are still 2 months to go before Baliao's grain can be harvested, but instead worriedly asked why she suddenly prepared so much grain again. Fang Jinju snorted and said that she was worried that the grain production would not reach the ideal, but anyway, there was money in the card, so it was a good idea to send it over first. She had Shu come over and passed 4 million pounds over, leaving 1 million pounds that the general's house really had no place to put, so she had to temporarily hoard it in the farm storehouse. The second night arrived 2,000 gas canisters, and bows and swords and shields, and all kinds of fireworks with burning characters. Previously she has sent over a lot of hot and cold weapons one after another. Shuyi ordered a long time ago people to the general's residence next door to the left of the mansion to pack out, specifically as a weapons arsenal, now are stuffed full. Shushu passed over 80 after the mansion cannot be loaded. The rest of the Fang Jinju had to be hoarded in the farm storehouse. On the third night, all kinds of medical supplies, and all kinds of seeds were delivered. At Fang Jinju's insistent request, Shuyi had no choice but to pack up the mansion next door on the right as well to stock up on medicine seeds. The usual 80% was sent over and 20% was hoarded in the farm depot. For several days in a row, Fang Jinju bought everything she could think of, and only when she saw that the farm storage quarters couldn't fit, did she stop. Meanwhile, all the results of the hospital tests came back. Everything is fine except for a little mild anemia. These last few nights have continued to be a nightmare. Moreover, after getting used to the company of Rui Shushu, Fang Jinju dreaded the farm nights more and more. It was quiet, dark, and every corner was filled with loneliness and horror. Once the night came, Fang Jinju closed the doors and windows tightly, and all the headlights were on all night. Shuyi was worried that she was afraid of being alone and would call every night and keep talking with her until she fell asleep. The first night she woke up from a dream and realized that Shuyi hadn't even hung up the phone, and the first thing she did was voice her concern. The second night, Fang Jinju said nothing to let Shuyi has been accompanied by her to talk to fall asleep, and their family of 4 face-to-face video after dinner. She said that the night will be the phone tuned to mute catching up with the drama to sleep, so that he do not call over again. Call also she cannot hear. By the end of the night, Fang Jinju put her laptop next to her bed, put on a Chinese history documentary, and slept between Ruishu's dolls, watching them so that she could fall asleep in a daze. Although I still can't avoid waking up in a nightmare. I'm not so scared when I open my eyes and there's light and sound. Boss, why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes lately? Yes boss, is it that Rui Shushu is not here and you are afraid to be alone on the farm? Why don't I stay with you for a couple of nights, and then I'll go home and sleep when you pick up Rui Shushu. Early in the morning, Fang Jinju goes to open the yard door for the staff with panda eyes, and Feng Chengcheng and Zhou Shili can't help but inquire about concerns as soon as they see her. Fang Jinju's heart moved for a moment, but then she smiled and shook her head. It's fine. It's just that I found a good-looking TV series in the past 2 days and stayed up late to catch up with the drama. So don't worry about me, just go to work at ease. There was one last shipment arriving tonight, and she couldn't let the 2 Fengjous find out the secret of the farm. The body also checked. What can be stockpiled for the northern Liao are stockpiled. The farm is now also managed by Fengzhou 2 people in order, basically guilty of not worrying about her. For a while, Fang Jinju actually felt a little empty, not knowing what to do. Boss, Zhou Xiaoli, who had just taken a few steps, couldn't help but fold back again, reaching out and waving her hand in front of Fang Jinju's eyes. If you like to stay up late to catch up on dramas, I'll introduce you to an eye cream that's simply the nemesis of dark circles. I'll send you a picture so you can buy it back and try it out when you go into town to shop. Fang Jinju returned to her senses, the bottom of her eyes brightening slightly. Good, then you send it to me now, just as I'm going into the city today. It dawned on her that she seemed to have been in a constant state of mental strain since her parents left. First, he was worried about the huge debt, then he was busy trying to save Baliao, and after Baliao had settled down a bit, he was busy with the operation of the farm and the construction of Baliao. It had been a long time since she had gone shopping, since she had taken care of her skin properly, and even since she had bought herself a nice dress. Thinking of this, Fang Jinju felt instantly enlightened. Whether it's a nightmare or a warning, what's meant to be is meant to be, and it can't be stopped. But before that, she would have no regrets until she at least had the pleasure of simple corruption. As soon as she said she was leaving, Fang Jinju immediately drove into the city. First, he ate a bowl of hot wontons, and then he stepped into the busiest square in Ancheng. When she was in college, her parents' money was smashed on the farm, and every time she went to the mall with her classmates,
She only dared to accompany them for dry shopping because the prices in there were not something she could afford with her living expenses. But today, her bank card is poised to buy just one. She rejoices. The big name lipstick you've been lusting after for a long time but never bought? One of each of all the shades. Big name skincare products that you've only seen in commercials? Hydration, whitening, light spots, repair, do not care what effect, as long as good for the skin can become beautiful. All set. Buy skincare then makeup, and after makeup buy clothes and bags. Bought too much to hold? It doesn't exist. Buy a little more for the salesgirl to punch up her performance, and the hardworking and motivated sister promises to personally deliver it to her home. Wandering hungry. Looking for a seafood restaurant usually cannot afford to eat. Usually can only look at eating broadcasts to eat king crab directly order the largest one. She had to taste to see if it is to eat broadcasts said so fresh and sweet delicious. It was a pity that her meal size was too small, and she only dared to order a king crab. Although it wasn't bad, she couldn't do anything about wasting food. Finally, she didn't forget to pack one for the staff at the farm to go back and try, and bought little gifts for everyone. Bought big brand lipsticks and perfumes for a few young girls at Fengzhou, and bought a shoulder and neck massager for each of the temporary workers' uncles and aunts. 2 security soldier brothers. 1 bought a new Huawei headset. When Fang Jinju returned to the farm with a full load, everyone was waiting at the entrance of the courtyard, because Feng Cheng said that the boss had bought gifts for each of them and asked them to get their things later before they left work, which could make everyone excited. You know that even on New Year's Day, small companies may not give them holiday gifts, let alone on this ordinary day. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Fang Jinju treated them kindly and gave them rice, flour, grain and oil as a reward for their hard work almost every weekend. And they felt that after leaving this farm, they were afraid that it would be hard to find such a good job and meet such a good boss again in Anshan. When Fang Jinju brought out the stuff, the young girls screamed out and the uncles and aunts boiled over. There is a king crab for everyone. Everyone had gifts that they usually can't afford to buy. Watching a group of people happy to the point of deformity because of a small gain, Fang Jinju's heart was also filled with happiness and acceptance. Perhaps that's the point of everyone trying to earn a living. By the time the staff had left the farm, her purchases were being delivered. The dormitory was stuffed to the brim, and Fang Jinju's heart was also stuffed to the brim. Outside the house, it was just as the sun was setting. The afterglow was not enough to color the clouds in the sky, but it also covered the whole farm, reflecting the sunset in the vast fish ponds, weaving a beautiful fairyland under Fang Jinju's eyes. Unconsciously, she walked to the edge of the fish pond, took out her cell phone to capture this absolutely beautiful scene, and sent it to Chuyi. Wow! A fish suddenly leapt out of the water. Startled Fang Jinju hand shook. The phone fell into the fish pond. She subconsciously leaned over and reached for it. The moment she hung her head, she saw herself clearly in the fish pond. But the fish pond was ancient all around her, except for her face. The general's house. Chuyi was about to video Fang Jinju to send the meal over when he received a photo sent by Fang Jinju. A flash of amazement flashed under his eyes, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. So beautiful. Uncle Junior, hit the video and look at your sister. Shu hugged Chuya's leg, her tilted little face full of impatience. Rue was already standing in the doorway of the time gate, pulling a cart in his hand. A large food box sits on the cart. Although Shu could just deliver the meals out of thin air, they didn't want to do that because the only time they could see their sister and hug her these days was every time she delivered a meal. That's why my sister prepared this little cart for them to deliver food. Chuyi stroked Shu's brain and smiled as he dialed Fang Jinju's video. No one answered until the ringing finished. Chuyi frowned slightly and dialed again. Still not connected. Dang, dang, dang. The thumping in Chuyi's chest sped up violently, and he switched to calling Fang Jinju's phone instead. Once, twice, 3 times. It was never answered. The bottom of Chuyi's eyes, which had never been calm and unmoving, was in disarray. Chapter 95, Is She Not Dead? Ah Yi, Jinju Shi. Old Lady Chu stepped forward with a nervous face, and the words that followed didn't even dare to ask. Rue dropped the cart and ran over. His small face looked at Chuyi with a grave expression, and then carefully looked at Shu. His small mouth moved, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Uncle Junior, Shu fight. As if sensing something, Shu stood on her tiptoes and made an effort to extend her small short hand toward Chuyi. Shu, call sister. Chuyi hung his head, his flustered eyes trying their best to stabilize as he locked eyes with the little person. Sister must not have come home yet. When she comes back, she will surely call us back. Shu will first go to her room with grandmother, and as soon as sister comes back, little uncle will send someone to call out to Shu. Okay? Shu was stunned. Then her little mouth deflated. No good. No good. Shu, Jasuk, etc. Saying that, She wiped her tears while running behind Chuye's bookcase and sat down.
Oh, Shu. In the medium.
Wait for sister.
Shuru obeys.
Old Lady Chu held back the lump in her throat and followed her forward, holding her in her arms.
Shu, good. Let's listen to little uncle.
And grandmother first go back to the room and wait.
Okay? Not good.
The little person's tears rolled down one after another, shaking her head vigorously to break free.
Shu is not good. Not obedient. Shu. Have to wait in the medium. Woohoo.
As he spoke, he looked toward the time gate, his large eyes full of bewilderment and unease.
Chuye's heart,
as if clutched hard by something,
tight and painful.
His fingertips trembled slightly and dialed Fong Jinju's phone again. The waiting time was spent with apprehension staring at the bottom of his eyes,
with uneasiness,
with all the fearful worries of his life.
Still no answer.
Chuye's body stumbled unsteadily and took half a step back, as if something was shaking in his heart.
Uncle Junior. Rue couldn't help it,
deflating her mouth and stepping forward, trying not to let the tears in her eyes fall.
Rue went to look for her sister. Okay ba? Rue go see.
Sister.
Have not come home well ba?
The little man's voice huffed with a hidden sob.
Chuye looked towards the time gate,
his eyes twinkling. Eating dinner together at this point every day was something they had agreed on with Jinju,
and even if Jinju couldn't get away with it,
they would make sure to send a voice message ahead of time to say hello.
Just now, he clearly received a photo from Jinju.
Photos. Chuye's eyes shook and his heart was horrified. The photo Jinju sent him was of a fish pond, and looking at the location of the photo, she should be standing by the fish pond. Jinju should not be. Breathing became rapid for a moment at the thought, his chest choking to the point where it felt like it was going to stop beating the next instant. He ordered in a loud voice, "Someone, get a rope over here. The longer the better." Chu's army, who had long ago sensed that something was wrong inside, rushed out,
knowing a child is not like a mother.
From the son's look,
Mrs.
Chu predicted that things are not very good,
tears rustling down,
but held back from crying out. She was afraid of scaring the baby.
Soon, Chu Jejun found a bundle of rope.
Chuyi squatted in Rue line of sight level, big palm holding his tender shoulders, trembling voice,
Rue, sister may encounter danger. Must you go over to check some? Can you dare?
The words came out of his mouth and his heart was in his throat. Things have changed suddenly, and no one knows what is behind the door of time and space.
How could he let his child take that risk?
But Miss Jinju Su's life hangs in the balance, and he only hates himself for being too incompetent to travel through the gate of time and space himself.
Rue, however, nodded without hesitation. Rue dares.
Then the little hand wiped the tears and opened the little short arms.
Hurry up little uncle. Sister is in danger. You have to be quick ack.
The little face didn't have the slightest fear of facing alone, only the worry and eagerness for her sister's safety. Chuyi picked up the rope. His heart was like a frying knife twisting, and he could not stop for a moment.
Rue, after you go over there, call immediately. Uncle Junior taught you what to do. Have you memorized it?
As he spoke, he had tied the little man's tiny body securely, checking it well to see if it was firm.
Rue nodded.
Her little hand skillfully turned the phone watch on,
flipped to the phone book section,
and found her little uncle's name,
and then just taught a run to the time portal.
Brother!
Shu cried and ran forward, hugging Rue tightly. Shu will go too. Shu will go too.
Chuye's eyes flashed with a touch of urgency.
Shu be good. Don't make a scene. One more moment of delay will put sister in more danger. First let brother go over to see the situation.
At those words, Shu let go of Rue and hiccuped as she cried. Rue came over and kissed Shu's tearful eyes.
Shu is good. Brother saves sister. I will be back soon. After saying that,
the little man Tada rushed towards the time gate without the slightest bit of hesitation and timidity. Watching Rue disappear into the time and space gate, Shu cried out with a woeful cry. Brother! Elderly Mrs. Chu could no longer hold back her whimpering out, covering her mouth.
Chuyi watched the rope disappear bit by bit, staring nervously at his cell phone. Rue didn't call.
He couldn't wait a moment and dialed Rue's phone watch directly.
There wasn't even a beep on the phone, just a busy tone.
The rope that had been streaming towards the time gate also suddenly did not move. The overwhelming fear overwhelmed Chuye's entire body in an instant, and with a trembling hand he tugged at the rope.
There is no blocking weight.
Little by little he pulled the rope back, and little by little his heart fell to the bottom of the cliff.
The rope came back as much as it could, but Rue didn't.
The conveyor belt in the middle of the time gate also suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chuyi lost his strength and fell to the ground.
Rue, pop.
The sound of a crisp slap and the pain in her cheek caused Fong Jinju to snap back to her senses and gasp for air. Before he could react, he was escorted by two grannies on his arms.
She looked up and a man and a woman came into view. The woman is more than 30 years old, with cloudy temples and beautiful eyebrows, gold hairpin and gorgeous skirt, all noble. At this moment is pointing at Fong Jinju angrily with her showy eyebrows upside down. Not you. Can't it be that Jean Yu jumped into the lake by herself? Master. Such a cold day. She is wanting to Jean Yu's life. The male is not confused years. A purple robe luxury incomparable. Rich handsome face only cold and merciless. Witnesses and material evidence are all in. Jean Yu lying in bed life and death. You still want to sophistry? Come on people. Pull her down to me caning 30. Thrown to the south of the city's manor to go to their own lives. Fong Jinju instantly returned to her senses. Her heart horrified. She remembers falling into a fish pond. She didn't know how to swim and knew she was going to die. The suffocating feeling lasted for a long time, during which she kept thinking about what to do if Chu Yi couldn't reach her. What if Rui Shu never sees her again? Without her, Bei Liao should have survived, right? Because of too much worrying, the fear of death is rather less intense. But what is it now? Is she not dead? But she's caught in a nightmare again? Chapter 96. Do you really think you can survive if you escape the board? But what was in front of me was a little too real. The two grannies pulled Fong Jinju and were about to go to the execution. The moment her arm was torn painfully, a tearing pain shot through Fong Jinju's brain, countless memories that didn't belong to her wildly surging out from the tear. Her eyes widened in horror. She was actually soul-dressed. The man who was going to beat her 30 times in front of her is Fong Hongzhua, the chief minister of the Tang Wu dynasty, who is also the original body's own father. The noblewoman standing side by side with Fong Hongzhua was Zhao Bishou, the stepmother of the original. The original body is the first daughter of Fong Hongzhua's chaff wife before she rose to prominence. The original body is 16 years old. 5 years old, his own mother died of a violent illness in front of the foot. After the foot of his own father, Fong Hongzhua married Zhao Bishou as a sequel. Zhao Bishou is the daughter of the prince, but favored the cold-blooded Fong Hongzhua. Since then Fong Hongzhua all the way to the top, the position of a great man. No mother is no father. Since Zhao Bishou into the door, has given birth to a son and a daughter. Fong Jinju not only became redundant, but also became a stepbrother's wantonly plaything, suffered a lot of aggression and torture. But Fong Hongzhua has never been nakedly biased in favor of Zhao Bishou's side, and has never heard a word from her or protected her once. The reason why Fong Hongzhua wants to beat her today is because her stepsister, Fong Jinyu, asked her to hold the boiling tea, and she didn't serve it steadily because it was hot, and spilled it on Fong Jinyu's leg, scalded her. So Fong Jinyu was so furious that she didn't even wet a corner of her robe and opened her mouth to falsely accuse Fong Jinju of pushing her off the lotus pond. Zhao Bishou has long seen Fong Jinju in the way, but also with her daughter's temperament, will be a plan to drive Fong Jinju out of the palace. Fong Hongzhua even did not even check a sentence, directly to Fong Jinju convicted. After realizing the situation she was in, Fong Jinju was shocked in her heart. It turns out that the nightmares were really God's warning to her. After the original body received 30 plates, it was thrown into the manor, and within 2 days, it breathed its last. No, she can't take a beating. 30 slaps down, even if there is a doctor to cure them, they will become invalids. Daddy, Jinju has something to say. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju looked at Fong Hongzhua mournfully said, 30 bored. Jinju must be killed in the Yellow Springs. Jinju cheap life a death is not enough to pity. But Jinju after all is the first daughter of the house of the Shangfu, but also on the genealogy of the family tree. If for nothing, it is difficult to avoid the heart of people will be behind the back of the nonsense of father. In the reputation of father's career is detrimental to the. Jinju knows that there is a mistake. Please father will Jinju's faults to the public. Jinju sent to the North Liao penalty to the bitter cold land of their own destruction, so that not only can comfort the mother and sister, but also do not have to bear the female regicide stigma. A 2-in-1 solution. I also ask father to be mindful of his reputation and also fulfill Jinshu's last filial piety. The voice is pleading. The words cry for blood. Fong Jinshu's heart, however, was raging with nausea. It was the most defiant thing she had ever said in her life. But this is ancient times. She is only a mole cricket. Life and death are all in the power and wealth at the drop of a hat. No matter what, she had to live. As he spoke, Fong Jinshu was already pressed on top of the torture bench. The guards raised the torture baton high, and it was about to fall in a moment. Wait! Fong Hongzhua's eyes flashed with a glint, raised his hand and shouted to stop. Suspiciously walking to Fong Jinju's body, towering over him. Fong Jinju's heart hangs high before falling. Tearful look at Fong Hongzhua. The heart of the thought of the deceased parents will be the parents of the childish feelings and the filial piety that has not been done, all piled up in the bottom of the eyes, and even hide the fear of death of the horror. Zhao Bishou's eyes flashed with astonishment, and after weighing the situation, She did not step forward to stop it. North Liao is thousands of miles away from Tangwu, already bitter cold and barren, and now abandoned by the court. If you send this fool to that place, we'll certainly die. In that case, it was indeed more appropriate than beating her and throwing her to the manor. The bottom of Feng Hongjue's eyes slightly loosened, and he said in a cold voice, "Don't you feel aggrieved?" Feng Jinju shook her head, tears falling at the right time. There are naturally grievances, but without father, how can there be Jinju? For so many years, Jinju grew up in the Sangha in fine clothes and jade food, already better than thousands of young girls in this world, even if aggrieved. So what? Right now it's in the way of father and mother. The only thing Jinju can do is to stay far away and not cause a single bit of trouble for father. Also counting that father didn't give birth to me for nothing. That's all I have to say. It's up to father to decide where this life of Jinju goes from here. After saying that, Feng Jinju closed her eyes in determination, and 2 lines of clear tears fell down her cheeks. The original is indeed Feng Hongjue's own daughter without a doubt. But the memories of the original owner's past events made her realize that she could not gamble on the humanity and fatherly love of this real father. For what little of this he had left had been given to her stepsisters and stepbrothers. She could only gamble on the reputation and benefits he cared most about. There is still a chance of wrapping it up in blood kinship again. If that doesn't work, then we'll have to take the beating and figure out how to save ourselves when we get to the manor. Ha! After a moment of silence, Feng Hongzhue laughed out softly. Jinju, ah Jinju, want to play mind games in front of my father? You are still tender. Think that pretending filial piety can be exempted from a plate. Not too ridiculous. Feng Jinshu's heart sank violently. Yes, how could she attempt to hide it from a man who had climbed from humble beginnings to a phase position? But, Feng Hongzhue's words suddenly turned. Although you crawled out from your stupid mother's stomach, you are also considered to have passed on my Feng Hongzhue's 1 or 2 bones in blood, which is not considered to be extremely stupid, though he is not usually visible. The advent has inspired the potential and knows to take a chance for himself. With that, Feng Hongzhue crouched down and ordered, "Open your eyes and look at me." Feng Jinju's eyelashes trembled slightly and obediently opened them, right in front of his insightful eyes. It took everything she had not to let her demeanor collapse as she looked at him for an instant. It was as if a century had passed before Feng Hongzhue hooked his lips. Do you really think that if you escape the board, you will survive? There's no need to punish you by sending you to Northern Liao. Just expel you from the Sangha. You won't even survive for 3 days. Today I will fulfill your calculations and let you see that the world is far more treacherous than that. Come on man. Remove Feng Jinju from the genealogy, and after ordering a run to the Ministry of Revenue, remove her from the Feng family registry as well. As he spoke, he got up and cast a sidelong glance at Feng Jinju. Search all her belongings and expel her from the mansion. The 2 grannies immediately removed the only hairpin from her head, wiped all over her body, and removed all of the purses and handkerchiefs, and even stripped off her outer clothing and embroidered shoes. At the end of the day, he didn't know where to find a rough linen dress and threw it on Feng Jinju. Hurry up and change it and get out of the phase house. Chapter 97, A Crisis of Chaos. Feng Jinju couldn't wait, but the face did not show it, and his hands and feet shivered as he put his rough clothes back on. Good thing she tried on the ancient clothes sent by Bai Liao earlier. At this moment, although her hands are busy and messy, will only be regarded as too scared and fearful, and will not be exposed. Under Feng Hongzhue's cold gaze, she was driven out of the Sangha by 2 grannies. The place where the Sangha is located is a wealthy area of the capital. The surrounding mansions and compounds are all places of power and nobility, and there are guards at the entrance of every house, so that idle people will be expelled before they can approach. Even though it was midday, there were few people in the neighborhood streets. Feng Jinju was driven out from the side door, and after walking a long way, she didn't dare to look back or look around. She knew that the 2 grannies had been standing in the doorway looking at her, and she did her best to make herself stagger and wobble on her feet, her back appearing shaky and pathetic with fear. It wasn't until she turned a corner that Feng Jinju's heart fell halfway, and her feet dared to step down completely. She didn't dare to probe to see if the 2 grannies had left, but quickened her steps to leave quickly. I don't know how many turns I turned, but the road began to fill up with pedestrians. The noisy talking drilled into her ears, and only then did Feng Jinju feel that she had survived. She stood and scanned the street. Pedestrians scurry along the brick boulevard, which can accommodate 5 horses, and traffic is heavy. But instead of the imagined array of vendors and streetwalkers, there were only a few scattered vendors sparsely sprinkled on both sides of the street. If you look closely, you can also see the stall owners are all skinny and bony with patches, full of bitter look of death, but also waiting for customers with anticipation in their eyes. The stores on both sides of the street are one after another. Customers come and go, laughing and joking, a prosperous and affluent scene, a stark contrast to the bitter stallholders on the side of the road.
A layer of doubt roiled under Fong Jinju's eyes. The capital city is the capital of a country and the place where all the rich and prosperous gather. Why this very different picture?
Master, you haven't paid yet. Suddenly, a half-hundred stallholders selling reed brooms got up from the ground and pulled in a stout male customer with a rounded physique. The humility and apprehension on his face practically lowering into the dust. Master, this broom is very good. It only costs 5 copper coins. As he spoke, he carefully spread out his palm toward the male guest. I didn't expect the burly male customer to swing his arm and said fiercely. He didn't inquire about who I am. It's your good fortune that I'm looking at your stuff, and you still dare to ask me for money? Get out. With those harsh words, the male guest took his broom and left in peace. Half a hundred stall owners chased 2 steps, and snapped to a halt, feet eager but uncertain and fearful. Do not dare to advance half a step, and finally had to sigh and sit back behind the stall. He carefully fiddled with the broom in front of him that he didn't know how many days and nights he had spent making, and the bitterness on his face grew thicker. Seeing this scene, Fong Jinju's heart was stymied. Looking again at the strange, cold, ancient streets, I felt only dazed and uneasy, lonely and frightened. This was not the society of the rule of law where everyone was equal, and even if she walked the streets late at night she would not feel the slightest bit uneasy. Instead, it's a messy world of 3, 6, 9 distinct and crisis. One moment, perhaps she was at peace with the streets. The next moment there was no telling what she might encounter. Thinking of this, the bottom of Fong Jinju's eyes flickered slightly, and she hurriedly folded back into the alley, grabbed a handful of ash in the corner of the wall and touched it to her face, and tugged her hair out of her bun. The original owner and she was born exactly the same, although it is not considered beautiful, but after all, was also once a woman in the boudoir of the pampered. Rags and rags, but also cannot cover the skin as cream, not to mention walking alone in the streets. It is difficult not to be coveted by the wrong people. Growling dash. Having just made herself look like a downer, Fong Jinju's stomach clamored. The original owner hadn't even eaten her breakfast before she was called over to serve by her stepsister, Fong Jinyu, and now that it was already midday, she had long been famished, but she was penniless and couldn't even afford a bun. The only dependents Chu Yi is far away in Baliao. At this moment do not know what kind of hurry they have become. She had to survive before she could slowly figure out how to find them in Baliao. Although Fong Jinju has not read any novels, but before the college roommate is a full novel fan. Under the influence, she also knows that the crossover heroine are with a halo. All have special powers or golden fingers or something in the evening. She hurriedly closed her eyes and tried to feel it. After a dozen breaths, Fong Jinju wilted. God has no pity on her. Nothing. It seems that it takes brains and hands to fill your stomach. Enduring a pang of hunger that was stronger than a pang, Fong Jinju walked aimlessly down the street. Along the street, there is a wide range of stores, including cloth stores, restaurants, grain and oil stores, and fat and powder stores. As she walked, she watched and searched for any way to earn silver or food. There is no need to think about scrubbing dishes, doing odd jobs or anything else. It is basically men who work outside the home. Moreover, she is a young girl who is like a lamb. If she takes the initiative to go to the door, it is like sending herself to the wolves with her own hands. After walking for a long time, from the main street to a back street, pedestrians obviously look less than the main street. The business of the various stores cannot oust the main street. Guest, our Jingxiang Fong has just opened not long ago. Any guest who enters the restaurant for dinner can get a signature dish. Come in and try it, right? No food. No food. Get out of here. A shopkeeper eagerly solicits customers on the road, but with little effect, and is repeatedly rebuked with blank stares. It took a while to solicit, but only 1 or 2 customers went in. Fong Jinju stood watching for a while, calculating. She didn't go directly to the capital fragrance house, but instead stared at the passing pedestrians for a while longer, and finally followed behind a plainly dressed, good-looking woman. Only when the woman turned into an alleyway did Fong Jinju speed up her steps to catch up. Auntie, slow down. The woman turned around at the sound of the voice, saw Fong Jinju in a state of disarray, and took a half step back with a look of surprise. You, call out to me? Fong Jinju nodded repeatedly, full of earnest. Auntie, do not blame me for being abrupt. The little girl is out of town to join the relatives, but did not expect the relatives did not find, but also by the thieves robbed the traveling bag inventory. Seeing the woman frowning slightly, she hurriedly waved her hand back and forth. Auntie, I'm not looking for you to beg for money to beg for food. Although I don't have any money, I do have a way to earn money. My family has been a cook for 3 generations, and my ancestors have passed down many recipes that are rare to see in the capital. I had thought to go to the newly opened at Jingxian Lu to sell road recipes to earn a plate back home, but look at me like this. The same woman. You want to retreat from me.
I'm afraid that I rashly go forward will also be beaten out of the big stick, said she eagerly but carefully stepped forward.
So auntie, please do me a favor.
Help me find the treasurer of the Jingxian Lu, said this intention.
If you sell the recipes, silver money we won half. Can good? Chapter 98, you can always meet a god with a soft heart, right?
Su, as she put all the earnestness of this life are shown on the face, plus she also has some knowledge of people's intuition. The woman did not take her as a beggar as a liar turned his head away, but the face of hesitation.
Girl, not that I don't want to help you. I'm just an unseen woman, not good enough to show my face, much less talk business. Auntie, Fong Jinju hurriedly interrupted. Auntie, since I found you,
I naturally have a way for you to sell this recipe, as long as you follow what I say. This recipe can be sold for at least 20 taels of silver, but just running an errand and saying a few words, not only do you get 10 taels of silver for nothing, but you can also save my little girl's life to accumulate blessings.
Auntie, it's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Upon hearing this, the woman's face loosened, but she couldn't believe it. What kind of recipe can sell for 20 taels of silver? Fong Jinju even said, is my family's ancestral recipes?
Has been feeding our family for 3 generations, said even if the sale of 100 or so silver is not a problem,
if it is not my desperate, will not be sold so cheap. Also please aunt believe my try, left not waste your incense time, if you become, can be 10 taels of silver into ah. In fact,
she had already prepared her heart for the woman's disapproval. Wanting to live in the ancient times with bare hands was already a difficult thing.
Anyway, she already has an idea, and there is 80% to 90% certainty that it will work. If the woman does not agree,
she will find a new candidate.
Find 100 or so people and you'll always come across a soft-hearted god, right? Well, the woman weighed her options and actually agreed. Then I'll give it a try, and if it doesn't work out, don't blame me for being stupid and wrong. Fong Jinju was stunned,
then her eyes reddened with joy.
No, auntie can promise to help me. I'm already grateful. How could I dare to complain?
With a choked voice, completely dispelled the woman's last trace of doubt.
Alas, it is also bitter you alone. Don't worry, if things don't work out, auntie will buy you a baklava to fill up your hunger, but that's all I can do. I can't help you more.
A sentence that made Fong Jinju almost shed a tear.
Auntie, it's quite enough. Today I was met with cold eyes. Only you are willing to help me. You are so kind.
You will surely be rewarded in the future.
God didn't drive the first person he met to a soft-hearted god.
There was no pen and paper. So Fong Jinju read the recipe to the woman many times,
and when she did remember it when she repeated it,
only then did she teach her how to negotiate with the shopkeeper.
The woman then arrived in front of the Jingxian Lu,
and was smoothly wooed into the store by Xiaoer.
Fong Jinshu found a hidden place and nervously looked at the situation inside from afar. Seeing the woman walk up to the counter and say something to the shopkeeper, she saw the shopkeeper impatiently beckon, as if asking Xiaoer to come up and shoo people away.
I don't know what the woman said in a loud voice again, but the shopkeeper suddenly came out from behind the counter,
and actually negotiated with her.
Although the expression could not be seen from a distance, but from the movements of the shopkeeper's figure,
it could be seen that it was quite interested. Fong Jinju's heart loosened slightly. The recipe she's talking about is an unusual dish that every modern household would make. Stir-fried shredded lean pork. But the practice was not available in Bailio. Thanks to what she learned from Mrs. Chu, North Liao's current cooking techniques are only a few styles of steaming, boiling, stewing and roasting, and stir-frying in an iron pot is unprecedented.
At first, she bought a few large iron pots and sent them to the general's residence,
and then let them rebase the stove. Taught Mrs. Chu the method of stir-frying,
which allowed them all to eat fragrant fried vegetables. But the woman suddenly came to the door and said she was selling recipes,
or an unprecedented method. Naturally, it was not easy to win the trust of the shopkeeper.
So she came up with an idea for a new store that would attract customers quickly,
and asked the woman to say it to the shopkeeper for free.
That's for Jingxiangla to organize a riddle guessing and free tasting event. Make some lantern riddles for the door and then make some silver coupons. First, they beat the gong and drums to attract people to gather around, and the guest who guesses the most lantern riddles will get a silver coupon for a free meal. The free dishes can be fixed as a 3-course meal or a 4-course meal, and the owner can be flexible according to the situation,
and so on,
and then set up 20 guess the name of the lantern riddles, respectively according to the ranking of the silver coupons for wine,
silver coupons for food, silver coupons for soup. Give up the child to catch the wolf. Not to mention the fact that people love to get together. In this way, although it was shedding 2 tables of food as a gimmick, the 20 silver coupons were the guests hard fought for, and there was no fear that they would not go in to eat. Coupled with the novelty of this activity, it is absolutely unique to the capital. and can attract unlimited popularity,
which can be 100 times stronger than the effect of the shopkeeper soliciting customers on the roadside out of thin air.
You can attract another 10 or 8 tables of guests, so why worry about not making your money back?
Then use the cooking method and recipes given by Jean Zhu above, to ensure that all guests entering the store can become repeat customers,
and then guests lead to customers to form a virtuous cycle.
At that time, even if the Jingxiang house is opened in this backstreet,
it will never worry about business.
After waiting for a long time,
the woman did not come out. Instead of being in a hurry, Fong Jinju relaxed. The longer you talk, the more drama it means. After another 10 minutes of waiting, the woman finally came out,
holding a purse in her hand and grinning to the back of her ear.
Fong Jinju's heart burst with excitement. Her stomach didn't even feel hungry anymore,
and she hurriedly greeted her. The two walked into the alley where they had just spoken,
one after the other. "Little girl, you're amazing."
The woman smiled joyfully and held Fong Jinju's hand.
"It's really as you said. Earlier that shopkeeper thought I was talking nonsense and swindling people.
But then I told you about the method you said to help attract customers to the store. And I didn't expect the shopkeeper to come to be interested all of a sudden."
Girl, this day meet you can really my luck. You do not know, my husband's leg fell bad. At least have to recuperate half a year to go out to earn money.
I am worried about this half a year no income home is certainly tight.
Did not think today let me come across such a good thing." Fong Jinju also tightly gripped the woman's hand back. "Auntie, to thank you can only thank you for your goodness. You are my honored person. I will always be grateful for your help today. When I am firmly established in this world, I will definitely repay you properly."
As she spoke, her stomach growled violently.
What a bitter child. Look at the hunger.
The woman hurriedly opened the purse and took out 5 taels of silver from it,
then stuffed the purse into Fong Jinju's arms.
"Girl, I only said a few words. Asking for 5 taels is a bit of a shame.
All this is for you. Hurry up and go buy some food to pad your stomach." Fong Jinju froze, shook her head repeatedly,
hurriedly took out another 5 taels of silver from her purse and stuffed it back into the woman's arms.
"Auntie,
according to the previous agreement,
10 taels for each person. If it wasn't for you stepping in to help me, I wouldn't have even gotten 1 or 2 taels of silver." She really wanted to cry.
Even if there are thousands of ideas in her heart is also panicked, not self-possessed.
Here after all, is the ancient times?
I do not know myself, these shocking ideas cannot be accepted to realize. She was satisfied with the results she had gotten so far. At least she had found a way to live, even if there were still thorns and thistles ahead of that path. Chapter 99 I sacrifice my blood to the gods.
Seeing her so earnestly keep her promise,
the woman's eyes flickered slightly, and then made a decision.
"Girl, today you and I meet, one is also fate. If you don't mind, just go home with Auntie. Auntie will cook for you, okay?" At first,
she was worried that the girl in front of her was some kind of liar.
After all, in a chaotic world, there are very few good people, and you can't be too careful. From the beginning of listening to the idea of Fong Jinju, she felt that this girl must not be ordinary people. It should really be a thief in a moment of distress, obviously very short of silver evening, but also keep their promises, not greedy, not take. More, let her be sure that this girl is a person of noble character. It's worth a hand.
At those words, Fong Jinju was stunned for a moment. Then she waved her hand repeatedly.
No. I appreciate Auntie's kindness. You've already done me a great favor. How can I dare to bother more?" With that she bowed towards the woman and was about to leave.
"Girl," but did not want the woman to tug her, hurriedly said,
"Already afternoon. Today you must be too late to rent a carriage out of the city to go home. A girl's home in the outside world is also everywhere dangerous. Tonight you will go to my house to rest for the night, and in the morning I will go and inquire for a carriage for you to go back home. Although Auntie's family is not very generous,
it's not a problem to make a room for sleeping,
but if you don't like it, then I'll pretend that Auntie didn't say anything." Fong Jinju was first stunned,
then her eyes reddened.
"Auntie is kind and kind. I can't even thank you enough. How could I dislike you? Good. Don't mind if I do." With that,
the woman took her hand and walked in the direction of her house.
"Then listen to your aunt and go home with her." Northern Liao, General's residence.
Elderly Lady Chu sat behind the bookcase with Shu Shu,
who had been easily put to sleep. In her arms, tears falling like rain,
her eyes already swollen beyond recognition.
Don't try. It's as hard as a knife gouging out of mother's heart when you're like this."
In front of the gate of time and space,
Shu Yi held a sharp knife in one hand and held the blade in the other, and without hesitation, he drew the knife and slashed his palm. Crimson blood instantly flowed down the stream. General! Seeing this,
Yi Tingxian and a group of Chu clan troops, whose hearts ache like twists and turns,
cried out in shock.
Elder Lady Chu also uttered a frightened and mournful voice.
Yi! I sacrifice my blood to the gods. Chu Yi, however, turned a deaf ear, lifted his robe and knelt down, his red eyes spreading blood to the time gate. I implore the gods to allow me to travel to the kingdom of China. Ding bam! He then tossed the sharp knife in his hand aside and heavily knocked on the ground. Believer Chu Yi implores the gods to allow me to pass to the kingdom of China. A little, twice, 3 down, each time, are heavy and earnest, although not more than a word. The meaning of bloodshed is deafening. Yi Tingshuan's eyes were filled with wet heartache, quickly stepped forward, picked up the sharp knife by Chu Yi's side, and also did not hesitate to hold the blade and slashed his palm, sacrificing his blood to the door of time and space. I sacrifice my blood to the gods and implore them to allow the general to pass to the kingdom of China. At the end, he also lifted his robe and knelt beside Chu Yi, kowtowing heavily and reverently. Seeing this, a group of Chu's army followed suit and went forward, offering blood to the gods to pray. I sacrifice my blood to the gods and implore them to allow the general to pass to the kingdom of China. I sacrifice my blood to the gods and implore them to allow the general to pass to the kingdom of China. Old Lady Chu covered her mouth and cried with a suppressed but sad and trembling voice. She knew that Yi and the others were so like this. Not that Bei Liao couldn't afford the accident of losing the blessing of the goddess, but that they couldn't afford the pain of losing both Jin Zhu and Rui Rui at the same time. From the moment Rui Rui disappeared without a trace, Yi only had a seizure for an instant before he began various attempts to personally travel through the time gate. First, they burned incense and prayed and knelt down to ask for help, but nothing came of it. After kowtowing 99 more times, he was still not allowed to pass through this door. And now he offers blood sacrifices. Chu Yi's knife not only cut through the palm, but also cut a big hole in Mrs. Chu's heart, blood gurgling, even kowtowed 9 heads. Chu Yi slowly got up. His forehead was a bloody mess. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before taking a step towards the time gate. Everyone held their breath and hung on for dear life. Looking at the inner wall of the warehouse bucket in front of him, Chu Yi's hand fist at his side was clenched to the point of trembling, and blood came out through the cracks of his fingers, dripping to the ground one after another. Yi Tingxian and Chu Jejun's eyes were also instantly clouded tightly with disappointment. I personally saw the general try, but he was never able to travel through the time portal. They knew very well that the general's heart at this moment must be suffering from lingering pain. They are painfully aware of the situation, but they don't know what to do about it. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down Chu Yi's cheeks to the ground, annihilating the dust in an instant. A flash of determination crossed the bottom of his eyes. He turned around and came out, kneeling in front of the door again. General. Perhaps. Yi Tingxian couldn't help but open his mouth to persuade him, but he saw Chu Yi rip off his robe and directly fade to his waist, exposing his upper body. The lean back still shows traces of pre-famine sturdiness, but it's covered by tired wounds, each of which pierces the heart of the Chu family's army. Chu Yi picked up the sharp knife at his side. General. Seeing this, Yi Tingxian stepped forward in panic and pulled Chu Yi's hand. What is General doing? Old Lady Chu was also horrified in her heart and exclaimed. Yi, it must not be. The Chu family troops have kneeled and marched to Chu Yi's side, surrounding him. General. Perhaps the time and space gate just disappeared for a while. You mustn't do anything foolish. Yes, General. Goddess and Rui Rui will definitely be fine. Please don't hurt yourself. General. Chu Yi spoke. Let go. Obviously the voice is extremely light and calm, but Yi Tingshuan's heart and mind are trembling. Although extremely unwilling, but also still obeyed the order to release the hand. Without hesitation, Chu Yi raised his knife and stabbed at his chest. The blood from his heart spilled out and was sacrificed in front of the gate of time and space. It dyed the ground red, and the eyes of all. Chu Yi heavily kowtowed his head and shouted in a loud voice. I sacrifice my heart's blood to the gods and implore the gods to allow Chu Yi to pass to the kingdom of China. Voice trembling, grief cavity has been unable to restrain. Please pray to the gods. Give Chu Yi to point out a clear path. Chu Yi would like to fold his life for 20 years in exchange. Yi Tingxian and Chu Jejun wiped their tears and knelt down in unison towards the spacetime gate. Please God, let the general lead to China. We are all willing to lose 20 years of our lives in exchange. If the mind had a voice, the granary would be deafening at the moment. It was only after a long time that Chu Yi got up and once again took a slow step into the door of time and space. Each step was like stepping on the hearts of the crowd. A heavy, sad rhythm. Right now, still on the inside of the bucket bin, despair comes crushing down like a mountain. Chu Yi's eyes went black and he fell straight backward. General. Chapter 100. Rui Rui is scared. Huaishui Lane on the outskirts of the city. The woman led Fang Jinju into a narrow and shabby one-entry courtyard at the end of the alley. Kayuki, with a shout from the woman. A 17 or 18-year-old girl ran out from the left ear room. The young girl's skin was dark, but you could still see that her eyebrows were clear and beautiful, and her face was covered with a simple and pure smile like that of a child. Mother! The eyes froze when they landed on Fang Jinju. then colored with a touch of timid inaction. The woman favored and instructed. Qing Yu, this is mother's guest. A little younger than you should be. A younger sister. Quickly go and pour a cup of water for your sister to drink. Sister? The young girl, Qing Yu, mumbled and read. Then her eyes became crystal clear. Sister. Qing Yu goes to pour water for her sister to drink. Then it trotted merrily into the kitchen. Sensing something, Fang Jinju hid the astonishment under her eyes and shouted towards the young girl's back. Thank you, Sister Qing Yu. Qing Yu poked her head out of the kitchen. Her innocent smiling face full of favor. No thanks. Seeing the sincerity of Fang Jinju's face, the woman couldn't help but redden her eyes. Miss Jinju. Before she could say anything, a male voice came from the room. Show 1. Is there a guest? Quickly invite the guests to sit in the hall. It's not good to have people standing around all the time. Han Xiujuan hurriedly answered. Hey, I know, the guest is Jinju girl. It's not good to bring to the room to say hello to you. Tonight she's going to settle down in our house temporarily, with you to know once. The man in the house enthusiastically said. Good, good, all good, but the family is poor. If the hospitality is not good, I hope Miss Jinju will not mind. Fang Jinju repeatedly returned. Uncle and auntie are kind and enthusiastic. Jinju feels warm, even if the sky is a quilt and the ground is a bed. Jinju feels very good. How would I dare to dislike it? Good, good, what a good girl. Show 1. Don't mind me, just take care of Miss Jinju. The woman pulled Fang Jinju to Qing Yue's room, and while fetching water for Fang Jinju to wash her face and clean her hands, she gave her some brief information about her family. The name of this uncle is Yu Yuxian. The woman's name was Zhao Xiujuan, and she had only one daughter, Qing Yu, and her family of 3 depended on each other. Kiyuki burned out her brain when she was 6 years old, and although she was already 19 years old, her heart was still like a child's. Qing Yu had originally emerged as a clear water hibiscus, but this was not a good thing for her, which was why Aunt Xiuwan had tanned her to this pitch-black appearance, just to circumvent the omnipresent malice and dangers in this world. Hearing this, Fang Jinju felt that the world was a difficult place while lamenting Aunt Xiuwan's deep love for her mother. If the capital city is still like this, you can imagine what kind of miserable situation the previous Northern Liao faced. Hearing Chu Yi say it was a very different feeling than experiencing it yourself. At this moment, Fang Jinju truly shared Chu Yi's feelings. If the country is not at peace, how can the family be at peace? Chu Yi, help me, little uncle. Rue is afraid. Uncle Junior, don't you want, Rue? On top of the bed, the unconscious Chu Yi was covered in cold sweat, deep in a nightmare. Jin Zhu, Rue. In the dream, Jin Zhu struggled helplessly in the water, a pair of eyes full of panic. He reached out but could not reach, wanted to jump into the water, but the picture turned and fell into the abyss. Infinite fall at the same time. He saw Rue's small body is also in the rapid fall together. The little man helplessly reached out his small hand toward him, frightened to call for help. Little uncle. Rue afraid. Oh. Afraid. Shui desperately reached out his hand to pull Rue into his arms when he saw the little man plummet down, instantly engulfed in darkness. Rue. Shui snapped his eyes open and uttered a mournful sound. Seeing this scene, Elder Lady Chu held back the tears that filled her eyes and gently patted him on the back. Ah Yi, mother knows that you blame yourself and are in pain, but things have come to this point, and no matter what, you can't injure your own body. Ah Yi, Jin Zhu has helped Northern Liao so much. She is a person of deep blessings. Mother believes she will be fine. And Rue. Speaking of her grandson, Elder Lady Chu couldn't help but have her tears fall again. She hurriedly waved her hand to wipe them away and held back the tremor in her voice. Rue was able to pass through the gate of time, and is also the chosen one. He will also definitely be fine. Bei Liao needs you, and Mother and Shu Shu need you too. You mustn't be alright. Shu Ye's eyes trembled. A trace of clarity squeezed out of the pain with difficulty. Mother, don't worry, I'll be fine. Give me some time. 2 or 3 days is enough. Thin lips trembling, a word a tear. Even though a heart has been bloodied by the knife of self-reproach, it still beats hard and thumping with the responsibility on its back. If Jin Zhu and Rue are in danger in Beilio or in his time, he will find them and save them. But they had disappeared into another time and space, and even if he poured out the entire city's power, he could not protect them by half. Jin Zhu, Rue, if you guys are still, can I get a little induction please? It's late at night. Fang Jinju lay on the bed in the room that Aunt Xiuwan had packed out for her, unable to sleep peacefully for a long time. She sent Shu Yi a photo before the accident. Suddenly cannot contact her. He must be anxious crazy, right? He wouldn't let Rue Shu Shu go to the farm alone to check the situation. Would he? What if the 2 little ones get into danger in the past? Disturbing thoughts came one after another.
pressing Fong Jinju to not give her a chance to quiet her mind. She must go to Baliao as soon as possible.
Luckily, Auntie Wan, who was at the dinner party, said that she would personally take her to someone she knew to rent a car to take her back to her hometown tomorrow. She didn't dare to say that she was going to northern Liao. She only dared to say that she was from Mengzhou County. Aunt Wan said that Mengzhou County is about 800 miles away from the capital, and renting a car would cost about 5 or 6 taels of silver, plus food and lodging, and the 10 taels of silver in her hand would not be enough to support her to Mengzhou County. Fong Jinju then made up her mind to go to Jingxianlu to sell another recipe tomorrow before renting a car to go to Baliao.
I don't know how long I thought about it, but Fong Jinju finally fell asleep in a muddle.
Oh, sister, Rue is scared. In a daze, Fong Jinju looked like she heard Rue's voice, and as she anxiously looked around, she saw that there was an ox cart slowly heading forward. Several sacks were humped on the ox cart, and the cry seemed to come from the sacks, mournful and helpless. Fong Jinju was shocked, desperately trying to catch up with the ox cart, but couldn't run at all, and could only watch the ox cart disappear into the mist. The scene suddenly shifted. She came to another room where several children were tied up and left in a haystack in the corner. A large man broke down the door and casually picked up a child. Fong Jinju and the child's horrified wide-eyed stare at each other. It's Rue. Chapter 101. She had to find a way to get Rue out before she could. The next day, Fong Jinju and Aunt Wan arrived at Jingxianglu first. Before he even approached, he saw that the front of the Jingxiang building was surrounded by the people. The shopkeeper stood tall on top of the platform and was saying something with a spring in his step, drawing a roar of approval from underneath. Seeing this, Aunt Wan excitedly pulled Fong Jinju and said, "Aya, it really came true. It's amazing how many people have been attracted. Miss Jinju, that's a great idea too. The business of Jingxianlu is good. Then going to sell recipes in a while will surely go smoothly." Fong Jinju, however, was in a trance, looking left and right. Auntie Wan, you wait here and wait for the shopkeeper to be free to talk. I'll go and buy some items necessary for the journey first, and in a moment we'll meet up in the alley. Aunt Wan agreed with a full smile. Good. You should be careful alone. I'll go wait for you in the alley after I finish selling the recipes. After that, the two went their separate ways. Auntie Wan went behind the crowd of people watching, while Fong Jinju followed the memory of her dream and searched randomly for something on the street. Last night's dream was just too real and too clear. And, surprisingly, she only dreamed of Rue, not Shu. Fong Jinju guessed that it should be Chu Yi who couldn't contact her, so she asked Rue to check the situation at the farm first. Although she couldn't figure out the cause, she vaguely felt that something must have happened to Rue. She tried to recall the details of her dream, and in 7 turns she unknowingly arrived at a remote alley on the outskirts of the eastern city. Just after turning out, Fong Jinju saw an ox cart parked in front of a broken courtyard in the alley. It was the very same ox cart from the dream. She was just about to rush forward when she saw a big man come out of the yard and remove the sack from the ox cart. Fong Jinju hurriedly covered her mouth and retreated back to the corner, her eyes terrified. She clearly saw that there were traces of struggling and writhing in the sack, and this was clearly a flower shooter's den. If last night's dream was true, then Rue must have been in the sack just now. But shouldn't Rue be in northern Liao? Even if Chu Yi lets Rue go to the farm to check it out, he will definitely let Rue contact a few grandfathers to ensure the safety of the children. Why did Rue appear out of nowhere in Tangwu capital? Fong Jinju tried her best to press down all the doubts in her heart, probing and quietly surveying the movements of the flower patter. After several sacks were unloaded, one of the big men drove off in an ox cart, and the door of the broken courtyard was unlocked from the inside. In a short while, there came from inside the man's ferocious scolding, and the child's frightened cries, which were suppressed and suffocating to hear, and should have been gagged. Fong Jinju listened with bated breath, her chest clogging up unusually. She prayed that Rue wasn't in there, but she also hoped that Rue was in there. Her feelings were complicated and difficult to describe. After waiting for a while, the courtyard was finally quiet, and Fong Jinju paced back and forth outside, thinking of a way to get in. Suddenly she heard a sound of talking, and she hurriedly plopped back around the corner to spy. He saw a short and fat old woman, leading a middle-aged man in expensive clothes into the courtyard. This time the delivery is all good goods. I guarantee you can pick the right one. The middle-aged man's face was kind. He didn't look like a vicious person, but for some reason, looking at the strange smile at the corner of his mouth, Fong Jinju felt like nauseating, and the alarm bells in her heart were ringing loudly. What to do? She had to find a way to get Rue out before she could. A flash of determination under her eyes. Fong Jinju instantly made up her mind, straightened her clothes, and went forward to knock on the courtyard door. Anyone? There was a momentary lag in the sound of talking in the head of the yard. Then there was the sound of footsteps approaching, and the door to the courtyard was opened a crack, revealing the face of a suspicious and unkind Hanyu. "Who are you looking for?" Like a poisonous snake wrapped around her heart, Fang Jinju's intertwined palms seeped with cold sweat, but on her face she wore a face of arrogance and disdain. "I'm from Zion Street. I'm here to look at the goods." She guessed that the children abducted from this place ended up in wealthy families, but not so good fortune is bought as a child to be heartbroken, not even bought to be trained as a boy servant. So she didn't even dare to go to Aunt Shou Wan to get an idea together. She was afraid that Rue was really inside. She was afraid that if she left for a while, Rue would fall into the clutches of the outlaws. Better to be wrong than to let go. Even if she risked her life, she had to make sure Rue was in there. The man was stunned. The unkindness on his face converged for a few points. Then he opened the door a bit, probed out and looked at both sides of the alley. Only then did he look at Fang Jinju again. The skepticism in the bottom of his eyes faded for a few points. "Which family are you from on Zion Street?" Fang Jinju glared at the Hanyu and said without any good humor. "Even if I wanted to tell you, but would you dare to listen? In front of this kind of disgraceful dirty things, I believe that no rich and noble family is willing to disclose their own details, the more mysterious. In front of these heartless villains the more scrupulous dare not ask more questions. After all, only the dead will keep secrets. If you know to the bottom of the rich and noble family, it is equivalent to pinch the handle of the people. These beat flower child is not far from death." Sure enough, the Han's face flickered. Then he bared a mouthful of yellow teeth. "It's the little one who doesn't know the rules. Nobleman inside. Inside please." Fang Jinju raised her chin and gave the Hanyu a disdainful sidelong glance, stepping into the courtyard with an arrogant stance. The old woman and middle-aged man who had come in first were in the yard, and before them stood 4 children of varying heights shivering. The oldest is only 6 or 7 years old and the youngest. Fang Jinju's eyes tightened violently. The youngest person. It was Rue. Noticing the commotion, the middle-aged man and the old woman looked over with odd eyes. Rue looked over as well, her small hands tied behind her back in a reverse cut and her mouth gagged tightly. Fang Jinju almost suffocated and the little man's big eyes filled with tears. At the sight of her, Rue was incredulously stunned at first, and then she blinked away tears as hard as she could, her eyes brightening. Fang Jinju was shocked in her heart and hurriedly greeted them, squeezing out the middle-aged man and the old woman, getting close to a few children, with a look of seriously looking at the goods, looking at the middle-aged man's appearance. He was at best considered a lower middle-class rich man, and the more brash she acted, the more it would make people think that her main family was powerful, or else where did she get her backing? As expected, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom, but he also held back. She pinched Rue's chin first, seemingly sizing him up, but not moving to wink with the little man and give his chin a rhythmic squeeze in her hand. Rue's small body couldn't stop trembling, and the tears in his big eyes slammed down one by one, covering up the light of joy at seeing his sister. Fang Jinju's heart was slightly relieved, letting go of Rue and continuing to survey the next child, more attentively than when surveying Rue. When several of the children had finished sizing them up, she pointed to the 5-year-old boy next to Rue and said, "What's the price of this one?" Then after a moment's hesitation, he pointed at Rue again. "And this land price is also quoted." But without thinking, the middle-aged man took a step forward. "Miss, this child is the one I saw first." Chapter 102, either escape with Rue or die here together. With that, he pointed at Rue, a hint of dissatisfaction growing under his eyes. Fang Jinju's heart hung violently, but the eyes that met the middle-aged man's eyes became more and more cold and compelling. "So what?" Seeing the flavor of gunpowder spreading between the two, the man hurriedly stepped forward. "The two noblemen, don't be anxious. Something good to discuss." "Good to discuss?" Fang Jinju coldly interrupted. "There's nothing to discuss." She reached out and tugged Rue and the other child she had her eye on into her hands, her face full of toughness. "Originally I was just inquiring, and I may not have been able to see which one I was looking at, but if someone is not long-eyed and dares to snatch it with our lord, then I will not choose." At the end she didn't even look at the middle-aged man and looked at the Hanyu. "Say, what price for these two goods?" "I'll take them both." The middle-aged man changed his previous peacefulness, and his face twisted with anger. "There's no first come first served. This 3-year-old boy is thinner than the other few, but a closer look reveals that it is more handsome than the other few." He took a glance at it, but he did not expect to be cut off. Even if the other party seems to be powerful and not to be messed with, he is still a breath of fresh air. The old woman hurriedly piled up a smile and went forward to round off the scene. "Master Zhou, you take a closer look. These two are also very good. Why don't we give you these two cheaper? What do you think? Is this how you do business?" The middle-aged man glanced at the granny with unkind eyes. Instead of admonishing her, the later, You're asking me, the first to come, to back down? The granny and the Hanyu looked at each other, and a few moments of apprehension arose from the complexity. Both of them look like they can't be messed with, so what should we do? The Hanyu carefully looked at Fang Jinju. Miss, this small one originally you also can't see. Why don't you let Master Zhou? Originally these 3 big ones are 10 taels of silver apiece. Like this, you give 20 taels of silver. How about the 3 big ones you take away together? Fang Jinju let go of the 2 children's hands and looked at the Hanyu in annoyance. What? Do you think that we, who come out of Zion Street, can't afford to pay the silver? Being so insensitive. I see that you guys don't want to hang around in the capital anymore. Saying that, he looked at the middle-aged man again. Master Zhou, right? Fang Jinju reached out and pushed Rui towards him, saying in a conspiratorial manner, if you have the ability, you can take this child away today. I'd like to see if you have the good fortune to spend it. Knock, 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 knock. After the words were spoken, her heart thumped violently, and the blood went to her head in an instant, staining her cheeks red. Fang Jinju is betting, gambling on who can be more open-minded. If this middle-aged man was a tough nut to crack, big deal, she would fight to the death. Either she can escape with Rui or die here together. In short, she won't leave Rui alone. She didn't know that her reddened face due to too much nervousness fell in the eyes of the middle-aged man and flower slapper that she was just furious. The middle-aged man's eyes struggled for some time, but in the end, he still did not dare to offend the unidentified Fang Jinju for the sake of a plaything, and whisked his sleeve to hatefully leave. Fang Jinju didn't move inside in relief. Following that, he looked at the man and the old woman, without saying a word, with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. I'll take all 4. What price? If she could, she really wanted to save all 4 children, but if she couldn't, then she could only save Rui and this child in her hand first. The Hanyu and the granny looked at each other with struggle and uncertainty in their eyes. They usually do. Are similar to Master Zhou such great of people's business. Good for nothing. How suddenly came a big guest? But how could they afford to mess with someone that old Grandpa Zhou couldn't afford to mess with? After weighing his options, the man carefully opened his mouth. Your Honor is here for the first time. Just watch and give. This girl in front of me seems to be difficult to mess with. Behind the main family power is certainly not small, and will not be a lack of silver. Rather than opening the price to offend, it is better to throw the ball to the other side. Hearing this, Fang Jinju's eyes revealed appreciation. Count on you having a few eyesight. Then he took out his purse from his pocket and threw it over. 10 taels, is it too little? A touch of coldness condensed under her eyes, and the corners of her mouth held an unexplained arc, as if as long as the Hanyu dared to suspect less, it would lead to the collapse of the heavens. The Hanyu and the granny looked at each other, dissatisfaction crossing the bottom of their eyes. These children how can also sell a 30-50 taels, thought that this high family courtyard to the girl under the people will give a little more, but did not expect her to give only 10 taels. It can be a big loss. Fang Jinju didn't look at these 2 people either, but directly pulled a few children and was about to go out. Girl! The old woman couldn't help but catch up. Fang Jinju paused and turned around, her eyes looking at her in an unkind manner. What? Too little? It's too little to go with me to Purple Cloud Street to find our master to withdraw it. With that, he pulled a couple of kids and walked out of the yard without looking back. The old woman gas full of gully face hideous incomparable, really pulling the leg to chase out. But was the Hans raw dragged? Forget it, don't chase, lest cause a mess. As these cubs caught in vain, a moment I will go out to catch a few more back is. I don't know how long I walked until I couldn't hear any sound behind me at all, but Fang Jinju slowed down her steps, but she didn't dare stop, and as she walked, she removed the things that had been stuffed in the mouths of several of the children, and untied the ropes that bound their hands. I'm going to cut you all loose, but you all need to be good and quiet too, or there will be consequences for you. If you listen, when you get to the mansion, it's all about eating and drinking every day. You hear me? A few children had long been scared out of their wits by a few flower slappers. At this moment they were as frightened as quails. Naturally whatever Fang Jinju said, they all nodded their heads in succession. It wasn't that Fang Jinju was deliberately trying to scare the children, but when she came out of the courtyard just now, she inadvertently saw that the middle-aged man from earlier had followed them. She tightly clutched Rui's hand. Her mouth did not stop for a moment to intimidate a few children. You don't think of running either. This neighborhood is full of our people, but if you run out, you will be caught and killed. But don't be afraid, as long as you follow me back to the mansion and please our minister, you can not only eat meat all the time in the future. No one dares to bully you. Do you understand? Several kids responded in quick succession. Got it. Rui tilted her head back to look at the side of her sister's face, her eyes all starry-eyed with solidity. Although he didn't know why his sister had suddenly become so cold and fierce and said these scary words,
He knew from the moment he saw her that she had come to save him. He wanted to jump into his sister's arms, but the little one realized that he couldn't do that right now. He has to be good and not get his sister in trouble. Noticing that the middle-aged man behind her was still following, Fong Jinju gritted her teeth and led several children in the direction of Zion Street. Chapter 103, Don't Scare Me. Have you been bullied? Although the original owner is an unpopular first daughter, but also in the Purple Cloud Street is also famous. Purple Cloud Street, each street entrance guards recognize her familiar face. Naturally will not and drive away idle people generally drive away her. Fong Jinju turned into the avenue of Zion Street familiarly. What man? Which house to go to? Report your name? Walked not much far a cut. She heard the guard's scolding sound from behind her, turned around and saw that the middle-aged man followed her, but was stopped by the guards for questioning. Fong Jinju's face was cold and her eyes were solemn, and her killing intent was evident as she pressurized through the air. When she thought that Rui almost fell into this man's hands and might suffer and die, she really wanted to kill him. Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. Anyway, in this world she has nothing, only a thin life. Although the body cannot resist the instinctive fear, but forced to rush also nothing to go out. The middle-aged man's eyes falsely flashed with a flash of fear, and he turned around in a hurry to escape. Fong Jinju's eyelashes slightly trembled, and the wetness that had been held back for a long time only surged up, but she didn't dare to linger here, pulling a couple of kids with her, quickening her pace, and turning off from another street exit on Purple Cloud Street. Without a moment's pause, he arrived at the alley where he had agreed with Aunt Shouwan. Jinju. Auntie Shouwan had been waiting here for a long time, anxious as hell, and when she saw Fong Jinju, she hurriedly greeted her. Where have you been? I'm so anxious. What's going on with these kids? Auntie Shouwan's voice is reassuring. Fong Jinju tensed all the way to the energy collapsed in an instant. His feet were soft and sat down on the ground. Auntie Shouwan hurriedly reached out to catch her. Worried. What's wrong, child? What's wrong? Don't scare me. Have you been bullied? Fong Jinju, tearful eyes rustling, throat choked, unable to speak, can only subconsciously reach out, will Rui tightly into the arms. Rui then dared to cry. The cat cried in his sister's arms and his little body winced. When he cried, several children followed suit, except for one boy who stood silently and expressionlessly, a soulless puppet doll in general. Although she didn't know why, Zhao Shouwan didn't rush to ask, but one by one was caressing Fong Jinju's back, waiting for her to slow down. After a long time, Fong Jinju spoke. Auntie, these children are the ones I saved from the hands of the flower slappers, he said and touched Rui's head. This child has no relatives, so let him temporarily follow me. I'm losing strength in my aftermath, and I'd like to trouble your aunt to think of a way to send these 3 dolls back to their respective homes. Zhao Shoujuan shocked color, and then look at Fong Jinju as both admiration and fear for her. You, this child, you are also too bold. If there is an eventuality, how to be good? Fong Jinju laughed bitterly. My brother is to be shot, flower child captive. I hate this kind of thing. Then a hot head, on the life of the do. But aunt, you can rest assured that I do things without a drop of water, did not cause any trouble. Is to be hard for you to run a trip. You have given up your life to save people. I run an errand, what can be hard? To say this is a heavenly merit a pile. I also stained your lighted. Do you remember the way back to your aunt's house? Remember. Well then, you take the little one home first, and I'll go back as soon as I get these dolls home. Fong Jinju gratefully said. Thank you, auntie. Then she looked at the children and changed her face to a gentle one. There was a bad man following us just now, and my sister had no choice but to scare you all to show the bad man that it was safe now. You have to listen to this granny, and she will send you home to be reunited with your family. The 2 children then stopped crying and nodded in fear. Zhao Shouwan hurriedly reached out and pulled a few children to leave, but realized that there was a child who could not be pulled by the pestle. Don't be afraid, child. Granny is going to take you home. Zhao Shoujuan thought he was scared and soothed him in a harmonious voice. The male child, however, did not say a word and ran to Fong Jinju's side and stood there, with a look of unwillingness to go with her. Zhao Shoujuan tried to pull forward again, but the boy kept avoiding her, and at the end, he simply tugged on Fong Jinju's sleeve, his empty eyes looking at her for an instant. Fong Jinju reached out to hold his hand, only to realize that the child's hands and arms were covered in tired old scars. Her eyes softened, she reached out and touched his face, gently saying, Little brother, there is no danger now. This granny is a good person, and also someone that sister is familiar with. She will send you home to see your parents. You can rest assured that you can go with her. The little boy child still didn't let go of his hand, tugging at Fong Jinju's sleeve to death. Fong Jinju's eyes flickered slightly and asked, is it true that you don't have a family anymore? The little boy was silent for a moment, then nodded. Fong Jinju asked again,
Then this is you wanting to follow sister? The little boy nodded again. After hesitating for a split second, Fong Jinju looked at Zhao Shoujuan. Auntie, why don't you send the other two home first, and these two will follow me for now, and I'll take them away with me tomorrow. Zhao Shoujuan looked at the little boy with a complicated face and led the other two children away. Outside is not the place to talk. After a moment's reprieve, Fong Jinju took a child in one hand and went back to her aunt's house in Huaishui Lane. Seeing that Fong Jinju brought back two little brothers, and the younger one even sweetly called out to his sister, Xingyu jumped for joy and went to the kitchen to boil water. Fong Jinju informed Uncle Yu in the room and took the two waifs into the house where she was sleeping. Rui. As soon as he entered the house, Fong Jinju held Rui in his arms, then gently pushed him away, holding his little face against the forehead. A variety of emotions ensued on the face. Not afraid of just now my sister did not slow down, and the outside is dangerous, so I do not dare to casually hold Rui. Kiss Rui. Rui deflated her mouth and nodded her head vigorously, her eyes full of her sister. Rui won't be afraid if her sister is there. Ripples of envy rose in the hollow eyes of the male children standing next to them, but they were fleeting. The bottom of Fong Jinju's eyes were solid, and she asked anxiously, Rui, how did you appear here? Where is Shu? How are little uncle and grandmother? Rui shook his head. Shu crying, little uncle grandmother, very anxious. Little uncle let Rui find sister, tie Rui to a rope. Rui looks for her sister, runs, and then Rui falls into the water. Then Rui came. Fong Jinju frowned slightly. It seems that once she was dead, the time gate closed, and Rui just happened to enter the time gate at that juncture before she was caught in the time rift. Among the power, it should be two children and her fate entangled. So Rui also dressed to the capital. Chapter 104 Rui, have a secret to tell your sister. Fong Jinju's eyes were frozen with heartache, and the worry had not completely faded. Then how did you fall into the hands of the bad guys? Rui reached up and wiped the fallen golden peas. Rui woke up in a badass bag. It's so stuffy and dark in the bag. Rui can't stretch her legs. Rui is so scared. Fong Jinju was heartbroken and couldn't help but take Rui into her arms again. Not afraid anymore. It's okay. Rui hugged her sister tightly with force, settling down little by little in her big eyes. Sister, where is this place? Can we still find little uncle? Gollum. As he spoke, the little man's stomach rumbled. Fong Jinju hurriedly pushed him away and affirmed, tomorrow, my sister will take you to find your little uncle. Hungry? At the end of the day, he looked at the little boy. Little brother, you and Rui stay here. Don't run around. Elder sister will go and get you some food. Xingyu just happened to come in with hot water, and Fong Jinju instructed her to keep an eye on her two younger brothers before she went to greet Uncle Yu and dug into the kitchen to start cooking. After spreading a few small onion soft cakes and cooking a pot of pickled vegetable soup, first letting Xingyu send one in for Uncle Yu, and warming another one in the pot for Aunt Xiuwan, Fong Jinju then carried the meal to the hall. Too large and too small eat around the table. Fong Jinju couldn't help but look at the little boy. Rui she is aware of. At a young age already know very well to observe the etiquette of the dinner table, and then hungry will not wolf down. But he has Chu Yi and Mrs. Chu as the elders of the teaching, can do this is not surprising, but this little boy, even more than Rui eat more elegant and steady. It can be seen that he has been hungry, but each bite is eaten very carefully restrained. After a small sheet of soft bread and a small bowl of mixed soup, he put down his bowl. Fong Jinju couldn't help but hand over another soft cake. There's still more. Eat some more. The little tomboy shook his head, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the soft cake. Seeing this, Fong Jinju directly stuffed the soft cake into his hand and said gently, little brother, no need to be formal. Eat tightly and fully. The little boy gave her a look and silently put the soft cake back on the plate. Fong Jinju froze. Children do not know how to restrain themselves. Even Rui Shu, although eating carefully and politely, but also eat around belly to feel satisfied. This little tomboy is a bit too restrained, isn't he? Even Changyu and Rui's movements to eat paused. After a few breaths, Fong Jinju couldn't help but ask, little brother, what's your name? The male child's eyes flickered and he silently did not reply. Seeing that he always refused to speak, Fong Jinju also did not want to force, and at the end said softly, little brother, it doesn't matter if you don't want to tell your sister, but you are going to be followed by your sister behind you, and if your sister doesn't know your name, it is also inconvenient. Let's put it this way, my sister will give you a nickname first to make it easier to call you, okay? At that, the male child nodded, a light flickering in his eyes. Fong Jinju looked at the male child's ancient eyes, inexplicably a little heartbroken. Sister hopes that your eyes can be filled with happy stars, bright and shiny. So let's call you Xingbo, shall we? Obviously only 5 or 6 years old. She saw twilight death in his eyes. She didn't know what he had been through before, but it must not have been pretty. If she could, she hoped to do all she could to give him some warmth in the days to come, so that the tiny man could rediscover the vibrant life that belonged to him at his age. The male child was stunned for a moment, then he nodded his head. It was time to respond. Fang Jinju pursed her lips and reached out to touch his head. Xing Bao, my name is Fang Jinju. Until we find your family, you can treat me as your older sister and I will do my best to take care of you. Rui, Xing Bao is older than you. He will be your brother from now on. Are you happy? Rui grinned a little. Happy. Then he tilted his head and looked at Xing Bao. Brother Xing Bao, would you like to let Rui be your brother? Star Treasure nodded, and though his face remained expressionless, a layer of moisture spread under his eyes, and as if afraid of being seen, he hung his head in panic. Seeing this, Fang Jinju didn't say anything more and stroked his head as a sign of appeasement. After eating, Fang Jinju boiled water to rub the two little ones' bodies so that they could sleep for a while. After all, he had been frightened and highly nervous, and now that he was relaxed, he was sure to be attacked by fatigue and sleepiness. After scrubbing Rui first, the little man dipped his head on the pillow and fell into a deep sleep. It was Starbuck's turn, but he refused to undress. Fang Jinju thought that he was 2 years older and knew that he was shy, and patiently coaxed him for a while, saying that she would only scrub the upper half of his body, and that the lower half would be washed by him. And only then did Xing Bao tense up a bright red, dripping little face, and took off his shirt. The scene in front of her, however, caused Fang Jinju to draw a breath of cold air. The thin little body was mottled with all kinds of old and new wounds, and from the shape of the wounds it could be seen that there were whips, burns, and scratches from sharp objects, and that there was not a single piece of good skin, except on the neck and the face, which was covered by the clothes. Fang Jinju's eyes were full of unbelievable pain. Xing Bao. The latter words were choked in his throat and could not be asked. Obviously, the injuries on Xing Bao's body were caused by abuse, and asking would be to open the child's sores, and she didn't dare to ask. Wringing out the towel with eyes full of pain, Fang Jinju didn't even know where to start, only dared to roughly wipe some, and let the little man who was only wearing profane pants burrow into the quilt. When she went out with the tub of dirty laundry, Starbuck, who was looking sideways at the wall, spilled bean-sized teardrops from the bottom of her hollow eyes, but did not utter a single cry. At the end, he tucked his head back under the covers, only the corners of which could be seen trembling slightly. At the beginning of the day, Auntie Xiao finally returned, carrying a basket of vegetables in her hand. Luckily, those two kids were memorized and knew where their respective homes were, so it didn't take much effort. The child's family that is 1,000 thanks. The basket is their thanks to the gift. Our difficult days of crops? The basket of cassava grain has been their rations for many days. Auntie Xiao didn't want it, but they chased her a long way and insisted on giving it to her, so she had no choice but to accept it. At those words, Fang Jinju's heart completely relaxed. After gulping down her meal, Aunt Xiao hurriedly removed the purse in her arms. Jinju, this is the 40 taels of silver from selling the recipes. Keep it. Fang Jinju was stunned. Isn't it 20 taels? Aunt Xiao explained. The shopkeeper said, if there are still recipes, although take over. How many he wants? I told him that this recipe is ancestral. If not for the urgent use of the family will not sell. The shopkeeper said, as long as the willingness to go out, he is willing to double the price to buy. So it is. Fang Jinju nodded. Anyway, I'm going back to Mengzhou County tomorrow. Perhaps I won't have the opportunity to come to the capital to do business in the future. So there's no harm in selling a few more courses to him. Then I'll trouble Auntie Xiao to make another hard trip to sell 3 more recipes, just as the 2 children have gone to bed. And I'll have to go and buy some things for the journey as well. Fine. Then we'll take a trip out together. After instructing Qingyu to keep an eye on her 2 younger brothers and close the portal tightly, the 2 of them entered the city again. This time it was smooth sailing, and in the evening, the 2 of them organized all the things, and hit the road back to the house. The 3 recipes were sold for 150 taels of silver, and with the 30 taels from before it was a total of 180 taels. Fang Jinju wanted to give Aunt Xiao 80 taels, but she said nothing and refused to accept it. And then she simply grumbled and twisted back to the house. When it was time to go to bed, she brought in another quilt and set it down like a ghost whisking away. Fang Jinju was touched in her heart, but she did not continue to pester and push. After wiping himself off early and tucking Star Treasure in, he lay down next to Rui in his clothes. Sister, just laying down. Rui snuggled toward her and said in a very small voice, Rui, there is a secret to tell sister. Chapter 105, Sister. Rue has a farm in her head.
Fang Jinju hurriedly took the little person into her arms and also lowered her voice to softly say,
You woke up from your nap? What secret are you going to tell your sister? Rue shrank toward her arms again, her little mouth coming up to her ear. Sister. Rue brain. There is a farm. Fang Jinju froze. Rue has a farm on the brain?
Then something flew through her mind and she asked sharply,
Rue, you mean, you have a farm in your head, right? So can you get the farm out?
When the words were asked, Fang Jinju held her breath and her heart thumped with excitement.
Rue was silent for a while.
Then her little hand fumbled and shoved something into Fang Jinju's hand.
It seems like it's okay, yay.
Fang Jinju's breath caught and she hurriedly removed her hand from the covers.
Surprisingly, it's her usual sippy cup. Fang Jinju was so shocked that she almost didn't sit up from the bed. It was easy to hold back her excitement. She asked again with her ear attached. Rue, can you take out other things too? Sister is a bit greedy. Can you fetch a bag of small cookies from the small supermarket for sister?
The little person in her arms nodded repeatedly.
And in the next instant,
she shoved a bag of cookies into Fang Jinju's hand.
Now, Fang Jinju couldn't bear it anymore, and swishly sat up from the bed. At the other end, Star Treasure seemed to be disturbed and rolled over. Fang Jinju hurriedly retracted her feet, a heart beating erratically. It's unbelievable. The farm is clearly hers, but it's Rue's golden handshake. Rue followed and sat up. Sister. Rue stared sister? When he was in the bad guy's sack, he was so hungry. So hungry. Rue remembered the farm's buns, and he didn't expect them to come to him. At that time, Rue was also scared.
Fang Jinju returned to her senses and hurriedly tucked the naked little Rue back under the quilt, and hurriedly lay down herself.
Her voice pressed even lower. Rue, this secret can't be told to anyone except sister. Got it? Earlier, it was Shushu who was distressed that she was working too hard and suddenly inspired the golden finger of instantly moving everything. Now Rue also has the space gold finger. What does it matter if she has a golden finger or not? Rue and Shushu are her golden fingers. Rue nodded repeatedly. Aha! Rue knows. Rue listens to all of sister. Fang Jinju thought for a moment and added. Rue, when did you realize you could take things from the farm? Rue said it in a nutshell. Fang Jinju's heart tightened. That bad guy didn't find out, did he? No. The little man shook his head repeatedly. After eating the little cookies, Rue took the empty bag and packed it back to the farm. Fang Jinju got excited again. Does Rue mean that he can not only take things out of the farm, but also put them back in? Rue. Fang Jinju shook the water cup in her hand and said, Sister doesn't want to drink water right now, so put the water cup back on the farm. The moment the little man nodded, Fang Jinju's hand suddenly became empty. Now, Fang Jinju's agitated drowsiness and fatigue were all gone. Originally she was worried. With 2 children to go to Baliao, the road is long.
It is inevitable to encounter dangerous predicaments, although she will be a little close combat skills. But in this crisis-ridden chaotic world, this little 3-legged kung fu is simply insignificant, not worth mentioning. I still don't know if I will be able to reach Baliao and find Chuyi without any problems, but now that Rue has the golden finger of the farm, her heart is instantly much more solid. You know, at that time, in order to stockpile supplies for Baliao, she almost bought everything she could think of. And now the farm can be said to have everything. Not only is there no worry about food and drink along the way, even if there is danger, those fireworks and weapons and knives she stockpiled can also topple out of use it. Seeing that Rue was also in high spirits, Fang Jinju experimented some more. It's true that everything on the farm can be taken out and put back in at will. Then she had Rue try to take back the house. Things that weren't originally from the farm, back to the farm, and didn't think it would work. That is to say, in case of danger to escape. With the money traveling bag, those can also be retrieved at any time to the farm. Do not have to worry about losing. Thinking of this, a bold idea was born in Fang Jinju's mind. After verifying it with Rue, I was surprised that it works too. After verifying everything she could think of, Fang Jinju was satisfied and fell into a deep sleep with her arms around Rue. I don't know how long it took, but in the silence of the night, there was a sudden rat call. Star Treasure, who had been buried and smothered under the covers, poked his head out and opened his eyes. He then zips out from under the covers and shakes Fang Jinju's arm anxiously. Fang Jinju opened her bleary eyes and saw Xingbao lying naked on the side of her bed. Startled, she hurriedly sat up. What's wrong, Xingbao? Get back under the covers and watch out for the cold. But I didn't realize that instead of listening, Star Treasure slipped out of bed in a hurry and pulled open the door to the house without even putting on her shoes. Fang Jinju hurriedly put on her shoes and got out of bed.
first wrapping up Xingbao with her own outer shirt, and then looking up at the sky outside. Just dawning. Puzzled, she asked, "What's wrong, Star Treasure?" Reaching out and pointing outside, Starbuck finally spoke his first word since last night. "Go!" Fang Jinju was stunned and shallowly relieved. Luckily, Star Treasure can talk. "Go!" Xingbao said sharply again, then was about to break free from Fang Jinju's arms. Under the hazy skylight, Fang Jinju clearly saw Xingbao's little face reddening with anxiety. She patted his back soothingly and asked, "What Star Treasure means is that she wants her sister to take you all out of here in a hurry, right?" Star Treasure nodded repeatedly, as if he would be in danger the next moment. Fang Jinju was puzzled, but still patiently said, "Xingbao, don't be in a hurry. In a moment, after having breakfast and saying goodbye to Xiuwan Granny and the others, we can go." Star Treasure's voice drew up a bit, so anxious that two more words popped out. "Go! Dangerous!" Fang Jinju froze. On the contrary, Star Treasure's words and actions were a bit clueless, but she somehow felt in her heart that the child wouldn't be like this for no reason. Anyway, it was getting light, and across the street, it wouldn't hurt to leave a little early. Okay, sister, listen to Xingbao. Let's get dressed. Say hello to Granny Xiuwan and go. Starbuck, go get your brother up." As she spoke, Fang Jinju took out the new clothes she had temporarily bought for the two children yesterday. In addition to the old clothes she was wearing, yesterday she bought a change of clothes for one person. In order to avoid attention, the inner garments selected cotton. Outerwear specifically selected the most old and inconspicuous coarse fabric. Yesterday's two children's dirty clothes she washed, now should not be dry. First wear the new. The old clothes a moment to let Rue received in the farm to dry. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Xiuwan yawned as she dressed and walked out. "Jinju, why are you up so early?" Fang Jinju hurriedly greeted her. "Auntie, I just had a nightmare. I always feel uneasy in my heart. It's better to hurry out of the city, and to avoid causing trouble for you." Chapter 106, when it is in one's power to do so, one should repay favors immediately. Zhao Xiujuan was stunned. "See, Fang Jinju face is not good. Then dispense with those polite words, since you heart is not down to earth. Auntie also do not stay you more, lest things are late and change. I branded you a dozen buns for dry food last night, I'll go and load them for you, and you go and pack yours yourself." With that, he hurried into the kitchen. Fang Jinju withdrew her grateful eyes, and when she turned around, she saw that the two little ones had already put their clothes and shoes on by themselves. "Xingbao, go help Granny Xiuwan in the kitchen. I'll clean up." Although Xingbao had few words, the degree of obedience and understanding was on par with Rue, and he immediately ran out. Only then did Fang Jinju start picking out the things she had purchased yesterday. Did not buy a lot of things. In addition to a purse and a change of clothes, she bought a pot, as well as oil, salt and coarse food, flint and so on, outside the wind, which is also essential things. Now Rue has a farm space. 2 heavy things can be put into the farm first, in exchange for some lightweight things out to support the large package. Will not attract suspicion. Packing up everything, Fang Jinju took 30 taels of silver and stuffed them under her pillow. Aunt Xiuwan's family are good people. If they hadn't taken her in and helped her, she wouldn't have been able to raise the silver to go to Belios so smoothly. When it is in your power to do so, you should repay the kindness immediately. Otherwise, the initial eagerness to repay the kindness will be worn out with time, and then the words of repaying the kindness that you have previously said will become a grandiose and false words. She didn't know if she would have the chance to repay Auntie Xiuwan's kindness after this parting, so she had to return the favor immediately so that she wouldn't have any regrets when she remembered it in the future. Also repaid the favor. There is still 100 taels of silver left. Even if Rue does not have the farm space, this money is enough for the 3 of them to last until Beliao. Besides, there are so many supplies in the Rue farm. When everything was packed up, Zhao Xiuwan led Fang Jinju through 2 streets and alleys to the home of her acquaintance. This family's head of the family surnamed Huang, and you uncle general age. Previously also as the nobleman's residence and the car driver, and then older, let the only son topped up. He bought an ordinary carriage, weekdays to take some delivery of goods to continue to earn the family work, because Zhao Xiuwan had greeted them in advance yesterday. Uncle Huang had gotten up early to feed the horses, and when he saw them coming, he hurriedly started to set up the cart. "Jinju, it's not easy for you to bring up 2 children by yourself. You should be more careful in everything." Watching Fang Jinju carry the 2 children onto the carriage, Aunt Xiuwan couldn't help but touch her tears. With this goodbye, "I don't know if I'll have a chance to see you again in the future." Fang Jinju also reddened her eyes and stepped forward to hug her. What Aunt Xiuwan instructed, I've memorized. If it wasn't for you, I still don't know what would have happened to me. You and Uncle Yu and Qing, you should take good care of your health. The days to come are long. When the days settle down, I will definitely find a chance to come back to see you. Zhao Shoujuan patted Fang Jinju's back. We all have to be good. The mountains are high and the roads are far away. This goodbye will have to rely on you to support yourself. You're a female child. And with 2 children. Alas. If you meet the right one, you still need to find a good husband to live hand in hand. Fang Jinju nodded vigorously. Zhao Shoujuan wiped her tears and squeezed out a smile. Alright, get in the car. Don't delay. Then he gave Uncle Huang some good advice. The carriage swayed and started. Fang Jinju lifted the curtain and waved at Zhao Shoujuan. Auntie, go back quickly. Zhao Shoujuan caught up a few steps ahead and touched her tears and waved her hand. Okay, just go. Uncle Huang raised his whip, and the carriage picked up speed, turning a corner and saying goodbye to Auntie Shouwan. Only then did Fang Jinju lower the curtains and smoothly wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Uncle Huang, please hurry up a little and get out of the city as soon as possible. Okay, you guys sit tight then. Outside, Uncle Huang answered cheerfully, and the carriage sped up a bit more. Fang Jinju reached out and wrapped the 2 little ones tightly in her arms. Huaishui Lane was already close to the city gates, and after about an incense stick of time, the carriage slowed down, thinking that it was crossing the city gates. Hearing the voices of the soldiers guarding the city outside questioning, Fang Jinju was slightly apprehensive in her heart. How many people? Out of town for what? Back to the official. The grasshopper is an errand boy earning carriage fees, and this is to send a guest home. As he spoke, old Huang outside took the initiative to raise the curtain. An official probed over and looked in insightfully. Fang Jinju nodded politely as a salute. Go. If it's a long way and you can't make it back before curfew, you'll be back in town tomorrow. Oy vey. The official only looked at it and waved his hand to let go out of the city. And old Huang hurriedly lowered the curtain and drove the car out of the city. Only when the carriage was on the official road did Fang Jinju's heart fall back. She doesn't know. They hadn't been gone long before, and the capital was in chaos on the back foot. A large number of officials and soldiers took the portrait on the streets to look around for people. The 4 sides of the city gate is also instantly martial law. Only allowed to enter and not allowed to leave. Uncle Huang, how many days will we get to Mengzhou? As the carriage traveled gently, looking out at the scenery that flew by, Fang Jinju couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. The day she and Ruerue didn't show up, Shuyi and old lady Chu must not have peace of mind. There is also Shu, originally promised her to take her back to their side. Now not only eat their words, even Ruerue also cannot see. Little people must be sad bad. Don't look at the 2 little ones are usually very understanding. But the more such children, if they are stubborn, the more adults can't help. She had to return to Bailio as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Uncle Huang laughed. Our Tangwu country is not a big area. This carriage will not have a problem traveling 200 to 300 miles in a day. And if nothing happens, it will take 4 to 5 days to arrive at the border of Mengzhou. Hearing this, Fang Jinju's heart was slightly relieved, and said, then Uncle Huang, this way over needs a road guide, but my traveling bag was taken by the thieves, and the road guide was also lost, so what should I do? So, Huang Shushang paused and returned. This way to pass through Azhou County, Shangzhou County 2 cities. No road guide is indeed a little difficult to do, but I've been out and about a lot, and I know there's a way to cross without having to pass through the city, only it's a bit roundabout, so it'll take at least 10 days or so to get to Mengzhou County. Fang Jinju, however, was delighted in her heart and said repeatedly, no harm. 10 days is 10 days. Don't worry, Uncle Huang, I'll give you the extra carriage fee as well, and I'll also trouble you to make a detour. Uncle Huang responded cheerfully. Coming out to run a car naturally means listening to the patron, so let's follow the girl's lead. As he spoke, a chirping of birds came from outside. Xing Bao, who was sitting next to Fang Jinju, suddenly changed her face. Chapter 107 Star Treasure. You can understand the little bird? Fang Jinju and Uncle Huang talking did not pay attention, but Ruerue found Xingbao strange, tilted his head and put his little hand over to cover Xingbao's hand, softly said, Xingbo brother, don't be afraid, Ruerue is here, sister is here too, we'll protect you. The large, clear eyes were full of friendliness, and Star Treasure cocked her head to meet them, her eyes flickering slightly with struggle, as if she were weighing something. Ruerue hurriedly grinned a big smile towards him, her little hand took the initiative to clasp her brother's fingers. Ruerue pulls her brother, so that her brother won't be afraid of it blah blah blah, then snuggled close to her sister. Ruerue is next to her sister, and Ruerue is not afraid. Brother, you're next to your sister too. The corners of Starbuck's mouth moved but froze and didn't raise, but it was like something settled in the bottom of his eyes. He gently tugged Fang Jinju's sleeve and whispered, Sister, someone is chasing us. Fang Jinju was stunned and hurriedly lowered her body and asked with her ear, Xingbao, how did you know that someone was chasing us? Star Treasure's eyes twinkled as she pursed her lips and gritted her teeth. Little birdie said that. What birdie said? Fang Jinju's brain buzzed. Ha! Seeing her shocked abnormally, Xingbao's small face instantly turned pale and subconsciously shrunk towards the corner of the car, pulling away from Fang Jinju. Fang Jinju came back to her senses and hurriedly collected the shock on her face, reaching out to pull Xingbao's little hand, but she didn't want Xingbao to hold her head in fear, shrinking in the corner of the carriage like a quail trembling. Star Treasure, don't be afraid. Fang Jinju's heart ached. She simply carried Xingbao onto her lap, hugging her tightly and patting her back to appease. Don't be afraid. Sister is not a bad person. The shock in her eyes hadn't faded, and the complexity had risen again. This morning, Star Treasure had said there was danger, and it did look like she had a sense, not like she was just saying it off the top of her head. Now, Starbuck says that someone is chasing them, and says that Birdie informed them. Together with the child's subconscious reaction to her cowering just now, it was thought that Xingbao should be like Rue, with some peculiarities in her body, which had previously been discovered and therefore mistreated. And so the child had become short of words and reluctant to speak again. It is the fear of having one's secrets known and then inviting beatings and abuse. But the fact that Xingbao was so scared and yet still told herself was enough to show that deep down the child had come to trust her. She couldn't betray her child's trust. Xingbao tremblingly opened his eyes, and fell into Fang Jinju's gentle and friendly eyes, and his careful mouth, which was so numb with pain, trembled. Star Treasure, sister believes in you. Fang Jinju's voice was extremely soft, and please believe that your sister won't hurt you, okay? Star Treasure's eyelashes twitched for a moment before she nodded. Fang Jinju breathed a sigh of relief, then attached her ear and lowered her voice to ask, Xingbao, you can understand the little bird? In the past, she wouldn't have believed in these divine and mystical arguments, let alone asking a child such a shocking question in such a serious tone. But everything that had happened to her in the meantime had been shocking, so there was nothing she couldn't accept now. Starbuck nodded, her eyes still flickering with the usual fearful unease. Without stopping the soothing patting of her back, Fang Jinju asked again, then do you know what kind of people are chasing us? Starbuck hesitated and returned, I don't know. It's the bad guys that got Starbuck. They, with Star Treasure's portrait, they've chased him out of town. At those words, Fang Jinju's eyes tightened violently. They had only just left the city for half an hour, and if the people chasing them rode fast horses, they would catch up with them in less than an incense stick. It's not too late. Uncle Huang! Fang Jinju hurriedly shouted outward. Uncle Huang, did you hear the sound of horses' hooves? Uncle Huang at the front of the car was stunned. No, Fang Jinju added. Uncle Huang, I heard you. Uncle Huang, I've been listening to people since I was a child, and I never make false statements. Things have come to this point. I don't dare to hide it from you anymore. I saved a few children from the hands of the flower slapper yesterday. I'm afraid that I'm being watched. Will you see if there's a place to hide in front of you? First let us down to hide for a while. You drive the carriage back to the city. If those people catch up to interrogate, you say halfway to the carriage to come over to pick us up. So you fold it back, so they will not be difficult for you. Hearing this, Uncle Huang's face was also a bit flustered. Not far ahead is the 100 Mountain Ridge. Then I'll speed up my horse and send you guys there. You guys go up the mountain to hide. But after a tea break, the carriage stopped. Fang Jinju hurriedly got out of the car with her 2 children and her traveling bag. True to its name, the 100 Mountains Ridge is a cluster of rolling hills that you can't see the end of at a glance. Fang Jinju took out 3 taels of silver from her purse and handed it to Uncle Huang. Uncle Huang, this money was previously agreed upon, so keep it. For now, I have caused you trouble this time. If you feel that there is a risk, just go back to the city. We will find our own way back to Mengzhou. Uncle Huang hesitated for a split second, and did not push back, so he accepted the silver into his bosom, but said, I have promised your Aunt Xiuwan to send you back to Mengzhou safely, so I must not go back on my word. Don't rush on your way first. Hide in this mountain for a night first, and when the danger passes tomorrow, I'll come here to pick you up. It's not too late. Don't be so polite as to push back anything. You guys hurry up the mountain. I have to leave too. Seeing Uncle Huang drive away, Fang Jinju hurriedly took the 2 children to find the nearest road that could go up the mountain, but only a steep path was found. Star Treasure, we're family now, since you told your sister your secret. Under the steep path, Fang Jinju squatted down and locked eyes with Xingbao, saying earnestly, then elder sister and Rue will also tell you a secret, so that you will be more at peace. With that she removed the traveling bag from her shoulder. Rue, put the bag inside. The moment Rue nodded, The traveling bag in Fang Jinzhu's hand disappeared into thin air. The bottom of Xingbao's eyes finally had waves of shock, looking at Rue incredulously. Brother, you're different too? Rue grinned his little mouth and nodded his head. Brother, can understand birds, Rue, can do tricks nah. Then just taught a step forward and took Starbuck's little hand. We are the same nah. All super awesome men. Let's, together, protect our sister. Okay ba? The little man's words instilled a flash of anger in Starbuck's eyes, and gripping his hand back, he nodded vigorously. The mountain is high and the road is steep. Waste of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Fang Jinzhu 3 people climbed up the mountain. She didn't rush into the depths of the mountain, but pulled the 2 little ones into the bushes to look down the mountain and explore. After waiting for about an incense stick, I really saw a dozen black-robed men riding high horses galloping towards this side. Chapter 108, in terms of escaping from disaster. Who is as fortunate as they are? Fang Jinzhu hurriedly pulled the 2 children lower. However, they saw a group of black-clothed men not stopping, directly crossing the hill where they were hiding and whistling down the official road. She breathed a sigh of relief at that. When the sound of the horses' hooves was far away, she turned to look at the deep mountains, unknown trees one after another. In order to seize the daylight, one race one high, branches and leaves in succession, like a green curtain of the sky. Look up, the skylight can only be scattered from the gap between the branches and leaves. Between the trees, there were also tall and dense bushes and thorns, like a natural formation to block the invasion, compared to the bright light of the sky outside. A glance in, the mountain is deep and eerie, with a chilly atmosphere. Let's not talk about stepping on it. I'd hate to have to back away from it. Rue. When she looked at the 2 little ones, Fang Jinzhu hid the timidity under her eyes cleanly. Take a curved scythe out of the agricultural tools storehouse. She was afraid to face this primitive forest-like mountain, but no one knows when those black-clothed people will turn back. The official road will certainly not dare to go for a while. In this mountain along the place is also easy to be found. She has to take the 2 little one into the mountain first to avoid for a night, and wait for the black-clothed person without merit to return to the capital. Only then dare to rush again. Just as he finished speaking, several knives appeared on the ground. The machete and cleaver and sickle are all there. Fang Jinzhu picked up the scythe and told Rue to put the rest away. Star treasure, take your brother's hand and follow your sister, Fang Jinzhu instructed, then swung her scythe to slash at the bushes, trudging ahead to make a path. Xingbao and Rue interlocked their fingers and followed closely behind their sister. After half an hour of swinging and chopping, the underbrush was finally less dense, bumpy and uneven, but much more open. The deeper they went into the mountains, the colder and darker the surroundings became, and Fang Jinzhu felt that the temperature difference was at least 5 or 6 degrees. Even though she had previously lived alone on a farm and practiced some guts, she didn't dare to go further inside. Scanning around, he saw a narrow gap covered by vines at the mountain wall not far away, which looked like the entrance to a cave. Fang Jinzhu hurriedly led the 2 little ones towards over. When I got closer, it was really a cave. However, the mouth of the cave is very narrow. Fang Jinzhu tried, just enough to allow one person to pass through. I do not know what is inside the light. Xingbao, Rue, you guys wait at the exit now while my sister goes in to see what's going on. Facing a completely unfamiliar environment, Fang Jinzhu was apprehensive in her heart, fearing that there would be some unknown beasts in the cave, so she naturally did not dare to bring the 2 little ones in to take a random risk. Xingbao and Rue nodded knowingly and stood where Fang Jinzhu asked them to, not moving a muscle. Fang Jinzhu asked Rue to take out a flashlight and carefully walked in. I didn't realize that the cave entrance was narrow, but the inside was very open, and although the ground was also uneven, it was generally much flatter than the outside of the mountain, making it a very good place to stay. Fang Jinzhu carefully checked each corner and confirmed that there were no unknown beasts, before folding back out. Star treasure, Rue, we have a place to stay tonight. The cave gave Fang Jinzhu a great sense of security, and she spoke with a cheerful and down-to-earth tone. Rue's little face stretched and her eyebrows arched. Yay! Great! There's a place to stay. Wherever you are, wherever you have a sister is home. The corners of Star Treasure's tiny mouth curved involuntarily as well. After going in, Fang Jinzhu had Rue fetch a large rechargeable lamp out and hang it on the vines that hung down from the gap in the cave. Flip the switch, and instantly the cave is as bright as day, and a sense of security comes over you. The shock and incredulity underneath Xingbao's eyes were also illuminated abruptly, and his little mouth turned round in surprise. Seeing this, Rue grinned at him with pride. Brother Xingbao, it's bright blah? It's a magic lamp. Rue awesome ba? Star Treasure nodded her head like a peck of rice, a touch of adoration spreading in the bottom of her eyes. Seeing the 2 little ones begin to be skillful, and Xingbao became a bit more animated.
The corners of Fang Jinju's lips rippled with a touch of delight.
Rue, take 2 of your warm autumn clothes out. The cave was still dry, but the temperature was a bit lower than among the mountains and forests, so she had to hurry up and add some clothes to the 2 little ones before they caught the wind chill. Then, she found a slightly flat spot and had Rue move the dormitory bed straight out. The soft, pink bed immediately made the cave a little more cozy when it showed up. Fang Jinju cannot help but lament. If Rue does not have a farm space, they will have to sleep on the ground in a single garment tonight. Not to mention other things, just the temperature of the cave are enough to suffer. So, she is immensely grateful to be content with the status quo. Not to mention moving the bed. Fang Jinju also had Rue move out the eating table and the gas stove in the kitchen. She had left in the morning in such a hurry that she hadn't had time to eat breakfast, and she was already hungry. Not to mention the 2 children. Had Rue pull out 2 handfuls of greens from the farm, and had him fetch eggs and potatoes from the refrigerator. When the eggs and potatoes were brought out, Rue scratched his head and looked puzzled. Fang Jinju asked repeatedly, "What's wrong, Rue?" Rue thought about stretching out 10 fingers and said, "Obviously there are so many." Rue took. "There are still so many. Yaca. Fang Jinju was stunned. Then she was filled with ecstasy. Is it any wonder that the farm is inexhaustible? With that, she asked, Rue, then quickly see if the bed in the room is still there?" Rue nodded. "It's still there," pointing to the gas stove again. "This one. It's the same as the kitchen one nah." One sentence made Fang Jinju laugh out in joy. Good, great. Rue, take some toys out and play with brother Xingbao at the table for a while, and sister will make you some delicious food. In terms of fleeing from disaster, who is as fortunate as they are? Upon hearing this, Rue led Xingbao's hand to the table, and a packet of colorful clay appeared in his little hand. The bright and nice colors instantly made Star Treasure's eyes go wide, and a few stars leaped out of her originally empty eyes. "Brother Star Treasure, do you know what this is?" "No, don't know. This is colored clay. You can make bunnies and puppies. Which color do you want?" Rue grinned and pushed the clay towards Xingbao. "Brother chooses first." Rue, "I'll teach you to pinch the bunny. Okay, ba?" Star Treasure looked at him incredulously, her big eyes misting over. "May I?" The little foot on Rue's stool wiggled. "Of course, Rue's brother can play with all of them." Starbuck sniffled and carefully pointed to the black one. "So, then I'll take this one." At that, Rue frowned. "Black. It doesn't look good deh." Then he pushed the red ones, the yellow ones, all the good-looking colors in front of Star Treasure. "The black ones are for brother. And these, too, okay ba?" Star Treasure hurriedly hung his head. 2 tears smashed down on the floor. He hurriedly waved his hand to wipe them away, and then looked up again. The corners of his tiny mouth raised high. "Thank you, brother." Although Fang Jinshu's hands were busy, her eyes were always on the 2 little ones, and when she saw this, the corners of her mouth rippled with a big smile. The general's house. The granary. Shuro sat on the small bench, staring blankly at the time gate for an instant, like a puppet doll with its soul drained away. Shoo, take a bite. Will you? Grandmother begs you. Chapter 109, Looking for a Sister. Wanting a brother. Old Lady Chu carried a bowl of kanji and rice and stood by Shushu's side, feeding a spoonful of kanji to the little person's mouth and coaxing with tearful voice. Shuru didn't avoid it, but she didn't open her mouth either, a tear in her big eye, wanting to fall. Old Lady Chu looked helplessly at Chu Yi, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, and sobbed, "Ah Yi, Shushu hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. Oh, last night she didn't get any sleep either, had nightmares all night, woke up just crying for her sister, for her brother. Oh, this can be how to do is good ah." Chuya's eyes flashed slightly, his bottom reddening. Rue Shushu has always been the most obedient. The current appearance had not happened since they were born. Although Shushu was small, the love she carried in her heart was not half as much as that of an adult, and was even more fiery and simple than that of an adult. Jinju and Rue accident at the same time. In his and his mother, if there is no North Liao in the general's house of this responsibility overriding the body, absolutely cannot hold out. It was an even more fatal blow to Shuru. He picked up the kanji and rice on the bookcase and walked slowly to Shushu, taking a big bite in front of the little person before saying, Shushu, eat properly. Uncle Junior and you promised to get your sister and brother back." Shuru's dull eyes finally flickered and looked at Chuyi for a split second before looking back at the time gate. Obviously, the little man didn't believe it. Shuya's eyes darkened. He couldn't even deceive himself. How could he coax Shushu? It's okay to coax them for a day or two, but what happens after a long period of time? But no matter what, he had to get Shu to ask for dinner first. Shu,
What Uncle Junior said is true. Chu piled all his lifelong firmness in his eyes. Last night, my sister and brother came to my little uncle's dream, and my sister said that she and my brother were both very good, only that the door of time and space suddenly closed, so they couldn't come over. But she said that after waiting for another 100 days, the time and space gate will reopen, and by then Shu Shu will be able to see her sister and brother. Shuru's eyelashes trembled slightly as she looked at Chu Yi once again. Really? Chu Yi nodded solemnly. Really? When has little uncle ever lied to you? Said. He took over the kanji bowl in the hands of Mrs. Chu, scooped a spoon to send feeding over. Sister said, although we cannot see the sister, but the sister of the magical powers, but can see what we are doing, what we think. Sister said to see Shu Shu is sad to not eat. She and her brother is also sad, do not want to eat. So, for the sake of my sister and brother, Shu Shu has to eat well too. Shu blinked, tears beamed down. Really? Sister, brother, really still there? Really? Can you see Shu Shu? Shu Ye's heart was like a knife, but his face remained firm. Really? Little uncle didn't want to upset his sister and brother. That's why he rushed to eat a big bowl of rice. Old Lady Chu hurriedly turned her head away, immobilized, wiped away her tears, and squeezed out a smile. Great, great. I have to eat well too before I can do that. But I can't let Jinju and Rue worry about it. With that, he walked over to the bookcase and picked up the porridge and rice and took a big bite. With a movement of her small hand in her lap, Shuru opened her mouth to eat the rice from the spoon. Then he reached out again and took the kanji and rice from Chuya's hand, disliking the rim of the bowl and gulping it down. As he drank, he deflated his mouth and his tearful peas hit the bowl of porridge in large chunks. The waves of heartache under Chuya's eyes surged more than one wave, but he also let out a soft sigh of relief. Before long, the bowl of kanji was at the bottom, and Shu Shu took the spoon again, carefully scraping the remains of the bowl and eating as much as she could. At the end of the day, the little man yanked the little pad from his arms and carefully wiped his little mouth clean, then stood up, looked around, and grinned. Sister, brother, look, Shu Shu, eat properly, Shu Shu, obedient, you guys, eat well too, yo. As she spoke, the little mouth that was grinning couldn't help but deflate, but recovered quickly. Shu Shu, no more crying, you guys, no crying either. Oh. Shu Ye's eyes were flooded with tears, but he held them back and laughed out of thin air. Jinju, Rue, you should have seen it, right? Shu Shu is very obedient. Tonight you must come to my dream and praise Shu Shu properly. Seeing this, Mrs. Chu hurriedly buried her face into the bowl of porridge, letting hot tears roll down into the bowl. Is it my sister's cooking that's not good? In the cave, Fang Jinju and the two little ones were eating around the table. Xingbao put down his chopsticks after eating a half-full meal as usual, but she could clearly see that he was still gulping with intent and couldn't help but ask. Star Treasure shook her head, eyes twinkling. No, no, sister's cooking, it's delicious. Hearing this, Fang Jinju gave him another bun without saying a word. If you don't finish this bun, sister won't believe what you say. Sister is going to be angry. She guessed that Xingbao had been abused previously, and must have been denied food and warmth, which made him learn such restraint at such a young age that it was heartbreaking to watch. Star Treasure was stunned, then hurriedly took the bun and took a big bite. Yummy, very yummy. Rue also took a big bite and agreed. Sister's cooking, it's the best. Fang Jinju dotingly touched the two men's heads, the corner of her mouth raised in a gratifying arc. That's right, eat more so that your sister is happy. Just as the words fell out of his mouth, there was a sudden rustling sound from outside, and the commotion wasn't small. Fang Jinju's heart snapped in suspense, hurriedly putting down her dishes and letting Rue take out a machete as she walked towards the cave entrance in a guarded manner. Roar! Before walking to the entrance of the cave, a fierce beast's hissing roar came, frightening Fang Jinju's legs and feet. The machete in his hand almost fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, there was a ragged grunt and the sharp sound of sharp claws picking at the rocks of the mountain wall. Fang Jinju warily took a few steps towards the cave entrance, clearly seeing the huge object at the entrance. It's a blind bear. Fortunately, the cave entrance is relatively narrow. The bear blind is not easy to squeeze in, but such a beast, just looking at it makes people scared. It must be driven away. Rue. Fang Jinju gulped nervously and hurriedly said, quickly take out the cupola and lighter. Rue hurriedly complied. Fang Jinju shivered and lit the lighter. Chapter 110. Star Treasure has friends with wings to act as messengers. Sister, Star Treasure, however, pulled on Fang Jinju's sleeve. Can I talk to it? Fang Jinju was stunned, then said in shock and worry, Xingbao, you can still communicate with wild beasts? Aren't you afraid? She was shivering with fear even as an adult facing this scene, let alone such a small child. Starbuck shook his head.
they won't hurt Starbuck. Couldn't say why, but he just knew that people would hurt him, but these hairy friends, they would never hurt him. Fang Jinju was shocked in her heart, but seeing Xingbao's serious face, she still held his hand and approached the cave entrance with a frightened heart. Oddly enough, the two just approached the cave entrance. The bear-blind man stopped moving, actually squatting and sitting in the cave entrance. Although the dark night outside was so long that only the hub of the blind bear could be seen, Fang Jinju clearly felt the gaze from the beast and her back hairs shivered. Star Treasure opened her mouth and whispered, and asterisk at hashtag and. The blind bear gasped and hissed low twice, as if in response. Although she couldn't understand it, Fang Jinju could sense that the beast's hissing was well-intentioned. After an exchange of words, Star Treasure tilted her head and said, "Sister, Auntie Bear's baby child is hungry, and she found her way here because she smelled the scent. I have spoken with it, and it will not harm us." Auntie Bear? Bear child? Fang Jinju was filled with shock. She only thought that Xingbao could understand bird language, but she didn't want to think that this child seemed to be even more mysterious and powerful than she had imagined, and that these ferocious beasts, in his eyes, were no different from normal people. How about, give it a little something to eat? Looking at the blind bear slowly sinking up and turning around to leave, Fang Jinju said repeatedly, "Xingbao, call out to it, let's give it something to eat. The weather is getting colder, and it is getting harder for the animals to find food. Anyway, the farm has an inexhaustible supply of food, so since we have come across it, it is not a bad idea to help the mother bear." Upon hearing this, Xingbao's eyes were happy and he hurriedly voiced out to call out the blind bear. The bear blind turned around, put his head to the mouth of the cave, a pair of bear eyes full of surprised and dumbfounded roar. Although the beast looks horrible, but seeing that it is humane, Fang Jinju was not so scared, and hurriedly asked Rui to fetch a dozen white-feathered chickens out from the farm. Watching the white-feathered chicken appear out of thin air, fluttering and flying in shock, the bear-blind man's pair of bear eyes stared out in shock, and then he took 2 steps back, his bare paw clasped and bowed towards the several people of Fang Jinju. Ho 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 ho! The corners of Xingbao's mouth pursed out a smile. "Sister," Auntie Xiong said, "thank you, divine." Although Fang Jinju couldn't understand, she could see that the beast was grateful, and a heart completely relaxed. "Xingbao, ask it if it's enough, if not we'll give it some more." Before entering the mountain, her biggest worry was that she would encounter wild beasts at night, but she didn't expect that the child she casually saved could speak the language of the beasts, easily solving her worries. Good has its reward in this moment, completely materialized. After Xingbao and Big Bear communicated, Fang Jinju asked Rui to fetch a few more white-feathered chickens out, and thoughtfully tied the chickens together on a string and gave them to Big Bear. Waiting for the Big Bear to leave, Fang Jinju couldn't help but squat down, holding Xingbao's little face and bearing a kiss on his little face. "Xingbao, ah Xingbao, you're so great." Naturally, she didn't forget to take Rui into her arms and kiss and hug her as well. "My family Rui is also awesome. With you guys around, sister really doesn't have to worry about anything." Fang Jinju's words and actions were sprinkled with stars in the bottom of Xingbao's eyes, and 10,000 channels of starlight glowed out of the black void. Rui's brows arched in delight, pulling on Xingbao's hand. Rui is great. Brother is great too. Rui and brother. Protect sister. Listen to sister's words. Fang Jinju smiled like a flower, her eyes full of doting. Aya, how can sister be so lucky? The babies she met are all more thoughtful and understanding than one another. Sister is too happy. Come on, let's shower and go to bed. After fetching water from space and briefly scrubbing the 2 children, the 3 nestled under the soft covers. Fang Jinju also took out a storybook and told the 2 little ones a story. Lights banish the darkness of the night. A woman's voice is soft and gentle. A child is snuggled up against her side. And the cave is no longer a cold shelter, but a cozy home. Ho ho ho. Ow dash. Chirp dash. A large too small is talking about the rise. Listening to the flavor. The cave outside suddenly came again and again hissing of wild beasts. By the sound of it, there should be quite a few. Fang Jinju hurriedly put on her shoes and went down, and the 2 little ones also hurriedly got up and dressed to get out of bed. When the flashlight shone, Fang Jinju's entire body was stunned. Tigers, wolves, blind bears, eagles, beasts and raptors, known and unknown, surrounded the entrance to the cave. Star Treasure. Fang Jinju's voice trembled slightly as she hurriedly beckoned for Xingbao to come forward. Just as he gathered the 2 little ones into his arms, he saw the beasts outside either bowing, groveling, or hanging their heads, all worshipping towards them in general. Fang Jinju's eyes widened. "Xingbao, what are they doing?" "Sister," Star Treasure said carefully, "they think we are gods and beg us to give them something to eat." At those words, Fang Jinju sighed in relief. So it is. It was thought that she had just given food to the big bear, and that was what had provoked all these beasts to come begging for food one after another. The visitors were guests, and they were also pious and courteous, so there was no reason not to entertain them. Fang Jinju waved her hand and laughed. Xingbao, you give them the word, and give them a full tube today. Star Treasure hurriedly stepped forward and relayed her sister's words. Rui's little hand waved. 200 white-feathered chickens and 200 mandarin ducks appeared out of thin air at the mouth of the cave. A time poultry fluttering startled flying. All the beasts chirping and chasing. The silent mountains and forests instantly opened, the general bustling exceptionally. Seeing this scene, between Fang Jinju's sighs and shock, an idea came to his mind. Star Treasure, unable to suppress the idea once it came out, Fang Jinju squatted down and looked at Xingbao, the anticipation under her eyes gleaming. Can you help my sister ask these friends if you can do her a favor? At those words, Star Treasure nodded repeatedly. There's no hurry, wait until they've had their fill. As he said that, Fang Jinju led the two little ones out of the cave and waited in excited silence. It was a while before the quiet slowly began to return outside the cave. Star Treasure did as Fang Jinju said and walked over to an eagle and exchanged a few words, then saw the eagle nodded. Fang Jinju shivered with excitement and hurriedly pulled Rui back to the cave, letting the little man take out his pen and book and start brushing the letter. The general's household and young must have thought that she and Rui no longer do not know how sad, how anxious, especially Shuru. She shuddered to think what the little man would cry into. Just before, even if she knew that the general's residents would be worried and upset, there was nothing she could do about it. It's different now. Star Treasure has winged friends that can act as messengers. They still do not know when they can reach Belial. Must first send a letter back to rest Chuyi their hearts. After writing the letter, putting the letter in a plastic bag and tying it to the eagle's leg, and tucking a white-feathered chicken under the eagle's talons to feed it on the road, I watched the eagle lift its wings and dash off into the dark clouds. When the 100 beasts dispersed, Fang Jinju then folded back into the cave with the two little ones and slept without any distractions. Split up and search. They can't get far. Chapter 111 Stinking. You're not small in guts. How dare you kill someone? In a daze, Fang Jinju heard a stern male voice and jolted awake to sit up. Chief, there's a cave. Look at the mouth of this cave. So many beasts' footprints. It can't be a beast cave, can it? With a hole that small. Even if there was a beast, it wouldn't be very big. You two go in and take a look. Outside the cave, a group of black-clothed men were scattering in all directions to search outside, and two of them had already approached the cave as they spoke. In this time, the three of them, Fang Jinju, had already dressed quickly and put away all the things in the cave into the farm. After hiding the two children in a crevice in the cave, Fang Jinju waited at the entrance of the cave holding the heavenly thunder. As the sound of footsteps outside grew closer, her heart was about to jump out of her chest, and her hands were sweaty as she gripped the cupola. So narrow? As the words came, a man in black squeezed sideways into the opening. Fang Jinju hurriedly lit the fire. With a whoosh, the rushing thunderbolt reached the black-clad man's face and blew his face open. Without even a single scream, the man in black fell to the ground with a loud thud. Quick! They're hiding in this cave. The man in black behind him was alarmed and shouted at the loud voice behind him. The man in black had just bent over and was about to probe inside when he was blown backward and fell down by a rushing thunderbolt head-on. Seeing this, Fang Jinju's heart was a little bit more at ease, and when she saw the black-clothed men surging towards the side in unison through the mouth of the cave, the tension in the bottom of her eyes was going to condense into substance. It was too far away for her to just set off a thunderbolt. Now it was the time of the year when the trees were dry in the fall, and if she didn't hit someone and miss a little bit, it might cause a mountain fire, and then it would be an uncontrollable catastrophe of great proportions. Star Treasure, quickly try and get those friends of yours to help. Seeing that the black-clothed men were outnumbered, even with the sky-punching thunderbolt in hand, a shocking idea flashed through Fang Jinju's mind, and she hurriedly shouted towards the cave. As he spoke, the men in black had already surged forward, and Fang Jinju hurriedly lit the fire and set off the thunder. The two little ones ran out of their hiding place as well, and Star Treasure let out a long whistle at the top of her voice. He's in there. All of you. The leader of the black-clothed men was still afraid of the heavenly thunder in Fang Jinju's hand, but when he heard Xingbao's voice, the light in his eyes flashed, and he immediately ordered in a ruthless voice. Even if they were afraid of the heavenly thunder in Fang Jinju's hand, the black-clothed men couldn't care less, rushed up in a sea of people, and saw an opportunity to reach out and yank out Fang Jinju. Immediately, a knife was placed on Fang Jinju's neck. Stinking, you're not too timid. How dare you kill someone? He said, swinging his sword about to slash at her neck. No! Seeing this scene, Xingbao rushed out from the cave and quickly pounced on Fang Jinju's body, hugging her head tightly. Rui followed closely behind. and with a single leap of his little body he clutched the black-clad man's leg and bit down hard. A whimper escaped his throat, as fierce as a wolf pup. The man in black ate the pain and tried to shake him off, but he didn't want to, how he couldn't. Seeing this, the other man in black swung his sword and slashed at the little man. Rue, Rue. Fong Jinju's blood curdled and she cried out miserably, rolling over and wanting to block the knife with her bare hands. However, he saw a black shadow swooping over, rushing the black man wielding the knife to the ground, and with a bite, he steadily and accurately snapped his neck. It was actually a large-sized coyote. Ow dash, ow dash, roar. Immediately following, one after another, the coyotes rushed over and pounced on the group of black-clothed men one after another. The men in black were shocked and hastily raised their knives to cope with the situation. But in addition to the wolves there were also tigers and brown bears, biting off their arms with knives or ripping them off in one gulp. But in a matter of dozens of black-clothed men became corpses scattered all over the ground. Half of the black-clothed man who tried to kill Fong Jinju just now was gone, but Rue Rue was still biting his leg to death. Rue Rue. Fong Jinju's heart trembled like thunder as she crawled over on her hands and knees, trying to hold the little person down without ripping it off. Tears rushed up. She wrapped her arms around Rue Rue's trembling little body and soothed. It's okay, Rue Rue. Sister is okay, let go. Ah. Xingbao also knelt down beside Rue Rue and covered his little brain with his little hand. It's okay, brother. Our furry friend saved us. Only then did Rue Rue let go. His small body stiffened for a moment and twisted his head to look at Fong Jinju. Seeing his sister intact, the little man let out a howl and zipped into his sister's arms. Oh, sister. The small body trembled violently, clinging to her sister's neck, afraid that if she let go, she would be gone. Fong Jinju tightly embraced the little person, soothing her while shedding tears. Good boy. It's fine. Sister didn't suffer any injuries at all. Then he freed another hand and wrapped Star Treasure tightly into his arms as well. Shocked, touched, terrified, all sorts of emotions almost overwhelmed her. Although Rue Rue chanted all day long about protecting her sister, and did use her small body to protect her every time she was on the farm, but she was afraid of such a dangerous and bloody scene, let alone such a small person. But Rue Rue still rushed out to protect her without even thinking. There was also Star Treasure, who was even more subconsciously protecting her head under the big sword. The child has never known to weigh the pros and cons of life and death, only to act on his instincts. The two children's feelings for her were so pure and strong that they outweighed 1,000 emotions in the world. Instead of leaving, the beasts surrounded the three from afar, looking around warily. It took a while to soothe the two little ones. Fong Jinju hurriedly pulled them up and bowed deeply towards the beasts. If it were not for the help of the beasts, today they would have died here. This kind of thanks are light, but always a sincere heart. After letting Rue Rue fetch a few hundred more chickens and ducks out as a treat to thank the beasts, Fong Jinju took the two little ones and hurriedly came to the place where she had agreed with Uncle Huang, descending the mountain pass to find a hidden bush to hide in. For one thing, it was easy to see the official road, and for another, the most dangerous place was the safest place, and in case there were still black-clothed people coming, it would be hard to think that they would hide at the entrance. If Uncle Huang doesn't show up by noon at most, she'll take Rue Shushu to Shangzhou County from 100 Mountain Ridge over the Shandong Mountains. Although the mountain path was difficult and took longer, it was protected by his beast friends, so at least his life was not in danger. Well before noon, the capital over the direction of a carriage. To be closer, Fong Jinju is Uncle Huang's carriage. Eyes a happy, hurry to take the two little down the mountain. The general's house. Sister, brother, look, Shu will eat by herself nah. Shuru was sitting on a small bench with rice on a high stool in front of her, and was scooping it up with a wooden spoon and eating it herself. Scooping up a spoonful, the little man lifted it up and reached for the time portal. Look, Shu, take a big bite. A mouthful of rice was fed into his mouth, and the little man looked around as if he was waiting for someone to praise him. Seeing the little person looking around in a circle to no avail, her eyes falling on herself, the corner of Chu Ye's mouth lifted. Shushu is so good. Tonight elder sister and elder brother will be praising Shushu again. As he spoke, he fed a large mouthful of rice into his mouth and chewed it hard, but it was so chewy that he didn't taste anything until he swallowed it. Uncle Junior. Shuro struggled to swallow the rice in her mouth, pointing to the time gate. Kejuri, how many more days? Open ACA? Shuya's eyes flickered slightly as he laughed. There are still 98 days. Oh. Shuro cocked her head and stopped asking questions, burying her little face in the bowl. Seeing this, Mrs. Chu turned her back and wiped the corners of her eyes. General. Yi Tingxian sprinted in from outside, holding something carefully in his hand. The first batch of henmai planted. Spiked. Shuya's eyes brightened slightly as he put down his bowl and got up to meet him. Yi Tingxuan's hand was spread out,
and in his palm was a handful of ears of wheat, but it wasn't quite full yet. Chuyi twisted up a grain and put it into his mouth and chewed it. Although the teeth were empty and deflated underneath, there was already a choking sensation deep into the bite. He raised his lips, his eyes slightly moist. Jinju, did you see that? Hangmai is also growing well in Baliao, and will be harvested in a few days. General, the flying stone machine has also been made into 3, and the garment factory has already made all the people's spring and fall clothes. Yi Tingxian observed Chu Ye's complexion for an instant, and carefully said, General, you go out and go on patrol to take a look. The general's residence moved quite a bit the day before yesterday, coupled with the fact that the general has not been out of the residence for a few days. There are already rumors in the city, saying that the goddess no longer protects northern Liao. Chu Ye's eyes flashed with a flash of sternness. So what? Jinju has already done enough for northern Liao. Is it possible that we still have to rely on her for the rest of our lives? Yi Tingxian quietly shut up and stopped speaking. Elderly Lady Chu walked up and whispered, take Shu Shu around the fields, to see Jinju's previous good intentions. She has done so much for Baliao. Is for the sake of Baliao soldiers and people, but also in order to fulfill your long-cherished wish for a peaceful world. Will not want to see you long drown in mourning. Chu Ye's stern color slightly condensed, finally nodded and looked at Yi Tingxian. You go out first, I'll be right behind you. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingxian let out a fierce sigh of relief and grinned. Good. I'll go out and prepare the horses. With that, he trotted out of the granary just as he had come. Chirp dash. Suddenly a sharp eagle cry came, startling Yi Tingxuan's feet. Subconsciously tilting his head to look at the sky, he saw an eagle with wings spreading out about the size of a man, circling above the general's mansion as if it would swoop down in the next instant. Be on guard. Don't let this raptor hurt anyone. Yes, General Yi. Seeing this, Yi Tingxian instructed the Chu family army at the door before leaving the granary with one step and one look at the sky. Chirp dash. There was another eagle's cry, and then the Chu family troops outside were seen pointing their lances warily into the air. Chu Yi frowned, striding out of the granary. Chapter 112. It only said that I should come to deliver the letter. It didn't say that I should come to deliver my life. General, don't come out. This eagle is afraid of hurting someone. A few Chu clan troops were alerting the sky above while telling Chu Yi not to come out. Chu Yi had stepped out of the doorway and looked up at the sky. Chirp dash. The eagle crowed again, then actually did hover and swoop down. General, danger. General, hurry up and get inside. The Chu clan's troops had instantly taken combat stances, one blocking Chu Yi behind him, and several others brandishing their lances and making hee-haw noises in an attempt to scare the eagle away. But I didn't want the eagle to glide on one wing and land on top of the roof opposite the granary. Chirp. The grunting was rather disconcerting. It only says I'm here to deliver a message. It doesn't say I'm here to get killed. Eagles never go to crowded places. How did they fly to this city? Who knows? It's better to get rid of them before they hurt someone. Ho ho ho. Chu Jejun was suspicious and intimidated while picking up the stones along the fence and smashing them at the eagle. Seeing this, the eagle had to raise its wings again and fly up to avoid the rocks, but it still hovered and would not go away. Strange, that it can't be driven away. I'll go get a bow and shoot it down. We're fine. But what if it hurts Shu Shu? Yes, you get it. Seeing that they couldn't scare away the eagle, some of the Chu family troops hurriedly trotted off to fetch their bows and arrows. Eagles. It had no choice but to extend its claws and flail about in the air. See, I'm here to deliver a letter. Deliver a letter. Then it flew down to a roof and hid behind it. Chu's army still wanted to follow up and shoot the eagle down, but Chu Yi said, wait, on the eagle's legs, something seems to be tied. He walked out into the yard and peered over, and sure enough, he saw the eagle peeking over from behind the eaves, full of stolen senses but also full of aura. You wait here, and don't make a move without my order. With that, Chu Yi lifted his breath and flew up to the eaves. Shuru was curious and wanted to follow her out to see what was going on, but she was stopped by Chu Jejun. Shuru, it's dangerous. Go inside. Caught off guard, a man flew up, startling the eagle with a flutter and nearly falling off the roof. Chu Yi hurriedly stopped and looked over without moving a muscle. Seeing that the visitor did not move, the eagle then probed and looked over again. A pair of falcons observing Chu Yi for an instant, after waiting a little longer, and seeing that Chu Yi meant no harm, it then tentatively jumped up onto the eave prongs, and at the first opportunity stretched out the leg with the letter tied to it, and wiggled it again. Here, see, I'm a messenger. It was only then that Chu Yi could see that something was indeed tied to the eagle's leg. Astonishment spread across the bottom of his eyes. Obviously, the eagle was scared by Chu Jejun, so he hurriedly stretched out his legs to let him see the truth. Obviously a bird of prey. How come it's so smart? And does it understand human speech? Thinking of this,
Chuyi clasped his fists towards the eagle. I don't know why eagle friend is here. Please forgive me for the many offenses. The eagle's round eyes blinked. Finally a smart one who knew his manners. It dropped its heart and took a step towards Chuyi. Chuyi was shocked in his heart. Can you really understand human language? Eyes came up to the eagle, then lifted his leg and wiggled it. Chuyi hurriedly crouched down and saw a plastic bag tied to the eagle's leg. Plastic bags? Chuyi's eyes shook, and he hurriedly reached down and removed the bag from eagle's leg and opened it. Seeing the familiar letterhead, he stumbled slightly and almost fell off as his feet slipped. General! The Chu clan troops at the bottom, who had been watching the situation, exclaimed in unison. Chuyi made an aerial stroke to stabilize his body and excitedly raised his hand towards them. All keep quiet. Then he sat down on the roof prongs and unfolded the letter paper with a trembling hand. Chuyi, I'm Jinju. I'm fine. Just after reading one line, the writing instantly became blurry. Chuyi hurriedly waved his hand to wipe the tears, took a deep breath, suffocated in the chest for 2 days of mourning, as if by the invisible hand instantly set aside, to get a new life like excitement and joy. Also, Rue is by my side, with me in one place. Don't worry, Rue and I disappeared at the same time. You all must have been anxious, right? That's why when I had the chance, I sent a message to you at the first opportunity, so that you all could rest assured. You must be curious as to why it was an eagle that went to deliver a letter to you, and even more curious as to why I would deliver a letter over to you in ancient times. It's like this. After passing the picture over to you that day, I fell into a fish pond, and somehow, I opened my eyes again and unexpectedly came to your Tangwu dynasty. Look at a line and weep. Chuyi's throat kept welling up. One by one, he swallowed down the acidic afterthought, unable to suppress himself. The bottom of the several Chu family armies saw the situation and shocked and anxious. Want to make a sound but do not dare to make a sound, and finally silently walked to the granary heel, disappeared in Chuyi's eyes. What an imposing figure the general was. They had never seen him vulnerable, let alone crying. The general must not want them to see him like this. The letter was long, and Chuyi's heart raged as he read it. Jinju turned into the first daughter of the phase house, but also almost by the biological father alive. Rue actually do not know why, fell into the hands of the flower shooter. The two of them can be described as 9 deaths before they survived. Jinju also saved 4 children from the hands of the flower slapper, and one of the children turned out to be able to speak the language of the beasts, which led to the eagle coming to deliver a message of peace. Seeing this, Chuyi's heart ached. Whether in the country of China is safe and smooth and capable, or suddenly met with a change in the difficult times, Jinju's intelligence, toughness, kindness, always the same. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten this opportunity to send a message to herself. But with all that has happened to her, she must be terrified. After reading the letter, the idea in Chuyi's heart followed suit. Previously, Jinju was in danger in China, and he didn't have the chance to run to protect her. But now that she had arrived in his world, how could he still let her come to him through all the hardships and dangers? He was going to pick up Jinju and pick up Rue. Chuyi got up and cupped his fists and saluted towards the eagle that was leisurely combing its feathers. Many thanks to the eagle friend for his hard work in sending the letter. Please go down with me to have a meal to thank you. Hearing that there was food, the eagle's round eyes lit up, and while the eagle's head nodded vigorously, it also fluttered its wings twice in excitement. Although the gods had thoughtfully brought it food to fill its stomach on the way, it was not enough for such a long journey. Promising to deliver the letter as fast as possible, it didn't dare to delay, so it rested for a while when it was halfway to feed, and then it flew here in one breath. More than hungry, give it wings to fly soar. Seeing this, Chuyi flew down and ordered, quickly go and kill a few chickens over for eagle friend to eat. Just now Chu Jejun eagle in the eaves of those small movements but see clearly. Understand that this eagle is unusual. Hurry down to go to work. The eagle then landed in the yard with a sense of relief. Old Lady Chu, who had endured all the way in the granary, hurried forward. What happened? Shuru also clattered up to the front, first looking at the eagle pacing faithfully outside, and then tilting her little head to look at Chuyi suspiciously. Chuyi looked at Shushu and was about to say something, but then held back. It was easy for him to coax Shushu to start eating properly. If Jinju and Rue didn't really appear in front of her, he didn't dare to casually disclose any more cross-currents. Seeing him wanting to say something, Mrs. Chu immediately understood and no longer pursued the question. Only after coaxing Shushu to follow Sister Wei to play did Chuyi speak out about this matter. Hearing that Jinju and Rue are still alive, Elder Lady Chu covered her chest with tears. Great. I knew that Jinju and Rue are the chosen one, and won't be so easy to get into trouble. She then hurriedly said, Jinju rushed to Northern Liao with only 2 children. It must be dangerous. We can't just wait here. Shu Yi nodded, determination and impatience in his eyes. I'll be there to meet them. Elder Lady Chu nodded her head and said yes, but again, it is not right. You personally go to meet the natural most appropriate. But if you leave Northern Liao, I'm afraid that people will be upset. And Shu, these 2 days easy to ease some. If you cannot see you again, I am afraid that again. Shu Yi was silent as he talked about this. Although Shu is still young, but is very sensitive and stubborn, this go to meet Jinju them, also do not know will be delayed for a few days. If Shu learns that he deceived her, I am afraid that mother will be coaxed to persuade. Mother, I came to speak with Shu. After weighing the situation, Shu Yi still decided to tell the truth to Shu. Elderly Lady Chu nodded. Although Shu is small, she is also an understanding. You talk to her properly, she may not fail to understand the words and deeds of the adults to plan. I'll go and bring Shu here. Waiting for Chu old lady to leave, Shu Yi first called Ji Tingshan in and instructed him, and only after he obeyed the order to go to work did he hurry to the bookcase, penning a letter back to Jinju. Just after writing the letter, Shu Ta ran into the granary. Little uncle, grandmother says that little uncle wants to talk, and here comes Shu. Shu Yi hurriedly reached out and carried Shu to her side. Standing across from her, Shu, little uncle received a letter from sister today. Saying this, he took out Fang Jinju's letter and unfolded it and handed it to Shu's eyes. Sister has come to us, brother is with her, they are heading towards us. Shuru's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Then picking up the letterhead, he instantly grinned his little grin. It's sister word. Shuro recognizes sister's writing. The little man's face finally regained its usual glow. At this moment, Shu Yi felt it was right to tell Shu the truth. Shu, our here is not as safe as my sister's country. My sister is a girl and my brother is still young. The two of them will surely be in danger if they come all the way to us. Shu Yi earnestly and solicitously said. So little uncle wants to go and pick up sister and brother. What do you think? Shu's smiling face stiffened, and after some thought, she asked. Then, how many days will little uncle, sister, and brother come back? If the journey is smooth and without danger, I'll be back in 8 or 9 days. Shu Yi truthfully said. On the 15th day of the longest time, little uncle will definitely bring his sister and brother back. Things are unpredictable, so let's talk about the day a little longer, so that we don't have to worry our children by not returning home when the day comes. Then Uncle Junior, also dangerous, what to do? Shuru frowned, her little face filled with worry. Shu Yi stroked the little person's head and laughed. If Shu is worried, then little uncle won't go. As the words fell, Shu stood up anxiously. That's sister, brother, danger, what should I do? Then will Shu let little uncle go, or not? Shu Yi collected his laughter and said seriously. Little uncle listens to Shu. The little person depaced for a few steps, then he sat back down opposite Shu Yi again. His little hand covered Shu Yi's hand, and with a solemn face, he said, Little uncle, go, Uncle Junior is awesome, kill the bad guys, protect your sister, protect your brother. Then little uncle is leaving grandmother and Shu at home. Little uncle is worried. Don't worry, little uncle won't worry. Brother Tingxian is here, protecting grandmother and protecting Shu. Really? Shuru isn't afraid? Not afraid. Shu is not afraid. Shu wants her sister. She wants her brother. Shu Yi's eyes were slightly relieved as he carried Shu into his arms. Don't worry, little uncle will definitely bring back sister and brother. Capital. The study of an extravagant mansion. The man in the Xinqing robe stood with his back turned, his expression unknown. A bunch of wastes, can't even chase back a child. What's the use of raising you? The black-clothed man kneeling at the bottom trembled. Lord, the group of people who went up the mountain to search didn't live a single one of them, and were gnawed by wild beasts with only skeletons left. That child is a demon. Ah, shut up, the man rebuked in a deep voice. If he was a common one, why would I have gone to all the trouble? The ends of the earth will bring him back to me. I'll give you 10 days, and if you don't get it back, you'll have your heads on a platter. The man in black trembled. It's the Lord. Chapter 113. Uncle Huang. It was the pheasants themselves that fluttered and flew over. Curtain time. Little by little, the sun was sinking and the sky was darkening. Toward the direction of Uzhou County, a carriage was smoothly galloping on an unknown trail, which meandered forward and disappeared into a woodland. Inside the car, the two little ones were excitedly squishing puppies out of clay. You pinch your body, I pinch my head, and the exchange is so hot. Since the cave adventure, the affection of the two children had warmed up with the naked eye, and Xingbao's words had become more numerous, finally taking on a bit of the vivacious brightness of a 5-year-old. Seeing this, Fang Jinju was both relieved and at ease. her eyes circling back and forth between the two little ones and the scenery outside the window. The Tangwu kingdom in Chuya's mouth was nothing more than a projectile, and the geographical environment in which the country was located was not good, so there was quite little arable land. Previously she hadn't had a strong concept of this little and less, but only now did she see some substance to it. This way over, as far as the naked eye can see, there are more mountains and rivers and less flat land, and you can hardly see any villages. After encountering a vast flat land, the village was bustling with people. Even she, an outsider, could see that there were too many and not enough. Seeing this scene, Fang Jinju's mood actually sank for a few moments. This is a lot of people, less food, but also by the treacherous sycophants layer by layer exploitation. Do not have to think, can guess. Tangwu dynasty people at the bottom of the people, although born as a human being, but it must be living like a hell of ghosts in general, hard and difficult. Sighing lightly, Fang Jinju probed and looked ahead before saying, Uncle Huang, it's getting late. Why don't we just stay in the woodland in front for the night? Uncle Huang looked around, and quickly agreed. Good. After running for half a day, both the people and the horses are tired. The terrain of this mountain forest is flat. The carriage should be able to drive into it, and we can also rest assured that we can stay for the night. As he spoke, the carriage had already driven into the woodland, and after traveling a little further, Uncle Huang turned his horse down the path and drove into the mountains. Although the trees are mixed and the terrain is uneven, but Uncle Huang's ability to drive the car is excellent. Although there are some bumps, but it is also smooth and risk-free. After walking for another incense stick, Fang Jinju lifted the curtain at the back of the car to take a look, and could no longer see the